Good morning, Chatty House.
What's up, pals?
What's in?
Russ Dog got the belt. Russ Dog got the belt. Nice job, Russ.
What's happening? What's going on?
I'm sending photos.
I told her I think Damien has that same exact outfit.
Oh, he definitely does.
She goes, yeah, but he didn't buy his on the TikTok shop.
It's a great point.
So I win. I only paid $37. What's going on, everybody? Who got the belt today? Oh, Russ Dog. Morning, Loki, Trickster,
Hi,
Steven,
guys.
Warren, Zabo, Miguel, Secure into Bagley, Katrina. What's
Warren,
up, Katrina?
Mrs. Mack, Tony.
There we go. Tyler Jennings.
Hi, John.
Hey.
Tyler, what's up? Russ, what's good? West Sack, David, Jason. Buddy, the Warriors and every other team are sniffing around. Oh, hey, we're about to do a radio show.
Oh, let's do that.
Here we go. All right, we got a bunch of stuff. I had to turn that on. There's that. All right, that's James. I'm Kyle. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Several things to get to off the rip here. Something that we both read just before the show, though. It's really grinding my gears.
Yeah.
Al Michaels is going to be back on Thursday Night Football next season.
80.
80-year-old Al Michaels.
I love Al Michaels, but come on, man.
He's a legend. An absolute
is.
Mount Rushmore of broadcasters. Do you believe in miracles? Yes, is the number one call of all time, in my opinion. Al Michaels is everybody in broadcasting should aspire to have the career that Al Michaels had.
Yep.
He is a legend. He's also cooked. He's come back. He's making $15 million a year to pop up on Thursday Night Football and be the most bored human in America.
That's the problem. It's that you're not getting the same Al Michaels. That you're getting a lack of engagement. Like,
yeah, man, and I get it. He's been doing this forever.
Yeah,
like,
but
forever.
You know what? Kevin Harlan has never phoned one in. Phoned one in,
but
and that's
Kevin Harlan's 25 years younger than Al Michaels.
I don't know if he's that much younger, but yeah, but I mean, I get it, but I would still say that, you know, like there comes a point where if that's what you're going to do, if you're just there to phone it in.
16 years younger than Al Michaels.
Okay.
But that's the thing.
But Kevin Harlan will like call like the cat running out on the field.
Yeah, and but Kevin Harlan and Al Michaels are just different broadcasters.
No, of course.
Like Kevin Harlan has so much fun with it. Ian Eagle, same deal. I love listening to Ian Eagle call a game. He just has so much fun with it. Al Michaels was fun, but he was never like that. Like that's just style difference. You mentioned Kevin Harlan not mailing it in. Kevin Harlan might be mailing him in by the time he's 80.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. We're not there yet. But Al Michaels at this stage of his career, and 5 years ago it wasn't a problem, but now he's like, and he's into the end zone.
Yep, that happened.
And it's Al Michaels' voice. It's an iconic voice. the game just feels bigger because Al Michaels is calling it. I get it. But then you listen to it and it's like, oh, Al, take some time off, man.
I know. Well, I mean, you can't really take some time off.
I mean, be done.
Be done. Like, just take
some time off before the end, you know?
Take the rest off.
Yeah, 80 years old. But then again, he's making $15 million. Like, yeah, hey, you know what? You want to pay me $15 million and I'm still going to make $15 million whether I mail it in or not?
That's wild.
It's insane. Al Michaels, man, I love you. It's time to hang it up. He still calls the game fine. Voice still sounds fine. He looks like hell, and he sounds bored. Sounds like he wants to be anywhere other than the broadcast booth.
Yeah, and it's a job that is so exciting that millions of people would give up anything to do. And I think that's where it's just disappointing that he just doesn't feel like he's engaged. And he had to get called out to get any better at all this year. And it's like, oh, I guess I do have to like turn it up. People are noticing.
Yeah, I don't and again, it's not like he's bad at it now. It's just I don't feel like the excitement level gets where I prefer it to get.
Yeah.
Mechanically, still great. And he's always he could sleepwalk through a broadcast. He just sounds like he doesn't want to be there.
Yeah.
But he's coming back. Gonna do another year of it.
Good for him.
Shout out.
Not great for us.
Good for Al Michaels. Speaking of excitement, you walk in here today and you sit down and you just casually go, got a yellow card last night. I'm sorry. We do a radio show. You don't get to just drop that on me and not discuss this. You're not playing soccer.
Nope.
You weren't even coaching soccer.
No.
And you received a yellow card.
Yes.
Please explain.
We had a play in a high school game where, my son is a coach and my youngest son plays, but he wasn't playing in this specific game. And a kid fell down in the box for the other team, and they didn't call a foul when he fell down, but then he decided to keep trying to kick the ball while he was on the ground, and a player for my son's team decided to clear the ball and kicked the ball, and their shin guards clicked because they both were kicking at the ball while one kid was on the ground. And instead of like stopping the game for an unsafe play because the kid is sitting there on the ground kicking,
the ground,
right, and he could have done a drop ball, or he could have just said, "Hey," awarded the ball to my son's team. They called a penalty in the box and gave him a PK.
What?
It was absolutely ridiculous. And,
that's insane.
And so they gave up the PK. Of course, he scores a goal, and then my son and his co-coaching partner asked for an explanation, and the guy came over and explained why he did that. And it's like, okay, but that's not like what you're calling is not a rule. So like a minute later, there was some other play, and I decided to make a snarky remark from the stands. So he halted the game, came over to the sidelines, and warned the coaches that I had to stop talking, or they would. So I technically don't get a yellow card. The coaches get a yellow card.
Hilarious.
So my son has to come over. Like, he's looking at me. I'm like, did he give you a decent explanation at least? He's like, no, it wasn't a decent explanation. I'm like, I'm good. I won't get in any more trouble. He's like, all right. So he walks back over. This isn't the first time I've ever had a ref like say, hey, or I have been in the stands while a ref has like said, hey, enough.
I would like to pause your story.
Yep.
Because I'm envisioning this happening at my high school. Like, that's my reference point for a high school soccer match.
Okay, so let me set the stage before,
please, because in my head I've got field, track, little ramp, stands.
Exactly. But you also have to remember that in soccer, it's not like football. In soccer, there's like 30 of us in the stands total.
But still, you gotta project.
Well, you've heard me sing karaoke.
There.
You know I can project.
But that's it's not that you can or can't. It's that you did.
Oh, yeah. Well, no,
It's
I wanted to make sure the official heard it because there was another play that he called right after that should have been fouled the other way. And it's like, hey, man, call both ways. Yeah.
So you yelled again.
No, I yelled the second time when he didn't call something.
And then you got the yellow.
And then I got the yellow. Yeah.
Wow.
I can, my voice can carry. That's for sure. It was fun.
Your son is not playing in this game. He's coaching.
Oh, yeah, he's coaching. But, I help out with the soccer team. I do fundraising for the soccer team. So
you've earned a yellow card.
Well, and
I've done enough fundraising that I can get a yellow.
Exactly. I mean, if it was
if you'd sold 10 more candy bars, you'd have been able to get a red.
So they get a yellow
or
right?
coupon cards or whatever they sell now.
There's 2. Yeah, we decided not to do that. Just give us cash because nobody
wants
any
move,
of that
dude.
Nobody wants any of that. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
So they can give, as long as you have 2 coaches, they can give a yellow to one coach and then give a yellow to the other coach. And then if you get another one, then one of those coaches gets a red card and is not only out for that game but for the next game. Dang, yeah. So it almost happened.
So does he carry the yellow into the next game?
Maybe. That's a good question.
Oh boy, you got to find that out. If you're gonna chirp, you got to find that out. It could cause a real incident.
It's all in fun. And there was someone else on our sidelines maybe 5 minutes later that yelled something as well. The guy stopped the game again. You got to have thicker skin if you're an official.
Mm-hmm.
There was no profanity. There was no crazy. There was no berating him for 3 minutes straight. Straight up, the guy's just way too emotional as an official. And he made a bad call, and he knows he made a bad call, and then he sits there and tries to defend himself by making other bad calls.
Makes other mistakes on top of it. Nice. Love that kind of official. Speaking of trying to officiate games, the state of Ohio, and I'm putting this on the entire state.
All of them.
Not the Ohio State University. I'm putting this on the entire state of Ohio.
The Ohio State.
The state of Ohio is exhibiting the most loser behavior I've ever seen after a sports loss. And I've seen a lot of loser behavior after a sports loss. Trust me. Been there. Been it. Been the loser doing the behavior. But if you'll recall, after Michigan beat Ohio State for the 4th consecutive year, they planted a Michigan flag at midfield at the Horseshoe at Ohio Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And a fight ensued. Pepper spray was involved. You got Michigan players being threatened to get tased. Just insanity. Obviously, that can't happen. You can't be having fights like melees after games because that wasn't the only game where that happened. It happened multiple times.
Okay.
State Representative Josh Williams in Ohio has introduced the OHIO Sportsmanship Act. And that would make it a felony. Now, real quick, I'm gonna fast forward to the end here. This was introduced so late that there's no real chance it passes. It'll have time to pass, and to get it passed, they would have to reintroduce it in their next session. But anyways, it would make it a felony to plant a flag at the center of Ohio Stadium. That's Ohio Stadium, capital O, capital S. That's not all Ohio stadiums.
Oh,
that's not the University of Ohio. That's not the University of Cincinnati. That's not Oberlin College. That's not, I don't know. I'm trying to think of other.
Would be amazing if Michigan from
Miami
here
of
on
Ohio
out just went to those other schools after on a victory tour and planted a flag.
I didn't do it in the shoe though.
Didn't get it there.
So
is this a misdemeanor?
So this bill would only apply to Ohio Stadium. And I've never, that game happened 2 weeks ago. This is such loser behavior. And you can couch it in, well, we're trying to stop fights. No, you're not.
Nope.
Because if you were doing that, you would have done something statewide. It still would have been loser behavior, but still. This is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Now you're bringing this back to the forefront. You're giving Michigan fans more verbal ammunition to make fun of you. This isn't going to make anything better. This is going to make it exponentially worse.
I agree.
What are you doing?
I don't know. They're going to think of other ways to plant a flag without planting a flag.
What's the goal here? Yeah, right.
Somebody thought that it would be great to get more famous as a
politician.
Guess.
Man, and then I had not seen this. Ryan Day, Ohio State's coach.
Okay.
His loser ass. Here was his response. I mean, obviously it's a touchy subject because of the way the game ended, but I think that's up for the Big Ten commissioner and the guys at the Big Ten to decide and figure out what's best. We certainly don't want situations like that going on after the game. Then control your dudes.
Yeah.
Be a leader. Learn how to lose. You got punked at home by your biggest rival. You, Ryan Day, said we're going to hang 100 on him. And then the 4 years since then haven't scored 100 points against Michigan total. Like, you're catching so many L's here. And you're like, well, they got to do something about it. We just can't have that. No, you can't have that. You, Ryan Day, can't have that. You need to be better. We're putting this on the Big Ten and Josh Williams in the Ohio State State House. What? Oh, we can't have that. Yeah, exactly.
What you need is
control your dudes. Go win. Is
your own flag to plant in Michigan's field when you win.
Right.
But that means you have to win.
This is how it goes. And I understand it's highly charged and it's emotional. I'm sure the guys have been talking trash all game and talking trash all week. And there's now a bunch of Ohio State dudes, an entire graduating class that never beat Michigan. Brutal. And I'm sure there are people who go to Ohio State specifically just to beat Michigan. Like, you want to win. You want to be part of the scarlet and gray or whatever the heck they call their colors. But like, you want to beat Michigan. Like, that's it. Michigan fans, same deal. They've been mid all season, but like, yeah, beat Ohio State though, so successful year. So I get, like, it's high energy, it's emotional, but it's not the flag planting that's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's the melee that ensued because your dudes couldn't handle it.
Luckily, there was a Michigan alumni that saved the flag. I can't remember who it was.
Yeah, it was like an equipment manager.
Yeah, somebody went and ran and saved the flag that was getting destroyed, I believe.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Yeah. Big thumbs down. And look, in the Michigan-Ohio State rivalry, I didn't go to either school. I'm not a fan of either school. Mm-hmm. I tend to lean Ohio State. But, like, I can't. I mean, it's nigh impossible now after all of this. Fighting after the flag thing, okay, that's kind of lame. Like, you lost. You gotta be better than that. This now, we're trying to make it a felony?
That's
felony?
Wild. That's wild.
Person plants a flag, they get convicted, they can no longer vote?
Or carry a firearm.
You're going to make them a felon because they talked a little trash?
They can't get a job
anywhere. That's ridiculous.
They go to the big house because they planted a flag on your field.
Like, go. Oh, man, it says here you're a felon. What'd you do? Well, beat the hell out of Ohio State and let them know it.
Let me tell you about that. It's like that scene from Ant-Man where he gets fired from Baskin Robbins.
Let's say this bill passes this in the state of Ohio eventually.
Yep.
Ohio State player runs and plants their flag at midfield. Felon?
Oh. A felon.
Or is that going to be verbiage in the law that, like, an Ohio State flag is okay?
Outside of an Ohio State flag.
There's going to be the list of approved flags to plant at midfield.
That's wild.
It's just ridiculous.
Absolutely wild.
I was reading that this morning. I was like, no way this is real. There's no way. And the worst part is the fact that it's because I was reading it and I'm going, wait, this can't be a real thing. And then you read it and it's people from the state going, yeah, it's too late. It's not gonna. This is not gonna pass.
It's dumb either way.
Right, which makes it worse. That makes it worse to me. That means you did this in some blustery show of.
Look what I did something.
Loserdom.
I did something. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations, man. You introduced a bill that shows that you are a lame ass.
I'm waiting for
All right, man. Whatever.
for the Dallas Cowboys
God.
and maybe Ted Cruz or someone to stop Terrell Owens from standing in the middle of the star. Where was that? That should have been a felony right there.
That was great.
A felony act.
That's great. I loved that so much.
I did.
Shout out to T.O.
I did as well.
Shout out to T.O. for multiple reasons.
Multiple
Salute,
reasons.
bro.
Yeah. Salute T.O. who had the tweet of the day yesterday.
Yeah,
go find Terrell Owens' tweets.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We are live here in Sacramento every day from 10 a.m. until noon. Please subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show podcast. It's a podcast version of this program. You can catch up on anything you missed. We post each hour and the full show. Or if you want to revisit something, you can go back and revisit it. Again, that is available wherever you get your podcast. It's the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. Thank you, everybody listening on ESPN 1320 AM on your radio dial. Maybe you're listening on the free Odyssey app. Appreciate you and everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch. Salute, hello, good morning. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Like, subscribe, do all of that jazz. We would appreciate the heck out of it. All right. The Athletic put out a front office, a poll of front office members, league executives, and they ranked the top 18 front offices in the NBA by this anonymous poll.
Okay, well, there were 18 that were ranked because of the poll.
Yes.
So
that's it. Yeah, that's it. I said rank the top 18. They ranked the NBA front offices, and there were 18 that received votes in this poll.
Exactly.
And then they ranked those based on the votes. The Sacramento Kings came in at number. Oh, wait. Check. They did not.
They did not.
The
build-up there was good.
They received no votes.
They received no votes.
The final team to receive votes was the. There were 3 teams. Oh, I'm sorry. It went to 19. 3 teams tied for 19th. The Denver Nuggets, the Los Angeles Clippers, and the Washington Wizards.
Wait, the Wizards received a vote?
Yes.
They received a vote, but the Kings didn't.
Yes, correct. I'm trying to see. Okay. Let's see. The Wizards apparently thought so too because they hired Michael Winger from LA in May of 2023 to run their own flagging operation. Don't run that flagging operation in the state of Ohio. Winger's down to the studs rebuild is still in its early phases, but the moves, including trading Bradley Beal and Denny Avdija for draft capital, earned enough respect from at least one voter to make the list.
Oh.
Honestly, what'd they get for Denny Avdija? First and Malcolm Brogdon?
No, 2 firsts.
2 firsts? That's a good move. That's a good move.
I totally agree. That was a good move.
So here's where I don't want to get into the machinations of disrespect and this and that. Because the process here was canvass 40 executives around across the league, presidents, general managers, VPs, and assistant GMs to rank the NBA's top front offices. Each executive ranked their top 5. And points were allotted the same way they are in MVP voting, 10 for first place, 7 for second place, et cetera, et cetera. So the Kings didn't receive a vote.
Nope.
My question is less like, why didn't they receive any votes? My question is more like, what can they do to climb up that list in your mind?
Okay, so I don't have like last year's list or the year before's list, but
Sure.
like Monty McNair went executive of the year like 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly he would have been on this list somewhere.
Yeah, you would think so.
There would have been someone who had given him a vote. And I do think that it's, you have some of the execs that are really high on this. They're like a little bit of legacy, right? Like Sam Presti with OKC is number 1. And he's number 1, even though he hasn't won a title or anything. He's number 1 because everyone loves the way that he's rebuilt the roster.
That's it. And that's honestly why I think the Kings aren't here. Because so much of what you're either dominant and getting votes, or you're in the midst of a full rebuild. And the Kings are not, they're closer to being a contender than being in a rebuild. But I feel like when you're in just kind of that space
Mhm.
between those two things, you're just not top of mind when people are voting for best front offices.
No, I get you, but, like, if you're gonna have 19 teams and it's gonna include the Wizards, who realistically are not a good franchise and are gonna be one of the worst teams in the NBA for what, like, the 3rd or 4th consecutive year, like, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, that is still the team that traded for Jordan Poole's contract. It's still the team that has made countless errors. Now, have they been able to asset collect a little bit? Sure. Yeah.
Talking about the Wizards?
Yeah, talking about the Wizards.
Well, they said they hired a new GM
Yeah.
and they've started a teardown.
No, I get that, but at the same time, like, the Sacramento Kings are a team that built a team, and I would say if Monty's getting a ding for anything, it's that he built a team 2 years ago, and it really hasn't changed.
That's what I think it is.
Now, he did go out and get DeMar DeRozan during the offseason, but I think a lot of people around the league, again, you spent money on a 35-year-old that, whether he impacts winning at the highest level or not is yet to be seen for the Sacramento Kings team. But outside of that, it's the same team from the year before. I think you also probably maybe lose a little bit just for your draft pick because no one's seen him yet. So I don't think that there's a whole lot that you can judge Monty from in a positive way, but still the top 19, 19 teams got to vote. The Kings probably could have been in that top 19. I'm not putting the Kings front office outside of the top 15 in the NBA.
I guess for me, when you kind of start looking, like, Pat Riley is in here and the Heat.
Yeah.
Because they figure out a way to be competitive every year. The other thing that always jumps out is assets. Like, people love assets. What assets do you have? And if you've not yet used those assets, it's like, damn, that guy has accumulated assets like crazy.
That's Sam Presti.
Yeah, well, I will give Sam Presti way more credit than you, because he built the first version of the Thunder with Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook and James Harden. And since then, he's not only accumulated assets, but he's turned those assets into Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams. And they traded Josh Giddey, which then became Alex Caruso. They signed Isaiah Hartenstein. Like, they have a loaded rotation because Sam Presti has used those picks wisely, and now they're the favorite to come out of the West.
No, I totally agree. Like, I'm not trying to demean what Sam Presti's done, but I also think there is a point where you've got to be aggressive with your picks because they've also drafted, I don't know, 5 or 6 first-round picks over the last few years that are just no longer on the team.
Every team does that, though.
Yeah,
when you're taking more shots at the board, you're going to miss.
No, it's true. They do the laws of averages, but could you have used those picks in a better way?
Who does a better job than Sam Presti? And the OKC front office, I should say.
For me, the team that comes in number 2 is Boston.
Yeah, they were number 2 by a lot.
Yeah, because
it was OKC 1, Boston 2, Miami 3.
Boston's done a really nice job of, hitting on the younger prospects too. The guys like Peyton Pritchard, guys who fill out your rotation that play minutes outside of the 2 top dogs that they got, which were both great picks, but the other guys, and then they're bold enough to go out and get Drew Holiday to put you over them, to take a flyer on Kristaps Porzingis,
and then you get guys like Sam Hauser who can play.
Yeah.
And you get Peyton Pritchard, who's apparently just going to be the 6th man of the year.
Well, even Neemias Queta, they go out and they pick up a Neemias Queta, and the guy plays rotational minutes for him on half the season. And that's impressive.
Yeah, I'd really love to know. And this is where it says it's 40 NBA executives who got polled here.
Yeah.
I would love to know the thought process, because I do think that so much of what people look at is assets.
Yeah.
And if you're doing research for this, you're going, okay, hey, who has 1st-round picks? Who has 2nd-round picks?
I would even say,
that's where I think the Kings fall short.
The other guy that I would put up really high in this is Raphael Stone from the Rockets. Like what the Rockets have built out of nowhere, and how stacked they are with talent is just crazy. And I don't know what their pick situation is, but I don't think it's bad. And I think they're a team that's primed to make even more moves because they've got prospects that a lot of teams would like to acquire. And they have NBA ready players that
This is here. We have a step aside for a second. This is where you brought up the Rockets. I want to continue talking about that, and then diving into the Kings pick situation, because I think that's going to play a huge role in what kind of activity we see from them on the trade market this season. That's James. I'm Kyle. We'll be back in 1 second. This is the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Man, Houston has all kinds of picks. They have a 2026 pick to OKC or Philly, but they have a 2025 pick from OKC or Phoenix. That's a pick swap. Oh, wow. Oklahoma City has the right to swap a 2025 first-round pick for Houston's 2025 first-round pick, protected 1 through 10, or the Clippers' first-round pick. Houston then has the right to swap its pick or the OKC pick to Brooklyn for Phoenix's 2025 first-round pick. Boy, this is complicated. There's a lot going on here. Hi, Spencer.
Morning, Spencer.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Way too much to go through. They do have a first-round pick from Phoenix in 2027. They have another pick swap 2027. They also have a first-round pick from Dallas and or Phoenix. Two most favorable of these, Houston, and Houston's out going to Brooklyn. Boy, this is complicated. Asset collection. Mustache Spider. Would I trust Monty to do a rebuild? All we know is he likes to draft point guards. Yeah, I mean, somebody shows you they can put a team together once, you kind of want to see if they can do it again. But I would rather not be in a situation where you need to do it again. I'd rather you figure out a way to avoid a rebuild at this point and build this team. Yes, Tony, the Kings were in on Juan Soto.
No.
No, but I think he said something about it yesterday. I mean, day before at the game, that he's probably like 2 weeks out. Like as soon as we hit January. Shoeless. I will tell you that they tried very hard in both of these drafts to move the pick. Like they made the picks. Like again, Davion never heard from the Kings, never met with the Kings, never worked out for the Kings before he was drafted in Sacramento. At all. Was shocked. Devin Carter wasn't shocked. He knew he had a good workout in Sacramento. And he worked out with a bad shoulder. You guys going crazy here in the chat.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is there. I'm Kyle. Hello, good morning, everybody. Before we dive back into the I don't want to say GM survey, the top 10 front offices in the NBA, according to 40 NBA executives and coaches, produced by The Athletic. We mentioned the Rockets right before we stepped aside for a second. And I want to talk about the Rockets in the context of this entire thing, because the Kings did not receive any votes. These 40 executives put their top 5. The Kings did not receive even a single 5th place vote. So we're trying to get to kind of what that all means. So before we get into that, I want to remind everybody to join ESPN 1320 in making a child's holiday season that much brighter with delivering Christmas. You can drop off new unwrapped toys at our ESPN 1320 studios located here at 3010 Lava Ridge Court in Roseville. We're doing that through Friday, so we're open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. All of those toys are going to stay local. They're going to benefit Stanford Sierra youth and families. Stanford Sierra especially needs unwrapped presents for older youth ages 12 to 18 years old. So if you want to snag those and drop them off at our Odyssey Sacramento studios, 3010 Lava Ridge Court in Roseville, we would appreciate you immensely in helping us deliver Christmas.
Amazing.
So you mentioned the Houston Rockets, who I am with you. They have done a sensational job. They have, I don't want to say they've built it the right way, but they have picked a route and they have executed that route successfully.
Yeah.
There's not one right way to build a team.
No, I totally agree.
They've done what they want to do the right way. You know where Houston landed?
No.
Tied for 11th.
Yeah.
That's where I wonder. Houston has emerged as a force in the West this season after trading James Harden in 2021 and rebuilding through the draft under general manager Raphael Stone. Nabbing young stars such as Alperen Şengün, Jalen Green, Jabari Smith Jr., and Tari Eason. In 2023, the Rockets worked free agency to grab Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks as veteran linchpins and added an elite coach in Udoka. They can't sneak into they can't get enough votes to get in the top 10?
Well, that's where I want to know what the real question is of this.
Yeah.
You know, like the top 5, that makes sense because some of the time you're looking at legacy. So you are looking at what Pat Riley has done.
Miami Heat were number 3.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense because they've searched high and low and found prospects nonstop for years. Even the Jaime Jaquez pick is a really, really nice pick.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, I would also put, the Spurs up there. The Spurs have found ways. They've also drafted number 1 overall multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
And the times that they draft number 1 overall, David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Victor Wembanyama.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
Here's your reset button.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Have the greatest big man in the game for whatever. They have a way of stumbling into it. But for me, what Houston's done is absolutely incredible. And it's tough to judge because look at how many top tier picks they have. I mean, Şengün is hit, right? And that's a 14, 15, 16 pick.
Yeah.
That's if you can find great value there, that's a home run.
Yeah.
Right. And Tari Eason, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's between 15 and 20. Eason is. But they also Amen Thompson was the number 4 pick. Jalen Green was the number 2 pick. Yeah. Number 2 pick. Jabari Smith Jr. was number 3.
Yeah. Eason was 17th.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean, but you're balancing out even the Reed Shepherd pick, which we don't know how is going to work out, but 3rd overall. So we're talking a second in Green, a fourth in Thompson, a third in Jalen Smith, and Jabari Smith, and Reed Shepard. We're talking about, again, the number 3 overall pick. So, like, when you're building, if you can get like 4 top 4 picks over the course of a stretch, you're probably going to be pretty good. And especially if you hit with a couple of other really nice selections along the way.
So I want to spin this into this year's trade deadline, because I think that's part of where we're going to see the Kings, if there's a future version of this ranking, the way they're going to land there is improving, because a 12-13 start hasn't been great. They ran it back last year, quote unquote, ran it back last year. This year they make the move for DeMar DeRozan, but I'm of the mind that they need to make some kind of move, and I think you're here too. If you're not, let me know. I'm of the mind they have to make some kind of move if they want to get into that contender, that championship contender tier. So, we didn't really get into this yesterday. We talked about some trade ideas and some possibilities, but last year it was pretty cut and dry what the Kings' pick situation was. If they made the playoffs, Atlanta got the pick. If they didn't make the playoffs, they kept the pick. So they didn't make the playoffs. They kept the pick. Where does that land now this year? And what does it mean for their pick availability at this year's deadline?
Okay, so right now the Kings still owe Atlanta a first-round pick.
Right.
It's top 12 protected in 2025 and top 10 protected in 2026. If it doesn't convey in 2026, it becomes, I think, 2 second-round picks. And so that means that the Kings, technically speaking, can't trade their 2027. They can't trade 25, 26, or 27 because of the Stepien rule. They can't trade back-to-back first-round picks, which means if there's a way that you don't convey your pick this year and you do convey it the next year, that you can't convey your 2026 and trade your 2027 as well, because that would mean 2 consecutive years. So they can technically say, hey, you get our 2027, but there's language in the trade that says, but if for some reason that pick is not available, you would get our 2028. So the Kings have their 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, and then their 2031 has a pick swap on it. They can still trade that pick.
From the Harrison Barnes trade.
That's the Harrison Barnes trade where they got somebody to switch out. And yeah. So the Harrison Barnes trade, the San Antonio Spurs have the opportunity in that draft to take the Kings pick and the Spurs take their
right.
pick. And I don't think that's protected, like from what I know. So yeah, that's a bit of a tough one.
That's dicey. But
I'll,
that's also 7 years down the road.
It is, but it's also when Victor Wembanyama should be in his prime and the best player in the world, and you could have to swap picks with them. I think San Antonio, like it's stuff like that San Antonio does, that's just sneaky good. Like they're banking on, I'm sure they have pick swap trades for 28, 29, 30 with teams when Victor Wembanyama is going to hit his prime.
Now, so the Kings, theoretically, if they were going to give up 2 first-round picks in a trade, it'd have to be 27 and 29?
27. Well, they can give up 3. They can give up 27, 29, and 31. But it would have to be with an asterisk. And that asterisk would say 27. It could be 28 and 30. You can't do 32. So that would be the only. You can only go 7 years out with your trades.
That seems like the kind of thing that would hold up a deal. Where a team's like, hey, we can for sure get a 26 and a 28, or we can do a 27 and a 29 that might be a 28 and a 30.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. And even if you say, hey, they could get 27, 29, and 31, but again, that 31 has a pick swap. That makes it really difficult. But
potentially with a great Spurs team.
Yeah. Now we're talking about a very, very high-end trade. And I don't know that the Kings are playing in that market right now. Like Brandon Ingram is not 3 first-round picks.
No.
I mean, not only is he ankle bad, but like the conversation that Shams had yesterday about him turning down a deal for $50 million, and then this summer turned down another deal from the Pelicans for $40 million. Like, that's what he wants. He wants in the $40 million plus range.
Apparently,
he wants max money, and his people want max money. He just moved over to Clutch, and so there's going to be like a very big conversation about how much money he wants. And if you're trading for Brandon Ingram, you're not guaranteed of anything.
Sure.
Like, he's a free agent at the end of the year. You'd have his Larry Bird rights, and you can go above and beyond to sign him and go above the luxury tax. But what you don't have is a guarantee that he would sign. So you would want that in a conversation building up to it. And I think you can extend him when you do trade for him. There's a window where you can't. But either way, like, that's a risky play.
Yeah.
And so you're not giving up 3 first-round picks. I don't know that there is at this deadline like a 3 first-round pick trade out there.
Right. Yeah. No, I think you're probably correct. Where I do think not to the level of 2 or 3 first-round picks, but I do think when we talk about Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith, whenever those names come up and you see reporting around it, it's like 7 teams that figure to be involved.
Well, yeah,
and
but
that's what I'm. So I look at Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith specifically from the Nets, and I have an idea of, hey, the Kings just make the salaries work and include Devin Carter. It's basically including a first-round pick, and you can make that happen. But I also kind of wonder if we're going to see the trade market inflated because of that, where you have so many teams that are kind of like right there on the edge, and you have teams in the East. Well, you have the Cooper Flag component of all this.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have teams in the East who might be looking and going, hey, you know what? This is a terrible conference. Maybe we can be the team that trades and jumps up. But then you've got a bunch of teams in the West too that are going, yeah, man, OKC is really good, but is anyone that dominant in the West that you're going, no chance, we can't do it?
No.
I think you're going to see, there's going to be several teams, I think, trying to be buyers at the deadline. And I kind of wonder if whatever those guys get traded for, and maybe it's the Kings making the deal, but I do wonder if I have an idea of what that trade would look like in my head, if it also includes a pick or two, because that's just what the market dictates.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where the market is heading, and I think the Nets are in a very good situation because they're one of the few teams that have already stepped up and said, hey, we're sellers.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you can look at Washington and say, oh, Washington's probably a seller too. And, you get to December 15th and they can trade Valanciunas.
Mm-hmm.
So there's one of the best big men options on the market that you can go get for reasonably cheap contract. I think he signed a $10 million a year deal for 2 years or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing like extreme.
Sure.
So, and on top of that, they've got Kuzma, but again, now we're talking about the same types of players that teams have passed on in the past. Like, there's not a robust market for Kyle Kuzma. The Kings have been linked to Kuzma in the past, but
okay, I was gonna ask, is that still a thing?
No, well, not that I've heard.
Because during sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
Because during the draft, it was like, hey, this is close.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. But like, there are people within the walls that just think he's an inefficient player. And so they're not willing to bring in a guy with some question marks on him. It's not just that, again, every year he gets a little bit older. Every year, his contract, it has a declining scale. And so it gets a better looking.
Sure.
But at the same time, if he doesn't fit what you're doing, or you think that he could be a disruption, then is it worth it? And, I think Kyle Kuzma is a very, very good offensive player.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he would fit in a lot of situations. But I also, does he fit with a team that has a DeMar DeRozan? Does he fit with a team that already can drop 140 on any given night? And is that the best use of your assets?
Sure.
And, I think more of a two-way player or multiple two-way players is the way that I would lean towards helping this team. And that's because you went out and got DeMar DeRozan. Like, before DeRozan, I could very well see a world in which Kyle Kuzma and Keegan Murray would make a very nice forward combo.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the world we're living in. Like, if you were to trade for Kyle Kuzma, he's coming off the bench.
Right.
Or DeMar DeRozan's coming off the bench. Or Keegan Murray's coming off the bench, and now you don't have any defensive players outside of De'Aaron Fox in your starting lineup. So that's, I don't think, what you're hoping to do.
For what it's worth, betonline.ag has the Kings at 16-1 to be the team that lands Kyle Kuzma.
That's
I don't
crazy.
think that's happening. It's not anymore.
I think there are better.
I got lost. Sorry.
There are better ways for the Kings to get involved in the market than Kyle Kuzma, and that's not.
What do you mean?
Like, I think that, again, going to the Nets and figuring out a deal with the Nets. So,
gotcha. Okay.
If the Nets are open for business and you have assets that you can move to them, like, why not? Like, this is about, like, straight up, it's about making your team better. Like, that's the goal. It's like, how do you figure out ways to improve the roster?
And that's, so we're going to get into this a little bit later. We can just dive in now. ESPN posted its power rankings, which I always think is interesting, just to kind of get a outsider's view of what's happening with the Kings. He's not a person who's in Sacramento or around the team every day, and they're ranked at number 19. And we can get into the rankings and who are they better or worse or whatever in a second. But the biggest issue that they cited is opponent 3-point shooting. And I think it was Kevin Pelton, I think is who did the little write-up, mentioned that they've been in the bottom 5 in opponent 3-point percentage in the last 4 years. And when we start talking trades, I know that our guy, Kenny Caraway, D'Lo and KC, coming up here at noon, he always talks about, like, don't care about defense, who can put the ball in the hoop. To me, it now becomes about defense. And when we start talking about trades, it's exactly what you were saying about Kyle Kuzma. Kyle Kuzma fit when we were looking at, hey, this team needs another scorer.
Yeah.
Kyle Kuzma could be that dude at the right price and this and that. We talked about it ad nauseum. But now I look and you say, how does this team get better? It's not another scorer. It's Cam Johnson, good defender, switchable defender, versatile defender, can also shoot the hell out of the 3 ball.
Can score.
Score it. Like, that to me now, when you start talking improvements, that's where they have to improve. I don't care that you find an upgrade over Kevin Huerter if that upgrade is, well, they're a more versatile scorer. They still can't play a lick of defense. That doesn't help me. That doesn't move me.
No, I'm with you. And I mean, it really, like, Kevin Huerter, the last couple of games, that type of guy, like, the Kings need. They just need this other piece as well. And so you got to figure out ways to. What
do you mean that type of guy?
Well,
who are you talking about?
Kevin Huerter. They still need a scorer off the bench because you just moved Malik Monk into the starting lineup. It's just, you're also going to need a point guard to kind of run that thing. And then you still need defensive players. Like, when it gets down to it, like, the reason why the Dallas Mavericks, as much as Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, the reason why the Dallas Mavericks made it all the way to the NBA Finals is because of their 2 big men that played extremely well in Gafford and Derek Lively. And then Derek Jones Jr.'s versatility at the 3 was tremendous for them. It's the same reason why the Clippers load up with these types of guys, why they wouldn't pay Derek Jones Jr. And even the Najee Marshall pickup this year to replace Derek Jones.
He's been
Jr.
really good.
Yeah, he's been really good, but that's also, like, that's what the NBA is moving towards. It's moving towards 6'7" to 6'9" versatile wings that can defend multiple positions and, slow down a De'Aaron Fox when you need him to.
That's what I've not really understood about what the Kings have been doing over the last couple of years, because it's been trending that way for a long time. It's been, and you're going to have your freaks like Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama and Giannis Antetokounmpo and Kevin Durant, who do all the 6'7" wing stuff at 7 foot and above. But it's been trending toward, versatility at the wings, defensive versatility at the wings, and 3-point shooting. Like, that's been a thing for a decade now. And that's my biggest concern with Sacramento is that they become some version of the Portland Trailblazers, where they were like right there on the cusp, but they just consistently didn't have the wing depth to kind of get over the hump.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we were talking front offices a little bit earlier. And if you're trying to figure out, okay, what have the Kings maybe done or not done that doesn't get them a vote in this poll of 40 executives and coaches? Like that's the thing to me. Keegan Murray was a really nice pick at number 4, especially when you had a player like Jaden Ivey, who I'm like, man, that's enticing. The highlight reel's crazy.
Yep.
The ceiling is super high, but you know what? Keegan can just play. He fits. And then when that was like, I need another one, another 2. And they just haven't done that well enough.
Okay, so when I look at the way that Monty McNair attacks, like whether it's to draft or free agency or the way he team builds, to be honest, the guy it really reminds me of is Jeff Petrie. And that's because Monty likes versatile players that can shoot, that can pass, that have high basketball IQs, right? And that's not to say that every super athletic player in the NBA doesn't have a high basketball IQ, but there's specific types of players that Jeff Petrie look for. And we can talk about whether it's like finding Peja, but then going out and instead of getting a super athlete, you got Hedo Turkoglu. And then when you did have a late 20s pick, you took Gerald Wallace, but Gerald Wallace, no one was ever comfortable playing here in Sacramento. He was that super athlete that we're talking about. And so when I look at the way like the Houston Rockets have made their picks, they've taken a bunch of super athletes. Same thing with Detroit, a bunch of super athletes. But some of those guys, they don't ever develop. Sure. And if they're not in the right system, or if they're not in the right, if they don't have the right coach to, have them focusing on defense or doing whatever, then sometimes those picks just fall by the wayside and they don't work out. Where, the safer bet is kind of what Monty goes for. It's also about the age of the team and trying to improve the team as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
You're not going with 18, 19-year-old guys who can jump out of the gym.
They're in a weird spot.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the fact that you still need to find some of those guys.
No doubt.
And that's the problem. I mean, like the only 6'7" guy I can remember. Okay, so they signed Isaac Jones in the offseason as an undrafted free agent.
Right.
But what's the other even second round
Isaiah
pick?
Crawford?
No, Isaiah Crawford again, undrafted rookie, but second round pick. The only guy who's 6'7" is Jalen Slauson. And
he's not even here.
And what Robert Woodard was 6'6", 6'5".
Sure.
But they don't even draft those guys that fit this model of what every other high end playoff team has.
They draft Devin Carter.
Well, yeah, they exactly. But I don't think that drafting Devin Carter is a difference over, say, Dalton Connect is a difference between you winning the NBA championship or not. There's no way to win the NBA championship against a team like Boston if you don't have long athletic defenders to match up against Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum.
You may not even be able to get past Oklahoma City.
Well, of course not.
Or Dallas.
Well, no, but I'm saying at the end of you got to look at what the end game is here. And then game here is in order to take that step, you have to have these specific types of players that so many other teams have. And while they don't grow on trees and everybody wants those players, everyone else seems to find a way to get those players. And, there's nothing wrong with having a Trey Lyles on your team. But for every Trey Lyles, you got to have somebody who can jump out of the gym and versatile. Defend multiple positions outside of the 4 and the 5 and give you something different.
So in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320, our guy, Dr. David, asked the pertinent question, and it is the next logical step in this conversation. And we're going to continue this conversation with Dr. David's question. If you would like to join the show, please do. 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. It's the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Taking your calls and continuing to discuss the NBA trade market and where the Kings fit. Plus, we'll dive into a little bit of NFL. The 49ers play tomorrow. We will dig into some of what lies ahead in week 15? Week 15. Week 15? I think it's week 15.
14.
15, 16, 17, 18. There's 4 games left. It is week 15. That's right. Preparation, baby. That's James. I'm Kyle. We'll be back in a second. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
I'm gonna grab a coffee.
Okay.
You need anything?
Don't think so.
I just got shot. That didn't feel good.
Oh, hang on. One last thing. Hang on. Hi. Hi, guys. Hey, hello. I was locked in. I was getting a bunch of stuff done. What's up, Sass? CJ McCollum? Yeah. I like Josh Okogie a lot. This is see, okay, hang on. All right. Let me okay, then CJ McCollum is down the list of people I want from the Pelicans.
That would be a fun exercise. Who do you want on the Pelicans? Who do you want on?
Assuming Trey Murphy is off the table?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Herb. May 24th is the Seattle show, and then May 28th is the San Francisco show.
Okay, and Zach,
Ooh,
go ahead.
CJ for sure.
I just like, at what point what other realistic candidates am I looking for? When did I say that Herb Jones was a realistic candidate? I don't think
trading Herb Jones.
They're not trading Herb Jones. I don't think they're trading Herb Jones.
Like, I don't know why you would trade Herb Jones if now you have to punt Zion. Like, all right, if you have to punt CJ McCollum, all right. But I feel like Herb Jones and Trey Murphy would be a really nice like foundation.
Yeah, you gave Herb Jones, he's under contract for $13 million this year, $14 million, $15 million. You got him under contract for 3 years. I don't think they're trading Herb Jones at all. There's no urgency or reason to trade Herb Jones.
The Hawks are absolutely not trading Dyson Daniels.
See, that would be a good one.
Yeah, but the Hawks aren't doing that.
It's okay for the Kings to want Herb Jones. Herb Jones would be a very, very like good idea for the Kings to go get, especially a 26-year-old under contract for dirt cheap for the next 3 years. But I don't know how you get Herb Jones.
Okay, here we go. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. A lot of Kings trade talk today. I want to address I would like to address this issue. No, we were talking at the break, which we do at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We don't really go to break there. The chatty house is popping and we're chatting throughout the break. Herb Jones' name keeps coming up. We're talking trade candidates and trade possibilities and just assets the Kings have and what they need to improve. And Herb Jones' name keeps coming up. And yeah, if Herb Jones is available and the Kings can get him, then yes. But I've not seen anything or heard anything substantial that Herb Jones is available, and I don't know why the Pelicans would make him available.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything either. There are people who definitely go out there and say, oh, yeah, go get Herb Jones. And it's like, okay.
For what?
Why would they trade Herb Jones? They've got not only is Herb Jones 26 years old, but he's under contract. He's barely 26. He's under contract for this year and 2 more years at a totally reasonable rate, like 13, 14, 15.
You can call the Pelicans about Herb Jones and they're going to go, great, we would like De'Aaron Fox. Like that's where that conversation is going to start.
They might literally say, okay, let's talk, but we're talking about 2 first-round picks. Like, and for like really a role player and a very, very good role player. And I think a player that for the Kings would make a ton of sense. You know, we talk about Dorian Finney-Smith. We talk about just Jay Crowder.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's just a younger, more athletic version of both of those guys.
Yeah.
Better, yeah, okay, you can say better, but at the end of the day, like those guys in their prime were really, really good players as well. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about a better player than what Derek Jones Jr. is.
Mm-hmm.
And like the Kings, the first move that the Kings did when Monty took over this team, the first player that he was in line to talk to open free agency during the very abbreviated free agency window during the pandemic was Derek Jones Jr.
Mm-hmm.
He had him on a call. He got the first Zoom call, and the Blazers were able to close the deal and get him.
Sure.
And that's something that, you know, so we know that there was interest there before in a player
Mm-hmm.
like that. Herb Jones is just like I would say the top tier defensive version of a Derek Jones Jr. or a Dorian Finney-Smith or name that 3-and-D wing. He would be perfect in Sacramento. 6'8", long wingspan, big time leaper, like just a really, really good player.
I'll also say this too. If you mentioned 2 first-round picks, and you mentioned that in the context of Herb Jones, but I want to remove the Herb Jones of this from the conversation for a minute. If the Kings really like a player, a Cam Johnson, Herb Jones type, not necessarily those guys, and a team says, if there's a player that Monty McNair in the front office believe, okay, this is the player that gets the Kings over the hump. This is the player that gets us to 50 plus wins and into the conference finals. Like, it's this dude. And the team that player is on goes 2 first-round picks, punt those picks to Narnia, bro.
Okay.
I don't give a damn about picks.
Okay, so I'm with you to a certain degree. I understand.
I want you to be with me to all the degrees. So how do we resolve this?
Here's the problem. It's that right now the Sacramento Kings are 11th in the Western Conference. 12th.
Oh, moving up. Oh,
my bad. 12th. They're a half game out of 11th.
They haven't moved because nobody has played basketball in 4 days
yet. But if you were so if I'm Monty McNair and you're sitting at 16 and 19 where the Dallas Mavericks are, and you're the 4 seed, and you see a way for you to go get one of these players that cost you 2 first-round picks, then you're like, I'm all in. Sure. I'm all in because what I'm trying to do is I'm going for it. I'm trying to bring in a player that will be here long-term, but also that will survive the length of those 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
That's really, really tough to do when you don't know that, you know, again, like there are ways to get really impactful players that change the direction of your franchise, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even though as much as I love Herb Jones, is Herb Jones the difference between this team winning 43 games and the team winning 57 games? Like, you know, I don't know how big of an impact.
Maybe not 43 and 57, but he could be the difference between 46 and 50.
Okay, but 46 and 50, now you're still talking about a team that's like on the fringe of the play-in, maybe a 6 seed, maybe in the play-in. So, like, whatever that player, if you're giving up 2 first-round picks, knowing that, I don't know, you have a 35-year-old DeMar DeRozan, you have a very big question mark about De'Aaron Fox and what his long-term future looks like. There's all of these aspects to how you're going to build this thing that you have to play. And again, that player has to be really good, because if you're bad in 2 years, in 3 years, and you don't have your pick and you have no way to get better, that's a problem.
But the urgency is such that I get that. I understand that thought process, and I understand why there are teams that are there. But with the Kings, the urgency is such that I'm sorry, if I'm bad in 3 years, I'll worry about it in 3 years. Because this gets to the question that Dr. David asked that we talked about before the break. He said, why would teams give up those type of guys, versatile 3-and-D wings, especially for what the Kings can and would offer? And I think that's a really fair question. I think it's the right question.
Oh yeah.
If you've got a bunch of teams involved for Cam Johnson, I'm just going to pick Cam Johnson because he's the hot name, but pick your favorite player. For Cam Johnson, and the Kings say, hey, here's Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter. I don't know that that's going to be super competitive with what other teams are going to offer. Now, if the Kings come in and go, hey, here's Trey Lyles, Kevin Huerter, and a first-round pick, now I think it gets more interesting.
No, I totally agree.
And that's where but is Cam Johnson a difference between 46 and 57 wins? No. But you have to have all avenues open to getting better, because the window's now. If you don't go for it now, and great, you have your first round pick in 3 years, but also you miss the playoffs again this year. Like, that's a wasted year. You can't waste another one.
No, I totally agree.
In service of something 3 years down the road. I can't be on board with that.
No, I get you, Kyle. I do. I totally understand, and I get why so many people are like on board with whatever it is to get better. But again, it has to. I want this team to prove that, like, in all honesty, that this group of players is worthy enough of you spending those picks. Because those picks, if this team is not good enough now, and those picks don't get you a franchise altering player,
okay,
then where are you when all of that falls apart?
But this gets back to what I was talking about with the ESPN power rankings, right? And again, not that the power rankings, I don't give a rip. I want to get to what Kevin Pelton wrote. And he mentions, like, that 3-point defense, major problem for the Kings. It is the single biggest thing holding them back right now, at least for me.
Okay.
I think offensively, they're going to figure it out.
I would say it's a disparity between made threes and missed threes, but yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So if I don't think that this group of players is necessarily going to start making a ton more threes. Keegan might start hitting a couple more. Kevin Huerter started hitting a couple more. Okay, that's good. But I think stylistically, I think you're just going to not see a ton of threes night in and night out from this team. You're going to have those games where they hit 19, 20, whatever. But I think you're going to have a lot of games where they hit like 8. So I think one of the ways you can remedy that is you can go get a player like Cam Johnson, who not only helps you defensively, but hey, he's a good shooter. He's just that you're adding another quality shooter to the perimeter. And now it just changes the entire complexion of what the Kings can do, so specifically defensively. And that's why I think maybe he holds an outsized value for Sacramento, because, okay, yeah, he can shoot, he can score it, but he's also going to help their single biggest problem, at least theoretically. And that's where I think he may have a NBA wide wins above replacement of 2. I don't know. I don't know. But for the Kings, maybe it's 5, because he can be a difference maker in the area that right now, in both made threes and threes allowed, that is their single biggest problem.
No, I agree with everything you're saying there. I totally agree that he can be a guy that potentially changes, like, that closes that gap almost by himself.
Yeah. I think his impact on the Kings would be different than his impact on the Rockets.
Oh yeah, or the Warriors.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
But again, if you're able to take a guy who's a 41% or 43% whatever he is right now, 3-point shooter, And on top of that, you're able to get better 3-point defense, and you're able to close this gap of 11 made threes to 15 threes given up. One player could be the difference in closing part of that gap. He is a good enough defender that he can probably save you 1 or 2 of those threes per game.
Sure.
And he's also a good enough shooter that he can add in 1 or 2 threes per game that would close that gap and make you a lot more competitive in that specific area.
That alone, let's say he makes 1 more and stops 2 more throughout the course of a game, then 9 points.
No, I totally agree. I'm on board with that. And I think that there are other players throughout the league that can help the Kings with that specific thing.
We're just to be clear, in case somebody comes in the middle of this, Cam Johnson's just the name we're using.
Yeah.
He is the avatar for 3-and-D wing.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I think the problem is at that point you'd have to realize whether this is a player issue, with players not being able to do what we're talking about, or is it a schematic issue? And then it's like, okay, well, we could have probably got this done by just making the players do something, the same players doing something different, which is what the Kings did last year after the trade, after the All-Star break, and were able to completely revamp their 3-point defense and went from a top 18 defense to a top 13 defense, but in that stretch we're the 8th best defense.
I have a question. Why did they go away from that?
They didn't go away from that.
What changed?
What they did last year is they did the high five. So that's what they're doing now. It was run and go chest to chest, right?
So high-fiving the 3-point shooter, meaning you close out because you're allowed to hit their hand after they shoot it.
Now that's what the Kings
not high-fiving each other.
No, now what the Kings do is they run and they try to high-five the shooter, right? And that's not what they were doing initially last season. They were running up and chest to chest and stopping,
getting their
close
space
out the right way, get in their space, right? So the high five thing is something that if you hit the hand, you're totally fine.
Right.
Even if you swipe from the side and hit their hand on a 3-point shot, that's legal in the NBA. And so for me, you saw the improvement at the end of last year. And
so what's different this year then?
Well, what's different is you have a different defensive coordinator who's trying to take away passing lanes to protect the middle of the key, because that was the other problem the Kings had.
Sure.
So as much as they gave up 3-point shots last year, as soon as you fix one issue like 3-point shot defense, you're giving up something else. And what they were doing is they started giving up inline drives. They started allow opposing players to get into the paint. Domantas Sabonis started picking up more fouls. And so there's really it's a cause and effect. And this is what happens when you have to choose between 2 types of players. So for my money, if you're choosing between an elite 3-and-D guy with a, let's say 6'8" with a 7'2" wingspan, his closeout doesn't have to be as aggressive.
Sure.
And he can do both things, right? He can defend, he can get into the passing lane,
right,
and then get out for the closeout. De'Aaron Fox's 3-point percentage against is excellent. He's not the one giving up all the threes. Right. So there is a way in this defensive scheme that you can actually do what we're talking about. You don't really have the players to do that. And so that's where the player swap out might be impactful. But you also, you can make the argument that you have to play your player strengths. And since you don't have the players to do that.
And that's where I come back to. So the Kings would probably argue we are playing to our player strengths because we're clogging the lane, because Domas, for all of his skill set, is not a great rim protector. So they're trying to help him out by clogging the lane. But to me, you're trying to play to your player skill sets defensively, but you're putting yourself at an offensive disadvantage. Given, let's not even talk about makes. It's just a 3-point attempts haven't been up there. So you're just putting yourself at a deficit in that way every single night by changing this defensively to help in the lane. And to me, it's scrap all of that. Why would you not just focus on the perimeter and, hey, yeah, let's turn this into a 2-point game? Because I like the Kings' 2 chances in a 2-point game with DeRozan and Fox and Monk and Sabonis way more than I like their chances in a 3-point game.
Okay, because one of the reasons why you're protecting Domantas Sabonis in the
Mhm.
key is to avoid him fouling out, so you don't have him as an offensive weapon. And so what you're looking at is you're valuing Domantas Sabonis and his ability to play on the offensive end, and
Mhm.
you're protecting him on the defensive end. And that's not because Domas is some bad defender. It's
He's
what
not a rim protector.
yeah, but it's what every team does too. Like Domas tries to get in position,
Mhm.
and he's not a bad position defender at all. But what he is, he's not a shot blocker.
Right.
And so, and like, look, Mike Brown will tell you, I've said it forever. Shot blocking, rim protection, and shot blocking are two totally different things.
Mm.
If you have the fear of a rim protector, of somebody who's going to swat at a ball,
Victor Wembanyama.
yeah, or even like when we see Rudy Gobert, right, blocks plenty of shots, but it's the fear of Gobert where you see a guard go into the paint, see Gobert, and back out.
Yeah, a lot. You see that happen a lot with Gobert, Wembanyama. Pick your favorite interior defender. It's the drive and then the circle back out.
Yeah, even Walker Kessler, right?
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have that type of like, oh, I'm not going in there because he's there. The fear of it is way more valuable than the actual shot block itself,
right.
because a shot block is not a true turnover. I would much rather have a big man, of a forward who averages 1.8 steals per game than 1.8 blocks.
Yeah,
because steals are true turnover. So anyway, like the Kings still have to fill that void. And again, you're waiting to see if Isaac Jones can be that guy, but that's not where this team is. They're not in a, hey, we're waiting to see mode. And if Isaac Jones is playing 12 to 15 minutes, maybe you can get by, but everybody else has to be a veteran player who's doing the right things at every step of the way, and you're having this guy fly around and swinging shots. That's okay. But you got to have all the pieces in place, and that's where I still don't think this team has all the pieces in place.
Yeah, particularly on the defensive end.
Yeah.
Like that is going to continue to be a problem until they do something to fix it.
Well,
that's why to me, you're pushing your chips in for a 3-and-D wing. Cam Johnson again is the one who's currently in the news the most.
Yeah. You want to make sure that your team is good enough that one player is going to help enough, and that you're not giving up too much on the back end.
Well, if they're not, then you've got a way bigger problem.
No, that's true. And
like if you're looking at this team and going, well, we can't give up our 2028 first because we're not sure we're going to be good then like, bro.
Well, that and Kyle, with Cam specifically, he's under contract for 2 more years after this year at a very reasonable rate. It's like it drops to $20 million next year and goes back up to $22 million the year after. If it doesn't work and this thing falls apart, you can trade Cam Johnson again.
Yeah.
And you can trade that might be where the Kings head, where it's not just a Cam Johnson trade. It might be one of the other players that they have that you're like, okay, we're not getting enough, or we're not improving enough, and we're going to have to move player X to go get something different.
Yeah.
And like that could totally happen. But I also think, lastly, that the biggest thing that the Kings probably have to do at this point is offense always helps your defense. If you're a more efficient offense and you are putting the ball in the basket, it gives you time to set up your defense on the other end. And it's not just like true transition buckets that the Kings lose in, because to be honest with you, Kings have been really good in transition defense. It's the not fully set up points that you give up.
Right.
Or you're just getting into your defense, and all of a sudden they start moving the ball and you're a step slow because you weren't all the way in your defense, and now you're chasing and you're giving up open threes because you're just a step behind. And it might not even be that you're tired or that you play too many games. It might just be that you haven't fully set up your defense by the time they start moving.
Yeah.
And now you're in trouble and you're chasing your tail. And so there's a lot to it. And I don't want to it's not just coaching. It's not just players. It's not just one player can fix it all, because I don't think that that's the case. Everyone has to work together to figure out why these things happen. And then you got to improve. Guys, again, if Kevin Huerter and Keegan Murray start hitting their shots, this team looks totally different than it does today.
Sure.
And that gap that we keep talking about, that 11 makes and 15 given up 3-point shots, that gap goes away if those guys hit. We're not asking, like the Kings aren't asking for 8 more 3-pointers from those guys every night. But if each of them hit 1.5 threes, now you take that more threes than they are today. Those 3 threes put you at 14 versus 15 given up.
Sure.
And the 3-point defense isn't an issue anymore. 3 points, you gave up more than the other team. That's not an issue. It's when it's 15 points or it's 33 points. That's when it becomes a real huge issue.
But this is where, and I don't, this is funny because I don't think we disagree really, except for how to kind of get to where we're trying to go. I think the Kings' problems are deeper than that. I think it's deeper than, well, Kevin Huerter hits a couple shots and Keegan Murray hits a couple shots, and watch out, because the thing is you need to have that second pitch for when, hey, on this night the shots aren't falling. In this playoff series in games 3, 5, and 6, the shot wasn't falling. How do you respond to that? And are you able to go, hey, shot wasn't falling tonight, but you know what? Ratcheted up the defense and allowed 40 points in the second half. And right now, I don't think the Kings can do that. And that's why players like Cam Johnson, we've talked about Herb Jones, who doesn't sound like he's available. It's why his name comes up. It's why Dorian Finney-Smith's name comes up, because they need to be better defensively.
Yeah,
and that's it doesn't matter what they're doing offensively. They just have to get better on that side.
No, totally. And each of these players that we mentioned, they're good at specific things. Like Dorian Finney-Smith is a very good man-on defender. Is he as good a help defender as maybe Cam Johnson would be?
Probably not.
Probably not. Like Cam Johnson is big, but he's also like, he's got long arms and he's super fast on the closeout. Like those are the things that you're looking at. Like this specific team, it's not just looking, hey, I just need a better defender. It's like you're looking around to say, okay, I need a better defender, but he has to do this better.
Yeah.
Not just that, he's got to do, you're not looking for the guy to defend DeMar DeRozan. You have DeMar DeRozan. You're not looking for that guy. You're looking for somebody who is quicker on the closeout, quicker to rotate, better, that can defend multiple positions, as opposed to 1 or 2 positions, or that you're hiding at 1 or 2 positions.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wouldn't a point of attack defender take away some of the need to collapse the lane? And
sure, unless you're doing a switching defense and the ball's moving and the players are swapping out every time. And so,
God, what a tangled web.
Yes, exactly.
Hard game basketball.
Yeah. No, it's a lot more complex, and that's what I always liked. Like, I think when we get into full-fledged discussions on this, like there's so much nuance to it. It like you can say just go all in, and I'm looking here saying, hey man, I'm not going all in on a team that's 2 games under 500, 25 games into the season.
Sure.
Like, you show me that you're worth me going out and giving up 2 first-round picks. Show me that the team that I have assembled is going to be good enough that I don't lose my job and regret the decision to make that trade. And it can't be like, well, we need that player first. It's like, no, you guys have had enough players that you should not have lost to Atlanta. You should not have lost to Portland. You should not have lost
You
to
shouldn't
Brooklyn.
have lost 13 of your first 25 games.
No. and if you take away 3 losses, right? Just that's it. Just take away 3 losses from this Kings team and you put them in the win column. And now you're looking at a team that's 15-10. Right now, 15-10 puts you in the 4 seed, the 5 seed.
Yep.
I would make the move you're talking about. But today, like,
luckily you have until February.
Yeah.
Maybe. Unless one of those guys gets moved before then.
Well, that's the risk.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyways. There was some other stuff I mentioned that I received an email with some odds on players' next teams. De'Aaron Fox is included in there. And that's become a popular discussion point because De'Aaron Fox didn't sign his extension. We'll get into what that means and what that looks like. Because I think it feels like it's getting a little overblown, but it's also not nothing. We'll talk about it next. He's James, I'm Kyle. The handoff with Kenny Caraway, I believe, today. Coming up in about 20 minutes as well. He's James, I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Hanging out till noon here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Later. And clear. A lot of good stuff in the chatty house today, by the way, guys. Really well done.
Okay, so Cam turns 29 in March. And so this is his 28-year-old season. So we're talking about 28, 29, and 30. It's not, that's why I was looking at this from Kyle. It's not really 32. Like, yeah, he would be 31 at the end of DeMar's third season in Sacramento. But realistically play the entire season next season as a 31-year-old until the very end of the season. So close, but
I also think his game's gonna age fine.
yeah, also he doesn't have the NBA mileage because he didn't get into the league until 23. So yeah, for a guy who is again 28 going on 29, he's only played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seasons in the NBA. He's in his 6th season.
And then we were just talking about?
That's what we were just talking about, Leezy.
That's why James is hesitant to give up picks. Which makes sense. Yeah, that's what I don't know if that's a schematic thing or just not trusting their dudes or what. I also think there's something to this, and I'll just save this for you guys in the chatty house because I want to move on a little bit, but I think that this is always and this is not Kings fans, this is not just basketball fans, this is every sport. Monty McNair might not have a say in if the Kings get to make a trade or not. Like, they might have a deal on the table, they might put out a great offer, but another team might come over the top and just have a better offer. Or different assets that, if, for example, if the Nets are like, we need to get Jonathan Kuminga in this building come hell or high water, it's not going to matter what the Kings offer. If Golden State's like, yeah, hey, here's Kuminga and other stuff. Just for example.
Yeah.
That's not on money.
Yeah, and I also Monty he works for somebody. He's not he's not the owner. And that means you got to consider luxury tax. It means you got to consider long-term salary. It means you've got to consider whether your owner is going to allow you to trade first-round draft picks long-term. Like, all of these things are pieces to a puzzle.
Signed off on, yeah.
You have to go pitch this to your owner as much as you have to pitch it to somebody else, especially somebody who's involved. Like, there are owners in the NBA that, have no idea what's going on at all. That's not Vivek.
Can you imagine owning a sports franchise and you get score updates on your phone? That's the extent of it.
That's wild.
It'd be insane.
No, but I mean, there are a lot of owners that are like that, and then there are a lot of owners like the Lakeups, which there's a Lakeup around every corner. They're everywhere,
littered about the front office.
Yeah, they are very much in it.
Brett, with the all lowercase name, had to go all caps and then explain why he was going all caps. That's great. I love that. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James. I'm Kyle. I received an email today. I think Kenny, KC, D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. And I think Kenny's in for the handoff today. TBD on that. Either way, the handoff's coming up in about 12 minutes. But I believe he received a similar email during the live show at Sky River last Friday. Shout out to Sky River Casino. Salute. We appreciate y'all very much. I got this email from a offshore sports book called betonline.ag. And they have trade odds for De'Aaron Fox. And it says De'Aaron Fox because he didn't, there's 5 players, and then they explain why each player is on the board. And it says De'Aaron Fox because he didn't sign a long-term extension when he had the chance. And we've gone over a million times the financial reasons De'Aaron Fox might not have wanted to do that. And maybe, who knows how this thing turns out. He said in The Athletic that he wants to win and you got to be taking steps toward that and da-da-da. I think that's true for every player, but this is not like a thing, like an imminent issue, right?
I don't think it's an imminent issue, but like, look, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes with him, his family, with what's going on with, I don't know. There's a lot that can happen between now and next summer.
Mm-hmm.
And like his agent, like you go to Clutch and Clutch gets you where you want to go.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Clutch does. So Rich Paul's people, they literally get you to whatever spot that they think is best for your career. And no one has ever thought that Sacramento is the best for everyone's career because it's just not a big enough market. Now he's got his shoe deal. And he's becoming more and more the face of Under Armour, as you know, with Curry.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same point, like there are going to be teams out there that want him, and he knows that. It's not just like the Kings are not his only option. And if it's only about money, then yeah, he can sign if he makes All NBA, he can get a Supermax, right? And he can only get that in Sacramento. He can't get that anywhere else.
Right.
But that if he's willing to give up money to go somewhere else, or if he wants to sign a contract and then ask out, like, I don't think he doesn't want to go through a rebuild again.
Mm-hmm.
And at least that's where
fair
I would be if I were him as a player.
Absolutely.
And that's a problem for the Kings because you're looking at this situation where, I mean, not to be respectful, but the DeMar DeRozan transaction is a Band-Aid. Like that's a 2-year deal with a 3rd-year team option that you got to pay out like $12 million or whatever. But that's like a Band-Aid move for to try to get you over the hump for a 35-year-old guy. Yeah. And whether it works or not, we'll see, right? And as of right now, like the team isn't winning. So like, yeah, I think the biggest thing for the Kings is you have to create an environment to where De'Aaron Fox wants to be here long term. And he's been here long enough to know that the only true environment where, you know, he's going to want to be here long term is a winning environment.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you get there? And
by trading your 1st-round picks.
So that might be the question, but here's the problem: if he decides he doesn't want to be here after you trade those picks, and you're going through you're going through a rebuild, and you don't get 1st-round picks back, that's what becomes a problem. And so I get why he's not listed. Why he's listed on these things of, you know, potential trade targets. The reason, I mean, the day that De'Aaron Fox gets traded, in my opinion, will be the day that he tells the Kings he no longer wants to be in Sacramento. And they're not going to trade him to go try to do something different. The reason why you trade him is because he says, hey, I'm done. Can you find me a new home? And that's okay. Like, again, I think a player who started with a franchise as a 19-year-old kid and is, you know, now 27, almost 27. Like there's a point where you've had enough of the ups and downs and the the losing, to be honest, and you try to be part of winning and it hasn't happened, there's always that possibility that he does hit like a point where it's like, okay, it's just not working. And I don't know if I'm part of the problem or part of the solution, but I know that I can go somewhere else. And I know that you as a franchise can get a whole lot in return for me. So let's just try something different. And I hope we don't get to that point with Fox, because I enjoy covering him. I enjoy watching him play basketball. But at the same time, that's always a possibility.
Yeah. Players want to win.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to be 28, his contract is up so his contract's up when he's 29. Is that math right?
He's 27 right now. Well, he's 26 right now. He turns 27 in a couple of days.
On December 20th.
Yeah, it's him and Sean Cunningham.
So birthday. He turns 28 in the middle of the final year of his contract. Okay.
Yeah.
So you'd understand why a player who wants to win goes, yeah, hey, you know what? I have a few years left of being an elite number one type of guy.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it next to a bunch of 19-year-olds learning how to play in the NBA.
I think if you're De'Aaron Fox, what you don't want is to be Damian Lillard, who waited 2 or 3 years too long.
Sure. Yeah.
And so if this is a place where you can win, okay, then that's fine. I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do this. But if you're not, then like, what am I doing? Like,
damn.
Because look, the other avenue here is if he doesn't make All NBA, but he still has the stats of an All NBA player, you have to be just straight up and say, okay, is it because of where I play?
Sure.
And is it again,
costing me money?
I'm getting left out. Well, it's not just money though, Kyle. I mean, he's made one All-Star team, and even that All-Star team, he didn't get voted in, and he didn't get named as a starter. He was a replacement. And so you're stuck with this constant thing of, is there just a limitation to where I live and what I'm doing? If he goes to the Lakers, he makes every All-Star team from then on.
Yep.
He's
an All-NBA player doing exactly what he's doing in a Laker jersey.
Oh, totally. And the other, you know what else
Which
he
is? Dumb.
He's a Hall of Famer in a Lakers jersey and that's a harsh reality. So you have to either figure out how to make it in Sacramento, and he's tried that, or like if it goes south, there always comes a point where I don't fault the player. I don't.
No, hell no.
Because I know the one other player that, got to this point and was ready to sign a massive extension and be here forever, they traded him. And he didn't even get the opportunity to get that extension and never got that money.
And didn't ask for a trade.
No. Well, I mean, he didn't ask for a trade with like, hey, trade me.
Well,
but by his actions, he may have put himself in a situation where he knew he would get traded if he, so.
The Magic listed as the favorite, by the way, plus 125. That means $100 bet wins you $125. Houston at 5-1.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Like if you have to deal him, and I don't know, there's all kinds of other dynamics in play here.
That's the other thing about this is it feels like to talk about this in the correct way with the correct context. You need the context of what the league looks like in a year, maybe 2, maybe 3. And that's so much different than what it looks like right now.
No, totally. And if I'm gonna trade, like if there is a moment where he says, "Hey, I want out,"
right?
Like his people can try to get him to whatever place,
yeah.
And they're always gonna have this thing hanging over them, like, "Hey, he's not gonna sign an extension here if you trade for him." So they can pull the card that exactly what DeMarcus Cousins' agent
Anthony
pulled.
Davis.
Yeah, when DeMarcus was getting traded to the Pelicans, the reason why Vlade says I had a better trade 2 days ago was because as soon as they informed his agent called the Pelicans and said, do not trade for him. He will not sign with you.
Oof.
And so it went from the Kings getting 2 first-round picks to the Kings getting 1 first-round pick because that's how they had to complete the deal because his agent said that they weren't going to sign. So there's always that. But if I'm the Kings and I'm looking around, we already looked at the GM poll, You start looking for teams that have top end talent that would look really nice on your roster and you could rebuild with.
Yeah.
The top of that list is going to be the Houston Rockets, who not only have picks, but a bevy of young players that would help. If you're not rebuilding as much as taking a step back a little bit to reboot, but not going all the way back to zero, if you're able to get like a bunch of 22, 23-year-olds, maybe 24-year-olds, and kind of start there, that's a different story.
All right, I want to shift gears here in the final 10 minutes or so before we hand it off to D'Lo and KC. ESPN's new NBA power rankings are out. So the Kings sit at number 19. And honestly, I think that's probably fair. Yeah. The Spurs are 18, the Nets are 20. Okay. I think that's probably a fair spot for the Kings right now. Any gripes?
No, you're 12th in the West.
Yeah.
Like, it's on you.
Here's the surprising one for me. You know who's number 17?
No.
The 13 and 12 Atlanta Hawks.
Oh.
Look at them go. The Hawks are fun, dude.
There you go.
I'm trying to tell you. All right. I'm going to go to the top here. I just want to run that. I want to run down and take a look around the rest of the NBA. We've been talking a ton of Kings today. We'll continue talking a ton of Kings. Celtics number 1. Makes sense. Cavs number 2. We're in.
Okay.
The Cavs a game and a half ahead of Boston still.
Yeah.
Until Boston loses a playoff series, though,
no.
Do you know what their big? So the ESPN staff, it's Tim Bontemps, Jamal Collier, Michael Wright, Tim McMahon, Dave McMenamin, Youngmisuk, Chris Herring, and Kevin Pelton. Write these little blurbs, and they're writing the biggest issue for each team. Do you know what the biggest issue for Boston is? Elevating their defense.
Oh, they just haven't done it yet.
Right. It's December. They're cruising. Cleveland, free throw attempts per game is their biggest issue. Can you imagine how good your team has to be if we sat here and we turned the microphones on and be like, hey, the Kings need to get to the free throw line more? If that's your biggest issue as a team,
if that's your biggest issue, I mean, in the past, the Kings have had that issue, but if it's your biggest issue,
yeah,
that's a problem.
Oklahoma City's number 3. Their biggest issue listed as rebounding.
Well, I don't know what happens with Chet, but
Chet being out is a pretty significant deal there, I'm sure. Dallas all the way up to number 4.
Oh.
Yeah, they got off to a slow start. Luka specifically got off to a slow start. But they're now number 4. The Memphis Grizzlies, number 5. Houston 6. I'm getting to a point here. The Knicks 7. Golden State still number 8. Orlando number 9. Denver number 10. That is so many teams in the West.
Yeah. What are we talking? 7 teams in the West?
Of the last, so outside the top 2, which is Boston and Cleveland. Let's see. Until number 10, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the next 8 teams are West teams.
Yeah, so 6 out of 10 of the top 10 are Western Conference.
Yeah, but the top 2 belong to the East.
Yep.
Which means 6 out of the next 8. The West is a gauntlet, dude.
It is a gauntlet, and look, Memphis is playing extremely well. They didn't look good at all against the Kings, but they find ways to win.
Yeah.
It's because they don't quit playing.
Yeah.
They don't.
Well, and they're a really good example of their biggest issue is listed as 3-point shooting. But they have other clubs in their bag. They can score inside.
Yeah.
They play really gritty, tough defense. They're a really good example of when we talk about Kings trades and who they should acquire, who they need to acquire. Memphis is a really good example of like, hey, here's how you can survive without being a knockdown 3-point shooting team.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Like the Cavs, the sneaky thing about the Cavs, because you always think with them, they're like super long, super athletic. They're number 1 in the league in 3-point percentage at 40.4.
It's outrageous, dude.
So in their top 7 guys, right? And even you can throw George Niang in there as their 8th guy. And then their 9th guy is Sam Merrill, and Ty Jerome is their 10th guy.
Ty Jerome, Warriors legend.
Yeah, Ty Jerome right now is shooting 47.1% from 3.
Why not?
But look at Donovan Mitchell, 41-1.
Sure.
Evan Mobley, 40%. Darius Garland, 42.3. Jared Allen hasn't shot a three, but look, Karis LeVert shooting 48.5%.
On how many attempts?
3.6.
Oh my God.
But you get to Dean Wade who's a very good 3-point shooter. He's been a disappointment at 32.9. But again, you
Golly,
get to Isaac
man.
Okoro, 46.3% on 2.6 attempts per game.
He's like a 31% shooter for his career.
Absolutely,
31%.
absolutely wild just how many layers of shooters they have. And, that's the thing. When one or two guys go cold, you got to have three more dudes that can shoot it.
Do you follow the Chase Down Pod guys? Carter and Justin Cavs Canada on Twitter.
I don't
know. You follow them on the internet?
I don't know.
They're both great. They host a Cavs podcast called the Chase Down Pod. I'm pretty sure it's now like the Cavs, but I believe it is the Cavs like official podcast. But it feels like every game again because I'm not locked into Cavs basketball, but I follow them on the internet, so I see their tweets and stuff. Every game, they're like, well, they're not going to shoot it like this again. And I say, well, they're not going to shoot it like this again. Like, hey, maybe they're just going to shoot it like this the entire year. Maybe that's just what it's going to be.
Yeah, and I think the whole time you're hoping that the Kings just won't shoot it this bad.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe I'm watching this with purple glasses on. And maybe I'm dumb, but that's kind of what I keep coming back to. I think they need to improve their roster. Obviously, based on the conversation we've had today, I think there's a lot of things they have to do to improve their roster. But on the other hand, I can't fathom a full season of Keegan Murray shooting. What's he shooting now from three? What's Keegan at?
27, 29.
Sub 30% from three. I just can't get there.
Oh,
I don't think
29-2.
Right, he's not going to do that for a full season. Kevin Huerter is shooting. I know it's better now after the last couple of nights. He's still at 32.3%. I don't think that's a full season issue. Trey Lyles, 33%. I don't think that's a full season thing. Whenever he does come back, like that's what I keep coming back to. Is I just don't, and that's why again, call me at Christmas. We can talk then.
We're getting really close to Christmas, though. It's 2 weeks.
Yeah, I know.
And they only play like 3 times in that time.
No, it's okay. It's post Christmas. That's when call me okay, the season I'm awake. Season's up.
Yep,
let's go.
Yep. I'm with you.
Can you post Christmas start turning it around? And I think they will. And I know that makes me sound like, oh, hey, you're just on the, but it's just logical. These dudes didn't forget how to put the ball in the hoop. I don't buy the same way. I don't think the Cavs are going to collectively shoot 46% from three for an entire year. I don't think the Kings are going to shoot 34.6 for the entire year. I can't get there.
I'm fully with you, Kyle.
Now defensively, they might give up whatever their
15 threes a game.
They might give up 37% for the season. That might just keep happening. But the 34.6 number is going to come up. It has to.
It just doesn't matter though. If you're able to close that gap and equal them or come close to equaling them, you're just so efficient at every other part of the offensive game.
Sure.
The Kings have long been a very, very good 2-point team as well. Even right now, they're third in the NBA in 2-point field goal percentage at 57.7.
Ninth in 2-point field goal percentage against, because they work so hard to defend those shots.
Yeah. And that's good.
It is.
Yeah, they're holding their opponent to 5% less on 2-point field goal.
That's
attempts.
why, dude, that goes, again, we're going back to the conversation we were having about their defensive scheme and doing everything they can to clog the lane and take away the twos. No, take away the threes. You want to get in a 2-point shootout with De'Aaron Fox and DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk? Let's go.
Yep.
Let it rip, dude. And I'm sure if Mike Brown was here and could illustrate why why they don't do that, maybe I'd change my mind. But from where I sit, and you're just talking numbers, I don't know why you would go, hey, we have this elite mid-range 2-point scoring team. Because how many times have we talked about it after a game? We've gone, man, hey, that stretch where they traded 3 for 2 for 5 minutes was a real problem.
No, I get it.
Make it 2 for 2.
I get
hey,
it.
let's see it.
I get it, but I also understand why the Kings are 24th in the league in 3-point attempts at 35 a game, 34-9 a game.
Yeah,
because they're not hitting them. And if I'm a player on the court, I don't care how many times my coach is telling me, just keep shooting, just keep shooting. It's like, dude, we're 8 for 32. I do not want to, we're shooting 25% tonight. I do not want to keep shooting. I'm going to get to the rim. I'm going to get fouled. I'm going to get an and one the old fashioned way. I'll get the 3 points, but I'll get it in a different way. I get it. When those shots start falling, the Kings will have no problem shooting 40 of them a night.
No.
At all.
I hope so. I really hope so. That'd be funny. Their 3-point percentage ticks up and they stay 24th in attempts. Sorry.
Yeah.
That'd be great. You said something interesting right before the show. We got to go here in a second, but I just want to acknowledge that you said it. Let me make sure I got this right. You and I are simpatico. Don't trade for Ben Simmons.
No.
Out on Ben Simmons. But if Ben Simmons gets bought out,
yeah, I would say, oh, why not?
Yes. Okay, that's it. We talked about this a little bit yesterday.
For free? Like for free? Yeah, go ahead. Give me Ben Simmons for free.
We talked about this a little bit yesterday. And that's where I was at. Like, dude, if he's going to you can get him for a vet minimum or maybe a little above a vet minimum.
I'm sitting there, though, the whole time like, okay, is he going to do the right things? And if he's not, I'm punting you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
He's a defender, a playmaker.
Oh, no, he's a great defender still. And at 6'10", he can play the 1, the 2, the 3,
the
4, the 5.
Yeah.
And pass. He can deal it.
And he can pass.
You could run the offense through him when Domas.
He's going to be a Laker, dude.
Yeah, probably.
That's how this is all going to go.
He needs to go hide in obscurity, which is Sacramento. Like, go hide in NBA obscurity and rebuild who you are.
Here's the pitch to Ben Simmons.
Well, hey,
come hang out in obscurity.
You get what the Sac State coach is Australian,
take it to
right?
Scandia. Yeah, there you go.
He's Australian.
I'm sure they know each other.
The former head coach was his.
Oh yeah,
godfather.
Yeah, he's at LSU right now. Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
come hang out in Sacramento for a year, Ben. Rebuild that value.
That's right. On a free contract.
On a vetman.
Anything above vetman.
What's he? He's still young enough. He can go get a big time deal. Help the Kings win some games. Anyways, sure, there's people screaming right now.
So he's situational.
Yeah, I wouldn't trade De'Aaron Fox for him. I'll tell you that much.
That's right.
All right. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're back tomorrow at 10 a.m. D'Lo and Casey are next. They are going to take you till 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Drink water. Be nice, people.
Try not to get any yellow cards. How about that?
Chatty House, really good show today. Appreciate you guys. We'll talk to you soon. See ya.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
One more time. We're in here. Welcome into the December 11th, Wednesday, December 11th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live
from the worst slums of Sacramento.
The absolute worst. Whatever slum of Sacramento you are in. Appreciate you hanging out with us. No Kings basketball last night. No Kings basketball tonight. So we will get the conclusion of the Caraway Rat saga coming up here in the first hour. And
It's still developing.
the rat?
Well, I hope not. I'm just the story.
Oh, dude.
I hope the rat is not developing.
Doesn't sound like the rat was caught.
No, didn't see.
Maybe you can give it to Guru as a gift to put it on the table.
Put the rat on the table,
Guru.
or give it to a Florida Panthers fan. Ain't that what they do when there's a hat trick? They throw the rats on the ice.
I can't imagine put my hands on a rat.
It's not.
Well,
my
they're not
culture,
real
dog.
rats either. They're play rats.
I have great news.
We're sure this is a rat, right? Like,
No, we don't
Good
know
question.
what it was. Could have been a
Good
squirrel.
question.
There was a squirrel that was around the neighborhood that was yelling at me when I came home from taking Reese to school this morning. So could be a squirrel. They're around.
Oh,
I yelled at one of the neighborhood cats today. I said, "Where the hell have you been? Where the hell have you been? Need to be doing your job."
Sorry, to be clear, you yelled at a cat.
Yeah, man. You want to scurry around there? Where the hell have you been?
you imagine driving down the street and you see Casey yelling at a cat?
Somebody might have saw it tonight or this
Well,
morning.
if anybody recorded it,
Mom, why is that guy yelling at a cat?
oh, he's crazy, honey. Like some of the people around here aren't well. Black hoodie on, black beanie, just screaming at a cat. I have kind of a good news, bad news situation. I think it's great news.
Yeah, you started with good news, so we'll just keep it that way.
Well, the probability of me dying on the air is the highest it's ever been.
Oh my gosh.
Your boy's a little off, like off. So if I fall over, just let it happen.
wait, what does that
make
mean?
sure
Hold
this-
on. You
make
can't
sure-
just be like, I might tip over.
Make sure the stream is rolling. Zabo, the second you see me hit the ground, cut the clip and start like the rest in peace or the
Did you
memorandum or what. Get all of that out there. Just like we'll build some traction.
Oh my goodness.
Did you pass out this morning or something? Like, how are we getting to this point already? And it's already 12 o'clock.
Pretty close.
You
Pretty
you
close.
worked out this morning?
Nah, I actually did not.
Did you eat?
Y'all think I'm
You
playing?
you just passed out just walking to
No,
the
I
kitchen?
didn't pass out. So yesterday, I was training and I was on the treadmill and it wasn't sharp. I'm like, man, come on, man, like move. It's like I can't. Sometimes you just can't get your body to move the way you want it to. It's like it's all good. Get on this jump rope, like that'll, that's the ultimate warm up, anyways. All right. So I start jump roping and it's kind of the same thing, like the hitting my feet, like not getting in any rhythm. Finally, I get going. I'm like, all right, here we go. Got lightheaded and dropped. Like first time I've ever dropped. Like I've gotten lightheaded before. You kind of take a knee, take a breath, regroup, you're good. Actually dropped. Was like, yo, all right. Quick inventory. What's going on? Head's feeling a little funny. Heart rate seems fine. All right, get back to working out. Happened like once. Not like that. Nothing like that happened again. But felt a little off during the walk. Went through the night totally normal. Woke up this morning and knew the second the alarm went off, something's wrong. And I kind of I got up, was like, no, something's wrong. And I've been like a little off ever since. Like, actually, coincidentally, I met with my new doctor that haven't had a primary care physician in ever.
Yeah.
He literally asked, "What was the last
You
primary
met
care
with him
doc-"
today?
I met with him today.
I'm about to say, you need to go to Kaiser?
Yeah, no, I don't need to do that. But you know,
Right across the street.
it was a get to do. Well, no, I see it every day I come in. I know it's there.
They've been building it up quite nicely.
But
They're not done.
You throw Dame over your shoulder, and I'll camera it as we're going to Kaiser.
But I still have that like crazy, like I'm not right. Like I feel it when I get up. I didn't even take you saw me going downstairs. I didn't even take the stairs down, took the elevator down. Like I was like not off. So I'm just saying it's fine. We've accepted this could be the fate at some point.
I don't know if this is good news.
I was hoping
Yeah.
to be more of the brown truck than this.
No, just run with it. Just look, you guys will be look, call it D-Lo and Casey for till the end for another week. And then Casey and Jesse, the Kenny Caraway show, whatever. Just like if it happens, get the most out of it.
Oh man.
Come on, man.
Let's call it redacted in KC.
Acted in Casey.
Y'all can do
Oh,
this.
wait a minute, Soren. Come on, don't do that, man. Don't do that. Urban Meyer Bar.
Well,
Yeah, if you do it, can you take a knee?
yeah.
Urban Meyer Barley. Come on.
Yeah. I'll be down like, no, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Did you eat a solid dinner?
I had a great dinner.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Do you eat breakfast on a regular basis?
I do. Dr. Caraway, do you have any other questions?
Well, I'm
you
trying to figure out
hydrated?
where this is coming from.
Well, I know a
Vitamin
lot of
C,
people
do
are.
you have
I'm
any
getting
vitamins?
I'm getting stuff sent to me that this is stress induced,
Where's your stress?
which
piece?
it could be possible. I'm not going to discuss that.
Damn it, Kenny, it's our fault.
Well.
No, I said, where's your stress beads?
Oh, stress me. Oh, I had them with me at the doctor's office. Good call. I got them right here.
Yeah, get them out. Get them out.
The doctor was like, "What's the beads?" And I was like, "Well, they're for stress."
Rachel, who I think works at a hospital, she says, check your blood sugar. Did you check that?
No, man, I'm sure the doctor did. Listen, I don't need y'all to diagnose me.
We're
All
trying to
I'm
figure
saying
it
is
out.
if I die, run with it.
Brother, we need you for
Capitalize
this.
off
Look,
it.
man, look. We this is what we do, okay? When Christian McCaffrey goes down, we slow down the tape and say he blew his Achilles out.
No.
When D'Lo's hurt, we're gonna figure out exactly what it is. Even though we were wrong with Christian McCaffrey, we can be wrong now.
Well, Rachel says get the blood work stat. It's on the way. The doctor was trying to tell me, hey, you said you haven't eaten today. Go get the blood work done today. I was like, ah. And then he goes, what do you do for a living? I was like, well, doc. And then that started a whole other conversation.
Does he listen?
Shout out to Dr. Hopkins. No. But he is the
doesn't
dope.
like sports or hip hop and
no,
R&B?
he loves sports.
What the hell is he listening to?
Well, he didn't. Well, he's a doctor, sir. He's saving lives. Maybe not mine, but everybody else's. My doctor's fly too. He had the blazer was the velvet, the suede, the velvet joints with the face of the watch matched, and it wasn't like black.
Doctors.
It was like a bluish type color. And I'm like, okay, all right. I went to this doctor for a specific reason, and I was like, all right, this is what I need. And I look at the walls. University of Colorado. We didn't get to talk about prime and all that. Yeah. We get to do that. Played football. He told me. I talked about him.
So he that's the alumni.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah, he's down with Coach Prime.
Yeah, man.
I want to
Shout
be.
out Dr.
I want to be a
Hopkins.
doctor or an orthodontist when I grow up. There's a orthodontist that I go to, and I really
Those are two very different professions.
well. Check this out. Like I really like my guy. So I'm not going. It could be taken a certain way. I don't want it to be taken a certain way, but I want to be able to do this. We go there or whatever, and then the nurses. I don't know what they are. The nurses or the whatever the ladies are in the scrubs at a dentist office.
Crap. What are they
I've drawn
called?
a complete
Dental assistants.
Dental assistants. They come in and they check and they do all the work.
I feel like they do everything.
Well, look, this is what happens. They do all the work. They check. Oh, bite down. Is this good? Nope. No, it's not good. Let me fix it. Everything's good. And then Doc comes in. He sits down and he goes,
Yep.
let me see. Looks good. We'll see you in 6 months.
Yep.
All right.
That's
And he
facts.
owns the place.
That's facts. That's facts.
Wait, what? I need his job.
That's a lot like this show. I'm the dental assistant, and KC is the dentist that comes in and goes, oh, we got this. That's why I'm about to die. Jesse was right. That's why I'm about to die.
Primo J in the chat says we're raising your blood pressure right now. I need you to go and watch season 5, episode 13 and 14 of The Office, Casey. It's the the fire drill one. Stanley has high blood pressure or whatever. He's got to come back to work because
I got to put a monitor on to see if KC raises my.
Casey's gonna take a step towards you. So beep 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 beep.
Well, look, did you guys see the clip of Kyle Shanahan quoting The Office?
It was sent to me last night.
I missed that.
Yeah,
Kyle Shanahan.
What'd he say?
I didn't see it.
Oh,
I saved it because
this
I didn't want to
guy.
see it, so I was with you guys.
Okay.
So I have it.
All right,
but I haven't watched
we'll pull the clip up so you could see the actual clip. But I was alerted by the editor over at NinersWire.com last night that Kyle Shanahan is clearly a big fan of The Office.
Is this a deep
one
cut?
of the more? No, that's iconic.
Oh, well, maybe he's not a fan of the. Because I know. Oh my gosh, it's happening.
Well,
So
you know that
doesn't
from
mean
the meme.
That doesn't mean
You don't
it's a
know that
deep
from the
cut.
show. You know that from the meme.
What do I know from the show? When he was about to jump off the parking structure during what was
My
what was going
life? Oh, my life!
That's a solid episode right
Dwight,
there.
you ignorant slut. What was that called? Office train? No, safety training or something like that. What line do you know from that?
I just know the scenario. I don't know the line.
Oh,
I don't know the line. Yeah.
my life. Oh, my life.
Oh man.
The
Well, get
pressures
well
of
soon,
today's
D-Lo.
modern office.
Get well soon, D-Lo.
That's when
Jeez.
they threw the watermelon off of the roof and it hit Stanley's car.
Yep.
Because he was about to jump, right? He was about to jump.
They were
and-
testing it with watermelons.
Come on, man.
He's gonna
That was
jump
bad.
onto a bouncy house.
Come
On
on.
the
Well, he's
parking
going to
lot
jump
over.
onto a trampoline first.
Oh yeah.
And then he was like, no, let's do the bouncy house. And Jim said he's going to kill himself, pretending to kill himself.
Was that the same episode where he had a dirty, his car was dirty and they were cleaning it out for some reason?
No, that was when he thought he was going to take the purse girl home.
That's right. No,
And so they were clearing the car out because he
that's right.
it's like, how many Filet-O-Fish sandwiches did you eat? That's over a couple of months.
That's right. And then
Still.
it was the guy that dates Pam. He ended up taking her home, right? Or like giving her
Correct.
a ride.
That's correct. Yeah,
See,
that's
look,
correct.
I am an aficionado. Me and Kyle Shanahan, same.
He says, hey, Daryl, how's it hanging? Oh, that's depressed. Isn't that just a fancy word for feeling bummed out? They're all great lines from that episode. Just great lines. Great lines. We'll come back. Well, two of the three of us might. We'll see how long I last here.
Come
for
on.
a 4-hour show. The Bucks, man, kind of turn this joint around. We'll talk a little bit about that. And Jesse posed an interesting question about the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's worth asking. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I wonder what this could be. That's right. I do know this one. I didn't even see the clip, but I know that.
I'll air the reel that has them back to back. Hey, there's a castle over there. Oh, it was funny.
That damn Creed boy. Creed a wild boy.
Yeah, Creed crazy.
Creed a wild boy. So we can do this on the stream. I just got a text message from one of the homies. They got an email. You might got one too. I didn't get one. So, but media advisory, major 2025 through 2027 event announcement for the city of Sacramento Cal Expo. There's a press conference going on tomorrow. California Dream Entertainment, alongside with Visit Sacramento and Cal Expo, will announce a major professional world-class sporting event in 2025 that will call Sacramento home for the next 3 years. Anybody have any guesses?
I did. I got that. I think we got that a few days ago.
Oh,
It's probably buried in your email somewhere behind
sometimes
Prize Picks revisions.
Well, sometimes the thing that's like I don't understand. Like for instance, the Kings send emails to my personal email.
Yep, that's odd.
And they don't send them to the Odyssey one.
You said the Kings do?
Yeah. Like all the Kings announcement, media availability, or we made this new partnership with so and so. So
you got the Prize Picks thing, right?
Yeah,
1,000 times.
Yeah, I sent it to her.
I just want to make sure we have that for when we do the live.
Yes.
I assume I haven't heard any different. Complex is still ill today, so
okay.
We'll figure some things out at 4:00. But
yeah, I don't know what this could be, and the way they're hyping it up, it better be big. Pause.
I'm gonna throw a flag.
Whoa!
It's a flag. It's a flag right there.
I said pause.
We'll call that dunking before the game.
Oh,
It's a technical.
gosh, what? Oh, now we're playing high school rules, huh? Damn. Yeah, Polo. I said pause. This is ridiculous. This is an outrage. No, Russ, it was not a great call.
Thank you, Russ. At least someone appreciates the refs.
let's pay this off right here. Kyle Shanahan yesterday in the 49ers media availability. And it's muted. No, it's good. Death couldn't come quick enough. Here we go. Kyle Shanahan.
I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. So they might have to do it.
And the
It is
original.
up to me to get rid of the curse that hit Meredith with my car. I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious.
There you go. Kyle Shanahan. Big Michael Scott right there.
That's a good line.
Big Michael Scott guy.
It's a solid episode right there too. I think it's the rabies run.
Fun run for the cure. Yeah.
What season are we
That's the
talking?
one.
Season 4, episode 1.
Yeah, episode 1 and 2. Actually, it's a double episode, but it's the fun run.
Double episode.
Yeah, he hits he hits Meredith with the car. The computer crashes because of the porn, and Sprinkles dies. So he thinks the office is cursed.
Okay.
When in actuality, Pam crashed the computer because she was trying to buy celebrity porn, which isn't something that's discussed nearly enough.
Well, Jim kind of like brings it up, and then it's kind of just pushed away.
She bought a celebrity sex tape, like
At work,
bought it
on the company computer.
and that whole storyline is just like glossed over.
I'm gonna
Like,
keep it real, dude. We don't talk enough about Pam.
well, yeah,
Pam's a little sneaky,
well,
bro.
I think both of them are a little sneaky. I think there's full on Reddit threads that Pam and Jim are actually trash.
Oh,
I don't buy into the Jim stuff because like Jim was just making fun of the coworker from time to time.
Jim is
We
the
can all
one
appreciate that.
That was in love with Pam.
Right.
Pam was always leading Jim on, and then it was Roy, and then it was this, and then
Oh, well,
Pam
then-
was buying like the tapes and stuff.
Jim was with Karen,
Yes, and Pam was I'm kind of beefing about that.
You love who you love. And look, it is what it is. Like, you love who you love. But we don't talk enough about the fact that Pam was buying celebrity porn.
Well,
it's facts.
That's what she was into, I guess.
They should have brought it back. It's like Pam just like Jim wants to go work in Philadelphia. In meanwhile, Pam out here buying celebrity porn. Don't look confused. You haven't gotten to that season. It is just years away.
I mean, do I even need to watch it now since you told me the plot of the show?
That's not the plot of the show. That's the plot of a season, though.
A whole damn season. Thank you. You just ruined a whole damn season.
Well, okay. Well, now you can skip it.
You'll forget 5 years from now when you get to it. It's fine.
That's facts. That's facts.
You know what I ended up watching episode of last night?
Not The Office.
It wasn't. And like I said, I still gotta get logged into a new account. But
what's it gonna miss WrestleMania and go, I forgot to get the Peacock account.
Well, that's also part of the problem. They haven't had a live event worth me accelerating this for a minute.
Fair enough.
They need to step it up. But Black Beauty and Black, Tyler Perry's show.
Yeah.
That show was crazy. And what I mean crazy.
So crazy.
I mean crazy.
Yeah, okay.
Like, who wrote this? Why did you write this? What are we doing?
Tyler's a little sketchy, no?
Oh, well.
Yeah, okay.
He has his moments.
I feel like we've gotten to the point where, like, hey, good for Tyler, but can we talk about it a little? His writing is a little sketchy.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing about it. Now, I am a bad TV watcher. At some point, I'm gonna have to finish this. I'm gonna have to see how this turns out.
Are you? Yeah, I've done that a time or two where it's like this show is bad, but I got to get through it.
That's what I did with like BMF.
Oh, BMF is
the last
awful.
season.
Yeah, BMF is awful.
I had to stay tapped into it.
No, I'm with you.
And now that they're in the middle of Mexico, well, I got to see what this is about.
No, they just don't need to bring that show back. I got to fight for a fourth season of Bel Air, but y'all just out here renewing BMF
on the 50 Cent Action Network. That's where you can find it. I meant to check that out yesterday on the Roku channel.
So that's a real thing where all the 50 stuff airs?
Yeah.
All right. Isn't Stars just where all the 50 stuff airs?
True, but it now runs like a TV station. And Lionsgate as well. Oh. And they got 50 Cent movies on there as well. 50 Cent Action Network. I got to check that out.
How many movies he got? I know he got the one where he was really skinny.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that one either.
I haven't either. And then he, obviously Get Rich or Die Trying.
And then, he was also in that era where they
really goes out on a limb on that one.
They would make the, the little mini movies, I don't know if he had one as that was as many minutes as this one, but that, Cameron had Killer Season.
Mm-hmm.
I think 50 had one of those straight to Canal Street.
No,
I'm saying straight to Canal Street, one of them joints. So,
and thank God for the barbershop. I wouldn't know a lot of these movies existed if it wasn't for the barbershop. Them joints.
Charismatic Enigma says he has that much content. Like, I don't know if he needs a whole station, but I mean, Power alone.
Well, the whole life of Power and the different spinoffs.
The combining the spinoffs are, what are we talking, like maybe 20 seasons of content? Power,
maybe not that.
Power was
maybe not that much. Pretty close. Yeah, pretty close.
Tariq was 2 or 3.
It was 4.
We're at 11 now. There's 2 for
Tommy. For Kanan.
Kanan's got 2. BMF has
Kanan
3.
might have 3. No,
maybe BMF has 2. Yeah.
Well, BMF ain't the Power series. BMF
it's 50 content. It's 50 produced content. I think he's got about 20 seasons worth of content.
He did an episode of the X Factor. I had no idea.
I didn't know that either.
Power, Hip Hop Uncovered. He's got video games. 50's kind of done it all. I'm trying to look at his movies here. He doesn't have a ton of movies, but he does have them. He played Clarence Jenkins in Before I Self-Destruct.
What was? Well, I guess I can watch that on. What I don't know what that is.
Well, in a lot of these movies, he's playing a character called himself. I haven't seen any of these movies. Most of them I haven't even heard of.
I haven't either.
Salute to 50.
Frozen Ground. Den of Thieves. I remember hearing about. Oh, that's not out yet. I guess I just heard about it.
Den of Thieves 2, I think, is coming out.
Ah, gotcha.
Den of Thieves 1 is good.
Because I thought I heard about that movie.
That's correct. Den of Thieves came out in 2018.
That's with O'Shea Jackson Jr. He's good in that one too.
That's what part 2 comes out.
Blood Out. Anybody familiar with Blood Out?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Set Up.
No.
Freelancers has De Niro and Forrest Whitaker.
The move. Okay. Well, tune into the 50 Cent Power Action Network.
50 Cent.
Where does 50 fall amongst the greatest entertainers of all time? Like he's on Ice Cube's level as far as the movies and all that. No,
He's not on Ice Cube's. Ice Cube's movies are way.
They're better, but like
bigger.
50 does like the behind the scenes no more. Like I guess as far as just
It would
things
have
they've
to
done
be
outside.
It'd have to be 50's TV shows versus Ice Cube's movies.
Yeah, and I think 50's TV shows beat.
I don't
Ice Cube's
think that's true.
What's Ice Cube's movies? Like we got Boys.
Boys in the Hood's number one, but we look they might be for Reese or Ryan, but the Are We There Yet joints were huge movies.
I love those as an 8-year-old. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean they were big movies for sure.
What was the one with
I'm not even necessarily saying he's like bigger than Ice Cube either. Just where does he fall on that list?
He's probably up there. I mean, the first I don't know if Cube's the biggest, but if just the names that come to my mind immediately are Cube and LL.
Yeah. I mean LL. I mean the NCIS is crazy.
He did more TV shows, I feel like, than movies, though. He definitely.
Oh man,
Cube's movies are crazy. Like Friday After Next, Boys in the Hood. Like he was in Trespass, Higher Learning.
Warren threw in Will Smith too.
Who can forget Anaconda, The Players Club, All About the Benjamins, the Barbershop movies. Yeah, nah, I having this discussion live. Cube is number one. No, he's not. God damn it. Will Smith is number one.
Will is number
Ice
one.
Cube is number 2.
So is 50 Cent like on tier 2 of this list? Like those are like the Mount Rushmore guys. Is 50 Cent like a tier 2 guy?
Well, so
I
I
would
put
say-
LL third, and then who?
I would say that 50 is on the same tier as Cube and LL. I'm not saying like they're better or those other ones didn't matter.
So
but the
it's,
Powerverse
if we're
has
doing-
dominated, has had a chokehold on this culture for a decade plus.
fair
Like,
enough.
It and
That's fine, but
same-
the difference is Will and LL have had a chokehold on society.
Well, no, I think Will's number one. I mean, LL.
I'm doing Cube number 2. I got Will number 1, Cube number 2. I'll put LL third, and then there's probably a good argument for 50 to be on this Mount Rushmore.
you
or whatever.
could make an argument LL's too. NCIS. I mean,
Nah.
What do you mean nah?
These names came over the chat too.
Not over Cube.
What about Ice-T and Jamie Foxx?
Ice-T is
Ice-T's still on the show. Let's go on.
Man,
there too.
man.
But it's the same thing. Like LL's on CBS
That's fine.
for a decade plus. Ice
That's
Cube is
fine.
not.
Cube has made billions of dollars in the movies.
That's fine. I'm just telling you, when you talk about if we went to Justine and said,
Well,
maybe
Justine's
not Justine,
a bad
maybe not
example.
Justine. If we went to
Sylvia.
she'd probably seen more LL Cool J than she has Ice Cube.
I don't know, man. Jesse brings up a good point. If we're really doing this, Ice-T.
Yeah,
And
and
that
Sylvia's
cop
seen more
character.
Ice-T than both of them.
I
probably.
get Sylvia might not know Ice-T as a rapper.
It's facts.
What do you think it
Facts.
would be like if we got Sylvia to come in here? Well, of course she is, but I don't know that she'd go along with it. She is not here.
No, she's not here to play with y'all.
She is not.
I don't know if Sylvia's very pleasant. Like if we asked her, I don't think
I
she'd
think
be
she
rude.
would.
I don't know if she'd want to come on the radio.
She
but
might not.
She'd be,
Might have to ask her.
yeah. Somebody ask her.
This is tough.
Although
I think
Sylvia-
you're way too dismissive of Ice Cube though. It needs to stop.
No,
You're way too.
no, not at all.
You're being dismissive.
Yeah, I think
of
feel like
Ice
you
Cube.
are a little.
You
bit.
are. Yeah.
I feel like
you're
Ice Cube
no.
should be at least be top 2.
No, and then my argument against that is LL Cool J's been on CBS for 15 years.
I don't.
It's the same argument almost as Will Smith. Like Will Smith is, he's different because he's in a different, like he encompasses all demographics. LL Cool J and Ice-T have been on network TV for the last 15 years.
No,
Network TV isn't always good TV though.
I'm just like he said. They know Ice-T. They know.
What's his name?
I always forget.
Yeah.
We do this all the time.
Yeah, I don't. What you watch the show
I know,
every
I watch
day.
it all the time.
You just need to know Olivia Benson, and that's it.
Stabler and Benson.
LL got some movies though.
He does. Any Given Sundays on there.
Any Given Sunday. In Too Deep.
In Too Deep.
Deep
is
Blue
a cult
Sea.
classic.
That might be where
What's the one?
might be where the movie's end.
He did one. I mean, this isn't like super famous, but he did a good one where his dad died. It's a black movie. His dad died, and he was the grumpy son who had to handle everything.
I don't know
It
what
was
that is.
while it was going on, it was pretty popular. It didn't like last forever, but
He was in Babs.
he was in Babs.
He was.
What was he doing?
He was
in
himself.
Babs?
He was LL. Television, American Bandstand, Soul Train. What do we got from LL? He was on an episode of WWE SmackDown. I don't remember that
Kingdom
at all.
Come was the movie. Jada Pinkett
I
was in
I don't remember that at all.
it. Yeah, Jada Pinkett was in there. Anthony Anderson was in that movie. I remember that.
So his television career was essentially ass.
In the House.
and then-
don't do that to
Oh, don't do that. Come
are
on,
you
man.
for real?
No,
In the
your
House was a dope show.
It was okay.
It was
It was
a
like
dope
one
show.
season.
No, it was like 5 seasons.
I don't think that's true.
Absolutely.
I don't think he had 5
I'll
seasons.
say
in the house.
I'll meet you. Well, you said 1, but I'll say 4 seasons. It
in
was
the
on
house
for a while.
In the house.
Carlton
95. Yeah, he was on there.
and Wayne's came on there.
Debbie Allen was on it. It was 5 seasons.
The
Well,
last
well, it was 5 seasons.
the
but-
last season or so, like when Kim Wayne's got on there, it started to get a little iffy. When Carlton, Alfonso Rivera, sorry, when he got on there, it got
Disrespectful.
real iffy.
The first season was 6 episodes. The last the last season was 6 episodes.
I would say the first 3 seasons were the ones when Debbie Allen was great on there, but she ended up leaving, and the son left, and it was her. It was LL and Maya Campbell. They had about 3 straight seasons where it was. Yeah, we was talking about it on at the playground on Monday or on Tuesday. We was talking about it.
I don't know if 50 gets to the top 4, bro. I don't know. Even if we
I mean,
stop
that's-
arguing about
that's fair.
numbers,
Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
because Ice-T is crazy.
yeah,
And that's not even counting New Jack City. He did Trespass too, which not everything, but still.
he is kind of living off of Law and Order though, because New Jack City is a classic, but that's it.
Yeah.
That's
It's funny.
the-
I'm looking to see where it's mentioned, like on his Wikipedia page. It's Tracy Maurer, better known by his stage name. Ice-T is an American rapper and actor. He is active in both hip hop and heavy metal. Then it goes on to lay his hip hop stuff out. It's in the 3rd paragraph that they say, as an actor, Ice-T played small parts in blah, 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 blah. I'm looking for the first reference. There it is. Totolo? Totolo?
Damn, yeah. Totolo. Yeah.
25 years. Been doing that for 25
Network
years.
TV for 25 years. And hold on, though. Shout out to
2025 will be the 25th year.
shout out to Warren, man, because we did forget another one. Queen Latifah.
Is she on a show now on CBS?
Yeah, she's
The
on
Equalizer.
Yeah.
The Equalizer, Living Single, Chicago, the movies she's done.
Set It Off.
Set It Off.
The famous cheerleading movie.
Yeah, see, Queen Latifah probably top 5. Queen Latifah. she's
Warren
all-encompassing.
putting LL down at 5. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Does LL just have
That's
the one
tough.
show, like the NCIS or whatever he's been doing on CBS?
Well, that's like
Well, no,
Ice-T.
but he has in the house.
like, does he have his movies and stuff too? Like I said,
That's
like
five seasons is,
two.
It's
That's-
fine.
that's-
It's
that's
5 seasons.
Yeah,
It's
but
fine.
there's a lot of shows that don't make it 5 seasons.
Well, yeah. Well,
Was it
the
good,
last one was like, let's get this over
even if
with.
you call it 3 seasons, there's a lot of shows that don't last 3 seasons.
It's okay. All right. I'm not fighting over In the House. Like, I'm absolutely not.
I'm just
If you can have it, it's fine. You can have it. I'm just not using that as a barometer to put him above Cube.
Network TV. He's got.
Man, Ice-T actually did a lot of movies. He did a ton of movies. I don't know that you can like say they're his. He did a lot of movies.
Would you say that LL has 2 classics movies?
Any Given Sunday, what? In Too Deep is the other one?
Yeah.
Okay.
In Too Deep is a little bit of a cult classic, though. Like, it's not
a little bit.
Deliver Us from Evil was a popular movie when it was out.
Yep.
I don't know, the resume's building. He's got movies and network TV.
I remember SWAT. I remember all of these movies. I just don't think anyone cares about them.
Yeah, they didn't really live. But he's got movies and network TV.
I'm trying to figure out who the
Cube don't have network TV. He's got
Cube's
more
got
movies.
massive movies.
He's got more movies for sure, but he don't have network TV.
But he's got franchise movies. Barbershop was a franchise. Friday was a franchise.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
again, are we there yet? He did 2 movies with Kevin Hart.
Right Along.
Right Along. Thank you. Those are massive movies. It doesn't matter. They were
Right
massive.
Along wasn't. Maybe the numbers will show different, but
they were massive movies.
No, people talk about Are We There Yet? Nobody talks about.
Well, hold on. You talk about LL show.
No,
LL show doing 5 seasons, and that wasn't great.
That's not true.
It was a good movie. People talk about it in the house to this day.
No, they don't. Okay. People do not talk about In Your House. Stop it. Okay. Stop that.
All right.
Stop using Ace as a barometer for everything.
Ace didn't watch In the House.
Well, Ace like 100. This movie put $154 million. What you talking about?
I'd say did nobody listen to us? I said you might pull up the numbers and it does numbers. I don't hear anybody ever talk about Right Along. That's all I said.
Right Along 2 did $124 million.
I didn't say it didn't do numbers or money or nothing like that. I'm just telling you, I don't ever hear people talk. I hear people talk about Are You There Yet all the time. And I don't know if it did as many numbers as Right Along.
I guarantee that was a kid's movie, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee that did more numbers than these. Well, this is Kevin Hart, so who knows? But let me look. Are we there yet? Well, it didn't.
That's what I'm saying.
97.9 million.
They did great numbers, but
yeah, it's great numbers.
It might not have done as much as Right Along.
I can't believe that Kevin Hart movie did that. There's 2 of them, aren't there?
I thought there was 3.
2. Right.
Are We There Yet?
Yeah.
I thought there was 3. I could be wrong though.
Are We There Yet? There's Are We Done Yet? Right.
Including a sequel. Oh, Are We Done Yet? There you go. Yeah.
Are We Done Yet was the sequel?
That movie did $58 million.
That was the sequel.
Yeah, that was the sequel. Are We Done Yet is the sequel. It's the second installment of the Are We There Yet franchise.
Third one's called Why Are We Still Doing This?
Okay, that's what I was like. What they made this hard to like navigate. Like, what is the? Oh man, so they made a combined 156 million. So those Ride Along movies were way bigger, but that probably has a lot to do with Kevin Hart. Well, we solved nothing, so whatever.
Kings don't play tomorrow.
Cube also got them 21 Jump Street movies. Cube plays the same person in every movie.
The one that I really haven't seen from him that I don't even know why we did this one was what was it, the fight school, the one he was fighting. He wanted to fight
Night School.
Is that what it was?
With Tiffany. Oh
no, yeah,
Charlie Day.
Oh, what was that called?
It's with Charlie Day. What's it called? I don't remember what it's called.
And he wanted to fight him after school.
Oh, it's called. Kyle says it's called Night School. Yeah.
No. That's a different movie. Night School is a different movie. What was that movie?
Fist Fight.
Fist Fight. That's what it is. Fist Fight.
How could we forget?
Why did you do that movie?
Fist Fight. Fist Fight. Well, it did 41 at the box office.
Ice Cube was in Anaconda as well.
Anaconda, yep, with Jennifer Lopez. That was early J-Lo. It was about a killer anaconda.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if the numbers track. I don't know. They're about the same. I was about to say I might put Queen Latifah too. Queen Latifah's gone crazy.
Man, why do you hate Ice Cube?
I don't. I'm just looking at Queen Latifah.
You hate Ice Cube.
Queen Latifah.
Crazy.
He's slowly been moving him down the list.
You know what it is,
doing the segment.
This dude hates the West Coast. He just won't say it.
What?
This dude hates the West Coast.
I'm not gonna say Casey.
You're the one that hates Tupac.
Whoa! Oh, wow! That's a low blow, pal.
Wow.
I don't even bring that one up anymore.
Queen Latifah.
He tried to play Tupac at the live show. I think it was different.
Jungle Fever, House Party 2. She was in Juice. Set It Off. Let's see. Let's find some okay. Brown Sugar, Queen Latifah.
Does Ludacris get any mention in this?
Just right.
That's kind of cheating.
You get that one from the chatty house.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of cheating. That's like saying Tyrese gets credit for it.
But
That cast worked.
But
together.
it does kind of it has to count because that's what we talked about with Ice-T. Ice-T is one of the stars of the show. It's Benson and Stabler are the stars.
Sure.
So same thing on Fast and Furious. Like Vin Diesel's a star. Ludacris is in there. He gets credit for it.
I don't think Queen got the movies, man.
Queen
gonna live on
she
TV.
She got the TV shows. And she's got an Emmy and a Grammy.
No, I think she's got. I think she's got it all, doesn't she? Didn't she get a Tony for
Oscar is what I'm thinking of. Does she have an Oscar?
She definitely doesn't. She got nominated for an Oscar.
Gotcha.
All
this was for Chicago, right?
Yeah. She killed Chicago.
Crazy.
I thought she got a Tony though, because I thought she was really close. What's that called? The EGOT? I thought she was really close to that, but maybe not. She didn't. She definitely didn't get the Oscar though. She was nominated. She's still fine too.
Shout out Queen Latifah.
Queen Latifah.
Big ups to her.
You know where she could probably win is the voice work. Her voice work is crazy. She's on so many of these like Ice Age and her voice work is crazy.
She may not have the music to keep up with Ice Cube because I'm encompassing that too.
Or L.
Yeah.
Or Will.
Because Ice Cube, he's got the TV, movie, or he's got the movie and the music. LL's got the TV, movie, and music. Queen's music felt like she stopped rapping once she started acting.
Yeah.
Like once she did
Ice-T got
single, it seemed like she stopped.
Ice-T got the music, just not for us.
Mm-hmm.
He got that body count. I mean, his hip hop is dope, but I think body count was way bigger.
Yeah. He tapped into that audience.
Well, come back to find out what happened with the rat at Kenny Caraway's house. When I guess this is just a holdover edition of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. But shout out to our guy Paul Marshall. He's listening. He said Mark Wahlberg.
Somebody else said Mark.
Yeah, that came up a lot in the chat a few times.
I'm just gonna be real. Mark Wahlberg isn't a rapper.
I'm sorry, sir.
He has rapped. He's not a rapper. I do not look at Mark Wahlberg as a rapper.
Good Vibrations.
Yeah, he's got that one song. Does he have anything other than that?
No.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
No, he does. I think there was one other song on that album that got a little run, but nothing like that.
He's got the movies, but
yeah, like the Chicago Bears rapped. They're not rappers. Okay. The LA Rams rapped. That doesn't mean they're rappers.
what was the name of that song again that the Rams did?
That's Kyle. LL Cool J is hard as hell. I don't care if you tell.
If they're not going to pay Corbin Burns, I'm good with Crochet.
Come on, man. Drag on. Do my bust that guns. Yeah,
They call
bust that
me
guns.
Dragon. It's time to moan.
North, south, east, west. I'm just gonna show you who are the best. Him and Memphis Bleak were supposed to be next. Didn't turn out that way.
Maybe next time they come to Sacramento, we could try to find something out.
Yeah, man. That's D'Lo's boy. He follows D'Lo.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Who?
Jacob Fatu?
Oh, he follows all of us, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I was just working on my will during the commercial break, getting it sent out to the right people.
Who gets the marble floor?
That's a good call. I
Well,
just want
not
a
either
piece.
one of you.
I just want a piece. That'll last for generations.
I did say leave the upcoming premier pool to Kenny because you got to run with it here on the show.
Yeah.
Got to do some social for it, and you
Do-
run with that.
Do I get the Republic Stadium?
What?
The Republic Stadium, Jesse.
Yeah,
talked
that's
about
going
it.
in your backyard.
Yeah,
The
do I get
Republic
that?
Stadium is not going.
Do I? Damn, who gets it then?
Okay.
Remember when Dame said you got to walk outside and oversee the city?
That is not even
that's
remotely
that's
close
exactly
to what I
happened. No,
said.
that's what happened.
This show is so full
You
of
said
crap.
I walk out of my house and I
That's
oversee
not
the
what I
city
said.
like I'm
Yeah,
Batman. You
yeah.
said that.
That's what he said. No, that's a true story. That's a true story.
That's not what happened. The show is stupid. Show is so stupid.
Oh man.
All right.
For those wondering about Mark Wahlberg too, he didn't make the cut. We talked about it during the break.
He didn't. Shout out Paul Marshall.
Shout out, Paul
Shout out to
Marshall.
everybody who mentioned. Well, shout out Paul Marshall always.
Yeah, but no, Marky Mark, he rapped. He's not a rapper. So no, I love Four Brothers though. I really like that movie.
You look like you got a take.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wasn't feeling it?
No.
I think he's letting Mark Wahlberg in.
No. How do we work Snoop into this conversation?
I don't think we can.
Yeah, I don't think he do. He doesn't
He
do
didn't have the
movies or anything or
or TV
TV.
show. I mean, he's got reality TV.
But is anyone on TV more than Snoop is?
LL and Ice-T.
Well, I guess Ice-T is because, well, I'm sure NCIS airs.
Yeah,
Snoop is kind of like in the Shack tier, I guess, where you're just doing whatever, whether it's advertising or
Snoop is on a
TV
commercial
appearances.
that's airing during Ice Cube show or Ice-T show.
T-Mobile.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Or the Corona commercials. Isn't he
Yeah,
on the
yeah, he's on
Corona
the
Beach
Corona.
commercials?
Yeah, yeah.
That's him too.
Yeah.
He's the only one. He could probably endorse multiple beers and no one cares.
Well, we've talked about this before. He's probably the most famous rapper of all time.
I still think that's Will, but
Yeah, well.
he's up there. Yeah. He's up there. Okay, so the Bucks.
Shout out to the Bucks, man. And to be
Kinda
honest with you, shout out to me.
What?
You know, a lot of people said I was going to lose my job. I wasn't going to make it to Christmas. And then look, I understand. We started off real bad. But what we did is we told the whole story. And we got things together. Chris Middleton's back. You know, we're getting good contributions from Gary Trent Jr. You know, it's an underrated signing by me. You know, I influenced that. And Giannis, not only does he lead the league in scoring, but he should be considered as MVP, just like I should be considered Coach of the Year for what I've done.
Okay, thank you, Doc. The Bucks have kind of turned this thing around, though.
I have, man.
They beat your Orlando Magic yesterday, at least a version of your Orlando Magic yesterday.
Who? Shout out to them, Jamal Mosley.
Yeah.
They just lose guys left and right. It doesn't matter. They keep competing. I like the way that team plays. and it's a testament to him.
Understood. Don't hate that at all. But I think the story is the Milwaukee Bucks turning this thing around. They were in the grave with dirt on top of them, like mankind in '96.
We were looking for teams for Giannis in the offseason at some point.
Right?
This year.
At
Right?
one point,
like
yeah.
Dame was done. He was sad and depressed, and this was all going to hell. And Giannis scored 37 yesterday. Dame helped kind of close that thing out. And suddenly the Bucks, did I put it in at 13 and 11?
Mm-hmm.
Is their record? Like, this was a team that, was awful. Now, unlike Philadelphia, I did think we all thought they might be able to turn this thing around. They're not Philadelphia. But we didn't think they had enough, that they didn't have enough dogs to do it. They didn't have enough players to do it. They didn't have enough guys to do it. But here they are, a couple of games above 500. They're headed to Las Vegas. They're going to be one of the finalists in the in-season tournament. And
have they re-entered that top tier of the East with Cleveland and Boston?
They're knocking on the door. Well, don't leave the
Not
Knicks
there
out
yet.
either. Don't do that. They're 15.
Knicks can hang out. Carl Anthony Towns went off the other day, I think.
Knicks on it. He did.
And,
Knicks
Washington Heights, Carl Anthony Towns.
Knicks
He's letting them know.
Did you
New
see that?
York.
Knicks are on the stoop.
They on the stoop.
They on the stoop, just hanging out.
I think that's the four teams. I think it's, and I put them all in the same category. If I had to rank them, I'd say the Bucks are probably fourth, but I think it's Milwaukee, New York, Cleveland, and Boston. Boston's obviously one.
Got all these rapper Wikipedia put things open like it's Basketball Reference. Just close these damn tabs so we can get to work here. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're still on the outside looking in because, truth be told, the team they beat yesterday is right there.
Yeah, and they've had to deal with injuries, which is maybe stunted what they're capable of. But you're right.
They had to deal with
right there.
these injuries, right?
Mhm.
I mean, not these injuries, the injury.
Yeah, but they're two best players.
Yeah.
The same injury, right? Oblique for.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah,
both
Paolo
of them.
was. Yeah, Palos was crazy when they said, "Oh, he's day to day with this oblique thing." It was like, that's day to day.
Right.
Oh no.
Yeah, hopefully he gets back soon.
I don't think top two is a possibility. But can Giannis win MVP as a 3 seed with the Bucks?
I was just about to say that. It's a great transition. I mean, I'm going to be the one, and I guess Dame would too. He kind of feels the same way. No, Giannis Antetokounmpo should be the MVP. All this talk about, and no disrespect, the guy's amazing about Jokic and all this other stuff. Giannis should be the MVP.
Over Tatum and Shea too?
Yes. Yes. He is maybe the most dominant force in the game today. And he gets credit for turning this around. 32.7 a night, it's number one. 11.4 rebounds a night, that's sixth. 6 assists, which is top 25 for your 6'11 center, power forward, whatever you want to call them. I am tired of the disrespect for Giannis Antetokounmpo. If people want to make the SGA argument, I understand that as well. But Giannis should be no lower than second.
Giannis is about 33, 11, and 7.
Come on, man. Come on. He just
6, excuse me.
He just does it, and people just kind of look past it. I watch these shows. I listen to these podcasts. Your win horses, all these guys. They're like, yeah, Giannis is playing great.
Yeah.
All right, man. All right.
I'm gonna go back. They dropped They dropped 1, 2, 3, 6. They dropped 6 of the first 7. Since then, it's about the same. That's not glaring. His numbers, they look crazy. Like going
Giannis,
backwards. Yeah, 37, 34, 30, 31, 28, 42. Those are his numbers.
Didn't they have a 60 in there?
60. He has a 59 back on November 13th. If you just went with December 28, 31, 30, 34, he had a 42 on November 30th. But yeah, I mean, Jesse just gave the averages there a second ago. 32.7, 11.4, 6 assists, 61% from the field, 17% from three.
Well,
Get those free throws up, and he'll be even higher. But I don't know why Giannis is just an afterthought when Denver doesn't play well as a team, as a collective, as a record-wise, and Nikola Jokic is the greatest thing we've ever seen. Nikola Jokic is having a fantastic season, by the way, but he's not doing anything different than what Giannis Antetokounmpo has done the last handful of seasons. Jokic is being Jokic, but it seems like Jokic gets more credit for being Jokic than Giannis gets for being Giannis.
I'm not even sure why, and this isn't a knock on Jokic. It's more to big up Giannis. I don't know why we just concede the best player in the world to Jokic. Like at the
Assists, I guess.
At the end of the day, it should at least be a conversation, at the very least, if not making the argument that Giannis is the best player in the world. But this notion, this thought that it's not even a conversation, I disagree with.
I'm with you.
So
I'm with you.
he had another monster night last night. As the Bucks became the first, well, they've only had 2 years, but the first team to go to 2 multiple NBA Cups, semifinals.
Put it on the Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
Semis are in Vegas, right?
Semis are in Vegas.
Yeah.
And they've done a much better job this year of scheduling this thing. Last year, the semifinals were on a Thursday night. Finals were on a Saturday night. This year, semifinals are going to be on Saturday, and the finals are on Tuesday on TNT. So a much better job. It really did get lost in the shuffle last year a little bit. Championship being on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
I understand why you want the Thursday, Saturday. You want a weekend in Vegas, but it just didn't work out with what they were trying. I think they were around like last year might have fell on like championship Saturday for college football and stuff like that. So it was just, it was a bad night. And I like how they switched it up and gave them a Tuesday slot, which they're just, the championship is all alone. It's a standalone game in that respect. So, yeah, a little switch up on the schedule was better.
OKC, moving along. They beat the Mavericks to get to Las Vegas as well. Jesse asked something yesterday we didn't really get to, just kind of put it in our notes and tucked it in our back pocket. Is Oklahoma City are they the team to beat in the Western Conference?
Yeah, I'd give them that credit for sure. For sure. They're
It's interesting.
team.
It's not Dallas.
No.
And it doesn't feel like it's Denver.
Hell no.
No, it's OKC.
It feels like it's Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
I think it's
they're
OKC, and I'm not even sure who is after them. Nobody's taken that spot yet.
Yeah, I think Memphis or Houston are still kind of see how this thing plays out. Golden State might have been there without the losing streak.
Yeah,
maybe.
Maybe
not.
They were what 12-3 or something.
Something. Yeah, I think that's what they were before the.
And then they had the losing streak, and OKC really hasn't.
They're 14-9 right now for comparison's sake. That's where they are.
OKC really hasn't had that situation, and they lost.
They haven't had it for a year and 24 games now. They were consistent last year.
They're the favorites. They're the favorites, and they've earned that at this point in time in the West. I don't see that changing so much.
I think Jesse's right. There's no one else to talk about. Like the Windhurst and Bontemps and McMahons, they'll fall in love with their Denver, but that's fine. The Denver is not that. That's a 12-10 team right now. It's not the Lakers. It's not the Suns because you can't hold on to the KD thing because KD's now missed 2 chunks of time.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely not Minnesota. And I maybe someone will make the argument that it could be Dallas. Like I didn't buy Dallas last year and was of the wait and see approach with them. But Oklahoma City now for 82 games plus 24, you do the math, like they have been good.
Yep. They've got
and consistent. That's what I should have said. They have been consistently good.
And for people that look at these type of things, they by far have the highest differential points per game and opponent's points per game at 12.
Yeah.
The next highest one is Memphis at 8.7. So they've been dominant. They've won 8 of their last 10 games.
Anyone know what the Kings point differential average was a week ago?
I don't.
Because I got to imagine beating teams by 40 on consecutive games up their average a little bit.
They're at 3.2 right now.
They're at plus 3.2 right now.
Plus
Yeah.
3.2, excuse me. But yeah, OKC, they're the truth right now. The thing that I want to know about them, and they've had some additions, Caruso, Hartenstein, that have helped them out. I want to know if they're more than just a really, really good regular season team. When somebody can lock into what you're trying to do in a series, can you deliver in that respect? Last year they struggled with that with Dallas. They believe their issue with Dallas was size and not being able to get rebounds and moving on for somebody like Josh Giddey. We'll see what happens. But when you got into a series situation, the good team was able to lock in on you and create some problems for guys like J-Dub and some of the other guys on there. So, that's the next step. We'll see, come playoff time, if what they do in the regular season is able to translate to playoff series. But right now, they're clearly the favorites.
Atlanta. Sorry?
In the Western Conference, my bad.
Atlanta and New York tonight. All right.
Well, I like that. I like that. I like Trae Young going to the Garden. The Garden's going to be.
That's a good call.
It's going to be electric. They're going.
Good call.
They're going to be turned up.
It's a good call.
It's going to be good energy.
That's still a thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
He's
it's not as much of.
He's a heel forever. That's a good call.
It's not as much. I like tonight's games.
I really like the second one.
Yeah,
I really like the second one. I'm glad I could watch the Warriors and Rockets as a standalone. I like that.
Yeah, I like both doubleheaders. You know what I mean? Or excuse me, I like the doubleheader. I like both games. They said, I saw something earlier where they said the NBA Cup ratings were down this year. Well, it's clear to me there's only one reason why. Kings aren't involved.
Were they last year?
Yeah.
They were?
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't make it to Vegas. That's what it is.
And we took a loss to who. Got beat down. That
was the one to get to Vegas, right?
Yeah.
That was in the knockout round.
Yeah. I think it got to.
And it was the Malik shot against Golden State that got him there. That's right.
I think we
something tells me the numbers might be a little higher tonight.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be cooking tonight.
Yeah, I think
they're gonna be cooking tonight. The Knicks and Steph Curry, they're gonna make up the whole 10%.
Well, I think the facts. Yeah,
they're
for
gonna
real.
make the whole 10% up.
I think the thing with numbers too last year is it's probably a bit misleading because of curiosity.
True.
There are a lot of my basketball friend who walks her dog that I talked to, the Warriors fan.
Stop talking to her.
Well, this is a nice lady. She does pay attention to the Kings too. She does always stop me to talk about the Warriors. She actually tuned into the show, so
shout out to her.
She was like, "Yeah, I still don't quite understand this," because she was like, "What are the Kings doing in the NBA Cup?" I was like, "Oh, they didn't make it." And so I think there's still a lot of people who don't quite understand what this is. And last year, I think it was a lot of curiosity. What is this? All this talk about the courts, all of this, different stuff, but. Now it's just like, oh, it's an NBA game on a different court.
I gotta say, for me personally, I found myself a lot less invested in it without my team being, involved or having an opportunity. So I wonder if that is going to play a role moving forward. Like if just if you're a fan of the Pistons and you're 1 and 2, you don't have a chance to get in, or do you really care about the NBA Cup as a whole leading into the knockout round? Like I like the knockout round almost regardless who's involved, but watching on a Tuesday when your team has no shot or no type of vested interest in the NBA Cup, are you really worried about if Milwaukee won by 26 so they can get in? Like I don't know if that's gonna last.
Yeah.
I feel like they got to make winning it mean something still. Like players winning 500 grand or whatever it is. Like I don't think that means anything to the average fan.
It also could just be a basketball game. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't feel. I don't think the NBA, like with Jesse, I don't think the NBA Cup is real stakes yet.
No. And it also, I don't know if it ever needs to be. You know what I mean? Because all this was an alternative and something to pique interest in a time that didn't necessarily pique interest. Like they were gonna
storyline.
They didn't create games for the NBA Cup. The games were already played. They just put some stakes on it. They just put a little quirk to it. So you're starting at nothing. Like, let's just assume like people didn't care what was going on. If you get 0.5 interest, you've gained because you were already at nothing. People didn't care. So, people look at it maybe like, oh man, they've got to get 25% more interest in the NBA. Well, no, if you get 10%, 10 from 0 is a plus, right? So I don't know if they need to do more with the stakes and for it to mean anything.
That's fine.
Just a
I enjoy
different
it.
work. I do too. Like I said, I like this part. If the Kings aren't invested in a way to get in during pool play, I'm probably not as invested. But once you get to the knockout rounds, like I think that's dope. I'm locked in. I was locked in yesterday. I'm gonna be locked in today when they go to Vegas, which is actually the interesting part of it. That's the one that's kind of like they may have to figure something out about that because I heard it didn't have the energy you probably would have wanted for your NBA Cup in Las Vegas. So I think it should just stay in Vegas. Like once again, like you're making something.
I think Vegas is always tough though, especially if it's not a like all-star games. That's long-term booking. Like you plan ahead for that. I don't know that NBA fans are flocking to Las Vegas for the NBA Cup as much as the Buck fans, Thunder fans, hypothetically Warriors and Knicks fans. Like, and even that, I think it's extremely limited.
Right.
So NBA fans are going to the All-Star game. Like NBA fight fans flock to Vegas for fights. Yeah. Flock for UFC events.
Which is like a 2.5 months buildup.
Right. Yeah. Versus a couple days notice. Mm-hmm. That's always going to be difficult.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if they'll ever move it.
I don't know. I don't see any reason to.
I don't either. Like it doesn't have to become the biggest thing that the NBA has outside of the NBA finals. It could just be what it is. Like, yeah.
Look, we could talk about ratings today. We talk about all this. They have enough to sell it to Amazon.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's it. That's it.
A sellable
Look, we can
product?
talk about this. That's it. Is it a sellable entity? The definitive answer is yes.
Yeah. Did we ever talk about on here how a couple weeks ago, I think it came out, they were talking about moving the NBA Cup?
We did.
Trying to get away from football.
Trying to get away from football because the NBA are little bitches. And they're scared of big bad Roger Goodell in the National Football League. Which would literally destroy the whole purpose of the in-season cup to move it.
They way too worried. Well, it's easy for me to say because it's kind of maybe how they make their money. They're way too worried about ratings. Like, it don't matter what you're going to do. You're not going to pull the same ratings as the NFL. Like, they're going to be in the 20s on a Thursday night game. You're going to be at like 3. It's fine. Like, it's okay. Once again, easy for me to say because my bottom line isn't affected by ratings the way theirs maybe is. But, yeah, don't worry. I wish they would stop worrying about that.
I do too. Because the next time the Jaguars play the Titans on Thursday Night Football on Amazon Prime and there's no basketball game to watch.
Oh, man.
It's going to be a little frustrating.
Oh, man. It happens too often. Too often. College never lets us down, though.
I also like what are the average NBA numbers? Like 1.5 million to 3 million? It's generally not higher than that, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that number stays the same on a Thursday night. I don't think that number is going to vary.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
Yeah, unless the Cowboys are playing, then, well, you just stuck because people are going to watch a bad Cowboys team, as we learned on Monday.
Yeah.
18 million people watching Monday Night Football for no damn reason. People want to watch basketball, they're going to watch basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think sometimes people think, oh, we're competing against all of the sports fans. Like, no, you have football fans, you have fans of a particular team, you have basketball fans. Like, and then you got people like us. We're going to watch both.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody's got 2 screens now. Like, we're watching both. And once YouTube gets their crap together, we can watch them both on the same screen.
Yeah.
But I think too many parties, including the WWE, the NFL, I think they think way too much about this stuff, and it just does not impact them.
I think so too. But like I said, on the flip side, RIP, that's how they make their money, right? Like if they're trying to get a $4 billion TV deal, and they're like, well, your ratings are here. You know what I mean? Like they've got to find a way.
But I don't think their ratings change is my point. Like I don't think their numbers would change against football. If we're talking, and I'll just use Monday as an example because I know the numbers off the top. This is 8. It was just under 19 million people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that number falls if 1 to 3 million people wanted to tune in to the Warriors and Kings, Warriors and Rockets, whatever.
So, but let me ask you this.
Okay.
Why don't I ask you when we come back?
That's fine too. You can do whatever you want to. When's Joe joining us? 15 or 45?
45.
All right. Joe Davidson coming up. There's a lot going on locally there. We got to talk to our man, Joe D, about. We got power rankings on the way. Much more ahead, man. It's Steeling with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. He's 45, and I think he's on the.
Yeah, I think he's on the stream. He didn't. He usually tells me if he has to be on the phone. So. Let's go ahead. Let's do this. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big ups to Jordan Brand. Big ups to my guy, Don is Dope, doing what he does. Go check out that GNX collection he's got popping off right now. And I saw a question by my main man, Madman Leak, on his boxing podcast that I thought was interesting. And I want to make sure I have the specific question because the answer, there's a lot of different things going on with the answer. But he asked the question. He said, who do you think is more at fault for the state of boxing right now? Is it the fans or the fighters? For one, I definitely don't say it's the fans, but I picked the fighters in that scenario. And there's a lot going on, right? Because I understand trying to maximize your career and take as little punishment as possible while making as much money as you possibly can. But it's gone like way the other direction. They never fight. They're top guys who fight once a year, and that's just not going to get it done. But like my man G Funky said, the promoters and the TV networks and the deals they make, like they bear just as much of the blame as anybody else in all this. And the moral of the story is there's a lot of issues going on with boxing right now, and they're starting to get worse. This past year was awful. 2024 was awful, and they got to rebound in a major way in 2025. And I don't know if they have the infrastructure to do it. But you tell me, who's the most to blame for what's going on with boxing right now? It's the 13th round.
I think Oscar De La Hoya is the problem with boxing.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with that. I'm not going to disagree with that. He's awful. I think the this His Excellency is actually not helping boxing as much as people think it is, if at all. All these things going to Saudi Arabia, being on at 1:00 in the afternoon during college football season. It's not good.
Yeah, cut it out, man.
It's not good at all.
Fights need to be at 8 o'clock. I feel like the snack area might be getting refilled today.
It is. Jen is in the building. Yeah.
Justine's out there working on something too. I also think she might be preparing for caroling tomorrow.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, I'll go. Well, you know, their first stop is Sky River.
Damn,
It's
are
like
they going all through the city?
They are. Yeah. So I like.
What time is that?
Well, I think it like they meet here at like 9, I think. But they're not leaving at 9. Or maybe it's 9. They're meeting here at 9 and then they'll leave shortly there afterwards. But because my first thought was, well, I don't think we can't do this, but like maybe we could do one stop. We can't even do that stop.
Yeah, I might be able to peek my head in there.
Well, yeah, but if you get there at 10, well, I guess 10:30, you get here at. All right. You said it was Danny?
Danielle.
Danielle.
No, Daniel.
Daniel. Oh, get it. It's
Damn,
fine.
Daniel.
916-909-1320 Oak Grove Kia Talk Line.
I feel for my guy Daniel because he probably has people saying that all the time. Just like when South Park came out, they're like, "Oh my God, they killed Kenny!" Like all the time.
What was the line?
Damn, Daniel. Kill him with another one.
Yeah, that was on Twitter. You missed out on that?
I guess so.
And that was.
You guys don't understand. Once this show ends, I don't look at Twitter again.
That was probably what about? Oh no, this was
like
way back when. This
6 years ago. I
I'd
feel.
say 7, 8 years.
Yeah.
What is this from?
The kid he had.
It was stupid. It wasn't even like I don't even know what it was for, but it was just one of those.
Yeah, because he would come with vans every day, right? It was vans.
Yeah.
And his little buddy would be like, "Damn, Daniel, damn, Daniel, killing him with the white ones."
Oh, well, that's what they say about Tyrese. Daniel, what's up, man?
Yo, guys, quick side note. I was in college when that happened, and it was rough.
I'm telling.
Okay.
I already know, man. That oh my God, they killed Kenny. That kind of still goes on.
Yes,
today.
I missed out.
I muffed it last time when we were talking about game hitters, so let me do this real quick. I was just saying, in-season tournament kind of deal.
Mhm.
You know, I feel like the offset, you know, it's on Tuesday, it's on Friday kind of deal. That kind of distracts it a little bit. I'm not saying an all-star weekend, but something to like make it more focused and concentrated might make people more interested, and I'll take your response off there.
Well, I think the idea is to, for lack of a more eloquent way of putting it, is drag it out, right? Like you don't want it to last a weekend.
Right.
You want it to last a month.
Yeah.
You want a month of storylines, podcasts, articles. Like we focus on ratings. And obviously that's really important because of Amazon and NBC and so on. But content is also important. You're finding different ways to talk about a basketball game, right? To add a little stakes to a basketball game that might not have any.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And just, you know, create an event type of atmosphere for your league. What I was going to ask you before we went to break, because you said, you know, the ratings wouldn't change.
I don't think that they would. Yeah.
Do you think if they put a game on Monday, like say it was, you know, against Monday Night Football and Warriors Rockets on Monday Night Football, you think the ratings are the same on Monday as opposed to if they put it on Tuesday?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think
I feel like if you wanted to see the game, you were going to watch it.
Yeah, but if there's,
I think the number of people, I think because we think, so what I always like, I think we think sports fans have to choose. Do I watch like if you have no rooting interest.
Mhm.
Like, do we watch like the Sacramento? Do the sports fans of Sacramento? Do we have to watch the Rockets and the Warriors, or do we watch the Texans and the Bills? And ultimately, like, I think basketball fans will watch the basketball game and football fans will watch the football game. And I don't think the number is that distinctively different to where you go, man, 2.5 million people would have watched the Warriors Rockets, but only 1 million people did. I don't think that's a thing. I think if the number's 2.5 million, then 2.5 million people would have watched it. If the number in the NFL is 10 million, 10 million people would have watched it. If you take the number of a good, whatever the ratings number is for a good basketball game and whatever the ratings number is for a good non-Cowboy football game, I think that's about what you'll get on the same night. I don't think the bleed over of fans is as much as we like think it is. I don't think fans are like, God, I don't know what to watch. Like, I don't think that's a thing.
You also do have the thing nowadays.
This is 100% opinion based, by the way. I have no science to back this up.
You also have the situation now with the cord cutting where you, in certain cases, you get locked in apps. So that may play a factor as well. Like if I'm watching, I can't necessarily just
on Thursdays
change the channel
back
to basketball or something like that. Like I used to be able to with,
and
cable.
Maybe that's what the NBA is scared to like tiptoe in with Thursday nights because of the locked in and you can't channel flip. That when you do land on those marquee Thursday night football games and you've got the Thunder and Celtics or whatever, maybe there is a fear like people are locked into that app. Like there's no flipping, there's no channel surfing, there's no nothing. And even if you have a blowout, are people just going to leave the TV there, go do something else, pick up their phone, start scrolling, get on their computer, start typing, whatever? Or are they actually going to take their remote, close the app, open the other one, or do whatever their process is to get back to regular television and find Thunder Celtics? Maybe in that situation, the NBA doesn't want to play around with that. But like on a Monday or a non-app exclusive, I don't think it's as big of a deal.
And I mean, you never stop trying to make money, but I mean, the job is pretty much done at this point, right? Like you're not selling the NBA to broadcast companies anymore. You know what I mean? Like you've got the bag,
but you do have to deliver what you sold them.
True. You do. You try to, but unless they literally have outs in the contract, like they locked into that, huh?
I would think so. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine there's any sort of out for a broadcast partner.
Kick my feet up now. Guess where I'm putting.
Well, you do have rights in 10 years. You're probably thinking about in about 3.
Right. After the first year of the new deal, they're gonna start working on the new deal.
Well, the WNBA thing is already a big discussion. So they're all part of that. The league and the partners are all a part of that.
Can I ask you a King's question from an article I saw earlier today?
Well, can we? Yeah, let me mention this real quick because I feel like we're on topic with this. We've been wondering about the hires for the NBA teams. Jamal Crawford, I guess, was just hired by NBC. Report from The Athletic has Reggie Miller as another target for NBC.
I like Reggie more than most. Reggie ain't bothering nobody.
Speak for yourself, pal.
Oh, Kevin, look at that. They might have to cut his leg off. Oh, he's back in the game 2 seconds later.
I can't wait for Reggie for another decade of Reggie overreacting to injuries. Oh, man, Domantas Sabonis just exit the game. Apparently, he has a headache. Oh, God, they got to get that checked out. His brain could explode. Did you see the Jamie Foxx special? He needs to go get checked. All right, man. Mike Tirico, Noah Eagle, the lead broadcasters. No surprise there, I don't think, especially after the Olympics. We knew Mike is their guy anyways. But the belief is NBC will need 4 broadcast teams. So they still got quite a few hires to make.
They do. And I'm trying to
No
remember.
word, by the way, on who Jamal's paired with. No, nothing like that. Just that those hires that hire is being made, and there is at least interest in Reggie Miller.
Well, one of those guys, that should be maybe the guy who did a really good job in the summer was Dwayne Wade.
I thought Dwayne Wade was fantastic.
He did a really good job during the Olympics, and if he wants to be a part of it, which seems like he does, maybe he's the lead guy. I saw somewhere, I'm trying to say, I think it was Amazon. It's not NBC, but they're talking about bringing Dirk in.
Yes.
Was it? It was.
I
Amazon,
think it was
right?
Amazon. Yep.
Yeah.
Dirk. Man, I feel like I saw Richard Jefferson's name on there. And there's one more, and I'm missing it, and I apologize. But there were 3 guys that were, I think, kind of linked to the Amazon stuff.
Yeah. So Dirk would be interesting. I didn't know he was interested in doing that.
I didn't either.
But I
don't think I've ever heard him do anything of the sort.
I haven't either. I've heard him talk about the game though, and it was interesting.
Like podcast form?
Yeah, and where was he? It wasn't even podcast because I feel like I was looking at him, but maybe just in studio somewhere.
Okay.
And he was insightful. He was definitely insightful with how he looked at the game and viewed the game, with some of the things he was trying to break down. So, and in this situation, I think he's a studio guy. I don't think he's on the games. Is what they're talking about with Amazon. So I think that'd be great for him too, being in the studio.
Also, if he's not, give him a chance to be.
Yeah, that too.
They killed Brady the first week.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Brady's very good.
Yeah,
I absolutely enjoy listening to Tom Brady.
I like what he has to say when he's on the mic.
You don't have to judge him. Oh, thank you. It was Blake Griffin. Thank you. That was the other guy.
Yeah.
It was Blake.
Yeah.
Which I think is really interesting. I'll be curious.
They think Blake might be Charles Barkley.
Okay.
Which I
don't do that. Like you're setting yourself up for failure if you do this.
I don't
do
mean
that.
I don't mean to sound like a hater. Like, he don't bother me. But a lot of people talk about Blake like he's so funny.
Colorist.
Like he's so hilarious. He's not that funny.
Drake's the only light-skinned dude this guy likes, man.
What?
Number 1 on the listening list.
What?
Just wait till Draymond's ready to go, guys.
Oh.
No. See, people talk about Blake is Stephen Brown. Blake is very funny. Blake's
got good dry humor. I feel like his personality's funny.
I actually think
he's
Blake
cool.
is pretty funny.
He's cool.
I don't think he's stand-up comedian funny like he tried to be.
Yeah,
but I think he's enjoyable.
I think he's cool. Like, I don't have any problem listening to him. But like I said, this once again, it's just I don't see it the same way. Very funny is all right. Settle down. He's fine. He's fine.
Is Charles Barkley very funny?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
Is he?
Charles Barkley is hella funny.
He's hilarious.
Okay.
I think he had another one yesterday. I think Kenny was
was that the texting thing?
It was the Jay-Z thing.
Joint.
Kenny Smith said something about would you Jay-Z something or whatever, and Charles Barkley's like, yeah, I don't think that's a good time right now.
Yeah, because
Roger Goodell was asked about Jay-Z today.
What did he say?
He just were aware of the civil litigation against Jay-Z, and we're aware of Jay-Z's strong defense against litigation. That's the tough thing about this. Like, it's nothing more than an allegation. By the way, did anyone pick up on the lawyer?
Yeah, that's the Deshaun Watson.
That's the Deshaun Watson guy who solicited complaints through social media. Not the most traditional lawyer you got over here filing these lawsuits, but doesn't matter. Needs to be investigated, and you keep it moving. But yeah, Roger was asked about Jay-Z today.
Said the relationship's not changed.
Well, nor should it. Like, it's the process. Same thing you go through with a player.
Yeah,
you've got to investigate this further.
Yeah.
I like and I guess depending on what you think of lawyers, this is slick. I don't know if anyone else picked up on this. Most people probably didn't do the math, but there's a third person involved. They had Sean in the first one, with celebrity B and C, or 2 and 3, however they did it.
Mhm.
Jay-Z wound up being it's like a pro wrestling reveal where he was 2.
Mhm.
And the line was, well, there's a third celebrity involved and it's a female.
I thought I don't know if it was allegations or I actually saw it, but yeah, I feel like I've heard a name.
Well, they want people to not do the math.
Uh-huh.
Jay-Z and a celeb. Oh, we always knew him and Beyonce were nasty. 25 years ago. The math doesn't quite work.
Yeah, the female is not Beyonce didn't even come to mind.
No, I'm not saying, but what I'm saying is they put those headlines, it's clickbait headlines. But what he's doing is got everybody's interest for a second time, because this has already been out there. It's like, we're going to get it again when we tell everyone who the third person is.
It's a dirty game. All of it. It's just a dirty game, man. But like you said, need to be vetted, one way or another, and it's for a number of different reasons. I hope none of that happened.
Facts.
Yeah, I hope none of that happened.
Okay, so enough of that. I think that was all I wanted to mention was the broadcast names are out there. There's going to be a lot of hiring because, Amazon's got people to hire. NBC's got a ton of people to hire. And it's not fully clear what ESPN is going to do, though all signs seem to be pointing towards Richard Jefferson joining the A broadcast.
Richard Jefferson, he's gotten better as time gone along, but he still leaves a lot to be desired.
And maybe he can get better working with Breen and DB. Maybe he can get better in that regard.
Yeah. And maybe that's
I also don't think you need it.
Sorry,
I don't think you need a 3-person booth.
I don't either.
I don't know why they're forcing that.
I don't know.
You had a Kings question? Or thought or idea?
Yeah, no, so
you can save it if you want. It doesn't matter.
No, it's good. We saw I was looking at this article on The Athletic this morning, and it was about they had a vote or something like that on the top front offices in basketball, and the top 10. I think they asked other NBA executives or media people who the top front offices were in the NBA. Kings weren't in the top 10, but that's no surprise. But my thought and my question was, what do you think they need to do to get in the top 10? Is it simply win? Like, is that the sole thing? Like win at a high level to get into that category as being one of the top front offices in the game? And
well, let's see. Who's in the top 10? He asked, having seen this article himself and rolling his eyes at it. Because I'll save the drama. Philadelphia's in it. Oh, and you know what they said? Daryl takes risks. Love it. God damn it. He goes out there and he tries to make moves. Doesn't matter that bro fails
all the time.
Miserably. Oh, but he tries.
Well, the one that I looked at and I was like, that made me even think about the Kings, right? The Sixers was a good one, but the one that made me think about the Kings,
terrible, but
good one as in
yeah, right.
But number 5, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and I don't think they've done much of anything good in the last 3 years. They drafted Anthony Edwards. I thought the Gobert trade was bad. Now they end up winning. They got to the playoffs 1 year and lost in the first round. I think they followed it up, or was there a gap year in between? I can't remember. But the year they lost to Denver in the first round, no, I think it was right back to back. So they lost to Denver in the first round, and then the next year they get to the Western Conference Finals, and it works. Salute to them, I guess. But I didn't like the Gobert trade. I didn't like the trade of Karl Anthony Towns for Julius Randle, and here we are today. For them, like if you want to say that they're better than the Kings, I'd agree with that. That's fine. To say that they're fifth, I disagree with that. I don't think they're above some of these other teams that are there below, like the Knicks, like Orlando. Cleveland is 8. I wouldn't put Minnesota ahead of them. And once again, it's a vote. They accumulated votes, and that's how they got to the rankings and stuff like that. I understand that, but yeah, I think the Timberwolves are trending down, to be honest with you.
I'm with you. Oklahoma City was first. Boston was second. Miami was third. I really have no issue with any of that.
No.
Oklahoma City was first by like a mile.
Yeah.
Memphis was fourth.
Interesting. Little high. But they probably should be top 10. I'm okay with that.
So okay. Let's do the top 10. Memphis, Minnesota, as you just mentioned. Then there's New York, Orlando, and Cleveland. Golden State is 9th, and San Antonio.
That's
a 10th.
That's a sneaky one in 10 too, because you make the argument they shouldn't be in the top 10.
They got a lot of points for drafting Wemby, I guess.
Right. They haven't done much of anything for years at this point.
Yeah, not free agency wise. Like they coach that coaching staff, Pop, they get the most out of their guys. I don't know how many people go, I think the Chris Paul move was terrific for a variety of different reasons, but I don't know that I've ever gone, what a savvy move by San Antonio.
Right. And look, the guy's one of the great coaches of all time in all of sports. So if you want to say I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because of that, that's fine. But they haven't won anything. They haven't won anything in like 4 years. How are they this great front office, a top 10 front office? And like you said, even if you want to come out and say, like, look, they won the draft that had Wemby in it, and that's why that's what they get credit for. All right. I'll accept that as an answer, but that's what it is. Like they haven't been willing and dealing to the point where they stayed relative or built something like an OKC has. San Antonio ain't done nothing.
They haven't. I don't know what to tell you. Kings didn't even receive a vote.
Well, and that's the crazy, because you see some of these votes that were received.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Come on, man.
Who's after San Antonio?
Indiana.
Because Indiana traded by themselves.
They are tied.
And went and got Siakam. And I'm sorry, what is their record right now?
Is it 10-16?
Also, take the less. Whatever, man. Let's get TC in here real quick. 916-909-1320, Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. What's up, TC?
What's up with my brothers?
What's up, TC? How you doing, man?
Oh, man. Hey, look, check it out. Hey, we don't want to go down that, you know what I'm saying? No, we already put a bow on that, though. But, hey, I ain't even going to say his name. He in a box, right? Right?
Who?
I'm just saying, though, because your boy Hove. Your boy Hove, he in a box, right?
No, he's not in a box. No,
okay,
not yet.
Okay.
I mean, we got a box.
Yeah, no,
it's on the side.
He's not put in there yet.
He's just not in it yet.
Okay. I was like, man, let me check on that real quick. Other than that,
no, it's fine. You can listen to 99 Problems if you want to. It's fine.
Hey, no, but hey, on another note, am I tripping though, D-Lo and Kenny? I've been on this Kendrick Lamar, bro, for like the last 2 weeks. It's getting better and better, bro. He talking his talk on there, bro, to everybody.
It's a heck of an album.
Yeah,
he did a really good job.
It's great. Kenny died a little as he said that. I saw it.
Oh.
No, it's not you, TC. It's a really good album. There's some great songs on there that aren't going to be singles and aren't going to hit 102.5. I'm not sure how many, because I think we're about to add a third. But no, that's a great album. It's an easy listen.
He's one of the greatest to ever do it, and he delivers every time he comes up with an album. He delivers. He don't miss. Shout out to K-Dot. Yeah, so I'm looking at this list too. The tied for 11 with Indiana is Houston. How is Houston not ahead of San Antonio, ahead of Minnesota? What Houston is put together is fantastic. So I don't understand that. You got Philadelphia there. They received 10 points for whatever reason.
Yes, great.
Utah has received some points.
Well, but we know what a juggernaut they are in the league the last few years.
Dallas received 8 points. Brooklyn with 6 points. Although I'm not really sure why. Like I see the vision, I see what they're doing now, but I wouldn't give them points for being like a top front office right now. The Bucks received 3 points. The Raptors received 2. And now this is just a slap in the face. The Nuggets received 1. The Clippers received a point. And the Washington Wizards received a point. That's just a slap in the face. 2 years ago, Monty McNair won Executive of the Year. So my whole question, like trying to figure this out, is like, what do the Kings need to do to get this type of recognition?
Well, winning clearly isn't the issue.
Yeah.
Because Washington is here. They got votes. San Antonio is not winning. They got votes. Memphis was a 20-win team last year. They got votes. I understand there were circumstances, but still, clearly winning is not the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, I don't know nothing. Kings could be 82-0. Well, you know, ain't it.
And on this list, they when they talk about front office, it seems like they include everything, right? So they talk about governor, which is a term for owner.
Yeah.
CEO, general manager, head coach.
Yeah.
And do you think Vivek is like, we talking about Monty, you think Vivek is just never going to be on that list?
No. No, it just dawned on me, though, why San Antonio's on the list. The 2031 pick swap.
Well, cagey.
Okay, well,
cagey.
They got the best asset of the trade.
I can't believe somebody said that with a straight face.
They absolutely did. Joe Davidson is going to join us. Lots to talk to Joe D about when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Joe D.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, buddy?
No cardigan for me today.
No.
Yeah, we knew better. I'm gonna wear those around you.
Oh, I'm doing a tweet real quick, and then I'm going to be joining your show.
I love that.
And Sac State football, got all kinds of shit going on.
Exciting stuff, man. We've got a lot of questions.
Okay. We'll be joining. Got it. All right. Yes. No, I think it's. I'd be glad to answer some questions. I got a column, opinion piece running today, tomorrow on Sac State saying, pump the brakes on trying to get into a bigger conference. You got an identity issue and a football coaching issue. Coach left because he was burned out, and Troy Taylor sent him a lifeline to come down and save him. So now they got to make a right hire, and is this whole thing going to work with the Pac-12 efforts and all that? Blah blah blah. Meanwhile, UC Davis is rolling right along.
Yeah, I got questions about that too, because that's interesting to me.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it's good to see the Kings finally playing well.
Yeah, they got a couple right before this weird little break that they have. And they got what's gonna, New Orleans is the boogeyman, but that was last year. Like, they've got a chance to win their third straight tomorrow. It's a bad basketball team. So, maybe I think it's good that they had a little momentum going into these few days off, and hopefully they can pick it right back up tomorrow.
Yeah, and they have to they got to beat the Pelicans. They owe them for some of those beat downs.
Oh yeah. Yep, absolutely. Everything good with you, man?
Everything's really good. I was sick as a dog last week. I had the flu. I get that like once a year, and was just hammered. I didn't even go to a high school football playoff game because I just didn't want to get anybody else sick. So I watched 3 games on live stream and was able to report those games that way. You're not trying to pretend that you're there, but I got a hold of each coach after the game, so that, we still made it work. But it's the last thing I want to do is be coughing all over the Grant Pacers. Hey, good looking state. Now that I get you all sick.
Yeah. Yeah, that was that that Grant Rockland game was one of the greatest games I've ever seen.
Oh,
it was just awesome.
I've been doing this forever, as you know, Damian, and that was really something. I got a story on the quarterback, Luke Alexander, running tomorrow, and he's done that 3 weeks in a row now with these late, long drives to win. That's incredible. And teams are blitzing him, coming after him, and he's working with sophomore receivers. And I'm thinking, okay, this is greatness. This is pretty good. He's not a scholarship player because he's 5'11", 180, but he'll play at a junior college or something. It just shows how hard it is to get scholarships. But not everything has to be about scholarships. How about just winning games with your buddies? There's something to be said about that.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
Look at Kenny. Did he take off to go sign autographs out there in the parking lot? That's outrageous.
That's what he does. Yeah, it happens a lot. There's a group of fans just waiting to talk to him.
It's not like hey, can we come in and just stare at you? No, we got to get stuff done. But I'll meet you in the parking lot.
Looks like we got about 20 seconds or so, and we'll be back. We'll be back. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, I got notes for you today, Joe D.
No, what today?
I said I got notes for you. Like I needed to take notes on the things I wanted to ask you about. All right, we're coming back.
Okay.
All right, our man Joe Davidson, the Sacramento Bee, with us here, and we have quite a bit of things to talk about, Joe D. And I feel like this is a multi-layered start to a conversation. But we learned yesterday UC Davis headed to the Mountain West, but not for football. Can you one, how? Two, why? Like what's going on with this move here for UC?
Well, and good to see you guys again. And Kenny, thanks for coming in. We were talking off the air. What he's out there outside in the parking lot signing autographs? I mean, come on, we got to show.
Listen to these guys, man. Come on, man.
He's out there.
They want to come in and hero worship, but not in a studio. Let's go.
He wanted to make sure everybody got their picture and their autograph.
And there was nobody outside. I was actually talking to Pamela.
He's a man of the people. We get it. We had to wait. We had to put extra commercials in, just waiting.
We did
to get this segment going. So yeah, big news for UC Davis. I think it's great that the Aggies are being so ambitious. They want to be in this new conference, the Mountain West. It's going to be reconfigured because they're going to lose some members to the Pac-12. That's being reconfigured by the hour. But no football, not yet. Football could become a member down the road. I like their approach, and you cannot expect to get into a different conference unless you have facilities. And UC Davis has a good basketball arena, and it has a good football stadium, 10,000 seat stadium that could expand. So there's all the potential in the world for the Aggies to be playing football in the Mountain West down the road. And meanwhile, at Sacramento State, the Hornets are trying to get into the Pac-12. We've talked about that on this show, but the Hornets do not have a football stadium that's ready, and they don't have a basketball arena that's ready. And those things have to be settled and figured out. I have to find a new football coach. I have a commentary column piece running this week in the Sacramento Bee on all those things about Sac State. And my whole theme is let's pump the brakes. You're not ready for conference realignment without better facilities, and you need a football coach, because what happened last Friday was a stunner at Sacramento State when Andy Thompson resigned. I think he resigned, and I chatted with him and text. He's joining Troy Taylor down at Stanford. He's going to be the assistant head coach. He's going to be co-defensive coordinator. He's going to get a big raise. He did it to save his soul. He really took this season hard. The Hornets were defined by crushing amount of injuries and tough losses. They won 3 games. They won 3 earlier Big Sky Conference championships. Nobody burdens the load more than the coach. We all know that. And Andy was cooked. And so that's a crucial hire for the Hornets. Meanwhile, while UC Davis is in the FCS playoffs, just rolling along with its first-year coach, Tim Plow. So a lot of good things going on locally for sure.
Yeah, the move to the Mountain West for UC Davis, I think that's a great look, first of all. But you also look at them not going there for football. It seems to be one of those things where if you can get your foot in the door, you always have that in your back pocket. And I'm a guy, like I'm a basketball degenerate, so I like the Big West. You know what I'm saying? Like I watch the Big West. I watch them in the Big West. I think it's a good basketball conference. And moving to the Mountain West, a little bit more visibility, but I don't think you're getting like multiple bids, from if you're UC Davis. Well, you might get multiple bids from the Mountain West, but I look at that more so as setting yourself up to potentially get into that football discussion with the Mountain West.
Absolutely, because football's the wagon. Football is the revenue driving sport. Football is the heavily attended sport. It generates the television revenue, which is why we have so much conference movement and all that. People. It seems like it's ancient history when the Pac-12 dissolved, but all those teams bolted to different conferences because of all the television revenue, and that is the big difference. So Sac State and UC Davis are at the FCS level, which is a lower level, a level one spot lower than the FBS, which is all the teams are in the college football playoffs. And what's the big difference? Well, the big boys get massive television money, and television money helps build facilities and all that. So do deep-pocketed donors. That's your survival. And then there's the name, image, and likeness, the NIL, which helps compensate players, meaning players, and we're not talking the old SMU of the early 80s when money was put in cash and cash was put in envelopes and
allegedly
allegedly all this sneaky deal. We're talking about if a college football player wants to do an autograph signing or work at an auto dealership and be the face of their their pickup truck or something, that's where the NIL money can help on all those. And UC Davis and Sac State's never had to deal with that. They do now if you want to be a player, even at that level.
Yeah. Cal Worthington.
Go see Cal.
Go see Cal.
So now I'm going to have that jingle in my head for the rest of the day.
Well, all right. I've heard rumors about old Cal, but
no. Oh boy.
Cal
no.
At home, people look that up on Google and then grumble at us later.
Yeah. You kind of mentioned this, talking about Troy Taylor or talking about Andy Thompson, Troy Taylor, but Sac State might be able to slow your roll a little bit when it comes to expand, get into a bigger conference. Why was it so loud and why has it fallen so quiet?
Well, and I applaud Sacramento State. It's the SAC-12 committee of local government officials, elected officials, and alumni. And Josh Wood is the twin brother of Luke Wood, the president of Sacramento State. I talked to him last night, put his voice into my column this week, and he said the NIL money will be there if Sac State gets approved to go into the Pac-12. None of that's going to happen without better facilities. And the Pac-12 is not going to wait for several years for Sac State to get a new football stadium. And that football stadium is not supposed to be completed and ready to go at earliest until the fall of 2028. That's light years from now if you think of coaches and things like that. So, I applaud ambition, but let's pump the brakes on that. I use no cliche. So we can't, the three of us can't roll up to the Indy 500 in a company car and expect to race. You got to have facilities or it's a non-starter. And so that's going to be interesting. So what does Sac State do for its new coach? Do they get a local product? Maybe a John Osterhout over at American River College, maybe Angus McClure, former Sacramento State lineman, who's now an assistant coach at the Kansas Jayhawks. These guys want to coach the Hornets. Do they stay in-house? I know that Mark Orr, the athletic director, is talking to people in-house this week. Got to get a gauge on that. The Hornets have 10 players in the transfer portal. Doesn't mean because the coach left. Doesn't mean because the team struggled, but those are some of the factors. Everybody wants a bigger piece of the pie. It's going to be a job that's going to get a lot of interest. Does Sac State go with a, quote, big-name guy, but you can't pay him big-time money, which means we're not going to have Bill Belichick over here. He may be thinking about North Carolina, but he's not thinking about the Hornets unless
I
we're breaking this
desperately
right.
want to read that 400-page manual that he put together.
Why would you do that? Why would you go coach at North Carolina? I mean, you got a new lady under your arm. Why not just live it up a little bit? But you know why? Because these guys, they're conditioned to coach. This is what they do. This is who they are. And so that's going to be real curious to see what happens at Sacramento State. And there's urgency. Tim Plow got hired within a week or two after last season ended. You got to get on it right away. And that's what Sac State's looking at right now. And I'd like to see an era where Sac State and UC Davis are both good in football. And in the history of those two programs, Sac State started in 1954, UC Davis in 1915. They've been in the playoffs twice at the same time. Twice, ever. 1988 and like 3 years ago. So let's get it where they're both in the playoffs and just elevate this local game and this local brand, because we know the high school football around here is monstrous. With a CIF state finals this week with two teams. We got New School 12 Bridges of Placer County, 14-0 in their third year. Unbelievable. Coach Chris Green has done amazing things. And the Grant Pacers, we've heard about them forever. They're in their third straight CIF state final. So that's old school pride and new school pride doing some big things. And how about that? That's amazing.
I want to talk about the football teams, man, going for these state championships out here. But real quick, just before we leave the Sac State situation, I liked Andy Thompson a lot. I liked when we talked to him. A good football mind and a very good football coach. I think he's going to go to Stanford and pick up where he left off. I don't think he was the guy for what Sac State is trying to do right now. They needed somebody that's going to help elevate that program, and I just didn't see him as that guy. So I know it kind of puts things in a little bit of a crunch, but this might be a good thing because they can go get somebody that they believe can kind of mirror the ascension that they're trying to make in the landscape of college sports with the actual product on the field. So
that's a great point. And so what can they afford? Somebody was asking me a couple of years ago, why aren't they, can they pay somebody $1 million a year to get Jeff Tedman up here? Tedford up here? No, they don't have that kind of money, and they don't have the kind of money to buy out contracts. When you get in a bigger conference, that changes with television revenue. I thought the world of Andy Thompson. He was an excellent defensive coach. The head coaching gig really wore on him. He looked completely wiped out. He took it personal. He apologized to the coaches and the players last Friday when he surprised them with his resignation. He's no quitter. I think when Troy Taylor, his good friend in this business, said, "Hey, come rejoin me," Taylor's the one who brought him to Sacramento State before the 2019 season. Then they won 3 conference championships. So I think that's a great move for Andy, and it's an incredible opportunity for athletic director Mark Orr to find the next coach. And it's exactly what you were just talking about there, Kenny. This could align perfectly for the ambition that they have. So this is a crucial hire. He also doesn't want to get a coach, I don't think. Do you want to get a linebacker coach from Ohio State or Oregon or Alabama who just wants to be there for a couple of years to build his resume? Or, no. But I think Mark Orr also knew he wasn't going to have Troy Taylor for long, but you grab him while you can. And he did. And it elevated him. And so, if contrast it with UC Davis hired Tim Plow, former Aggies quarterback, former assistant coach, right guy at the right time. And his arrival, Tim Plow's arrival at UC Davis, prevented All-American running back Lan Larison from transferring out, or senior receiver star at a Folsom High School, CJ Hutton, from transferring out, getting in the portal, or even Miles Hastings, the quarterback. They all thought about leaving, but they've been reborn with this coach, and here they are in the FCS playoffs. So here's Sac State's chance to Got to do something. Got to make it a big one because a lot of people are watching, including the people who want to donate for NIL and season tickets and all those kind of things. Our jobs are easy. We just debate about it. We're not Mark Orr making these calls. We're getting all the answers here.
So Mark Orr gets the big bucks.
That's it.
You out here making these calls. We just talk about them under the Sky River touchdown tent. You brought up 12 Bridges a minute ago. Like I definitely want to transition to Grant, and I told you what a classic I thought that Grant Rockland game was. But man, what 12 Bridges? The fact that they have only been in existence for a handful of years and they are here with these juggernauts that are in this area is really incredible.
It's amazing. When you start a new school, it usually takes several years, especially football, to get any traction. You have no tradition. You have no base. You don't have no foundation. Their first varsity season 2 years ago, they made the playoffs, and then they went 12-1 last season, and then they graduated 18 starters, and here they are even better. They're 14-0. They're going to play Palos Verdes in a state Division 2A championship in Southern California on Saturday, the night after the Pacers play. Chris Bean, it was the right coach. He's a Placer County product, played quarterback at Colfax High School up in the hills some 30 years ago. Loved being a history teacher, and what is working? And we've got administrative support. You got community support. You got huge numbers on the freshman roster, junior varsity roster, youth feeder programs. It's the thing to do. They don't have transfers coming in or coming out. They're all homegrown kids. And it's an example that you can win with your own guys. You know, we're in an era of transfers everywhere in college and in high school. Kids come and go. Not here, not at 12 Bridges. But it starts with a coach. I've seen a lot of new schools open in the last 35 years in my time at the B, and sometimes schools don't get the right coach, and they might be an excellent assistant coach somewhere else, but they're not a good head coach. Well, this guy, Chris Bean, is the right coach, and kudos to them. Funny story. He says, "Hey, I look really unkept. You know, my hair's all long and shaggy because his wife said, you're not cutting your hair until there's a loss, and there haven't been a loss." And so he said this weekend he's cutting it one way or another. He goes, "I just look sloppy." And I'm thinking that's how involved his wife is.
Yeah.
So
well, at least he lets him shower.
Well, yeah, there's that.
I forgot to ask him about that. It's possible the reason he sleeps on the couch is because he hasn't showered since September or since August.
Hey, Coach, one of the other local teams going to play for a state title is the Grant Pacers. We talked about that game against Rockland, one of the great games.
Yes.
Great championship games.
You saw the end?
No, man. I had to get I saw the end on Twitter and on
it was cold that night, Joe.
Yeah, man.
It was cold.
If it was by myself, maybe I would have got it out because I don't like leaving games early, but I couldn't have my son's toes getting amputated because
for frostbite. What kind of parenting is that?
Yeah, couldn't.
How come your son walks so funny? Well, it's because he had his toes amputated because we went to a high school football game, and I wanted to watch 98-yard drive.
What a game that was. And one of the great stories I think of this Grant run is if you watch that game, you remember that game, they couldn't make a kick to save their lives. Nope. No extra points, nothing. And then you get in the NorCal championship game, and there they are with a chance to go with a field goal standing in their way. And the young kid, Jose Romero, gets past all the demons of the week before.
God bless that young man.
And sends him to the state championship game. What a moment that was.
And Romero is only a sophomore kicker. He's quite a kicker. He's a delightful young man. I saw him at practice yesterday. Had he missed that, they might have had him walk home from Mountain View. Hey, we got standards. No, just kidding. He missed all of his extra points against Rockland. He said he was human. He was unnerved. He was nervous. And then Luke Alexander, their poised senior quarterback, leads that 98-yard drive, hits.
He was very much not human.
Yeah, he was exactly. And then Edwards, not Edwards, but Alexander leads another drive last week in the NorCal finals, and they set up the kicker. They didn't lose confidence in the kicker, and he went out there and delivered. They hoisted him on their shoulders. They were chanting his name. That's really cool. And here's Grant with a star quarterback, Luke Alexander, who just doesn't get rattled, is unflappable, and he led Grant to a state final last year as a junior leading a senior dominated team. Now there are a bunch of youngsters. So how's that for leadership? And the coaches over at Grant, a whole army of them are former Pacers: Sid Quan Thompson, Carl Reed, Devin Cunningham, Toshan Starks. They're always a great story because the Grant Pacers are sustained by family, meaning the cousins and brothers and uncles and fathers have all played and they all come back. And a lot of them never thought they'd come back. A lot of people can't wait to leave high school in their community, but they come back to Del Paso Heights to teach and coach because of what football gave them. And so, they're celebrating. Del Paso Heights has such a great community. At that game against Rockland at Hughes Stadium at Sacramento City College, the visiting side for Grant had a massive turnout of fans, and the Grant fans will let you know when they're not happy, like when Grant went winless 3 years ago and they planted for sale signs in the front yard of the coaches, like leave, and then they'll let you know when they're happy, and they're happy now. So their support has always been there one way or another.
Signing date not too long ago. Any major notes come out of that, Joe D?
Yeah, we had 16 guys sign, and college football used to have signing day in February. There's now an early signing period to kind of take the pressure off of all these kids. I think it's a good idea. To have 16 guys sign is remarkable because it's so hard to get scholarships. I mentioned in our Sacramento Bee story that there are more than 1 million kids who play high school football in America. A lot of them want to play on scholarship. 2% get a scholarship. That's how hard it is. And so for these guys who sign, we have Caleb Edwards. He looks the part, 6'7", 250-pound tight end for the Oak Ridge Trojans up in El Dorado Hills. He's going to Alabama. He is not graduating early, Kenny Caraway, because he wants to play basketball with his guys. So how cool is that? He knows he's got the rest of his life to lead the rest of his life. Folsom had 5 guys sign. Our best player hasn't signed yet because he's only junior, 5-star quarterback Ryder Lyons, national recruit for Folsom. So he'll sign next year. So I think these players are appreciative. They know how hard it is to get, and kudos to those guys. We've seen it over the years. We see guys play well in college. We see guys become first-round picks in the NFL, and we may see some more down the road from here.
Yeah. Well, and Joe D, you talked about football season was fantastic this year. We've got one more week left, but it's my time of year coming around the corner, man. They got some things going on. High school hoops is going down, and there's a lot of great teams around the area. The new Delta League, what they're doing in basketball is about to be crazy. I can't wait for that for sure. But shout out to my boy Tony Vaughn. I think McClatchy about to turn up. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but McClatchy's on his way back. I'm gonna say that right now. Go Lions. Let's go.
McClatchy needs to be back. It's good for the city school. So we ran our Sacramento Bee top 20 basketball ranking, the first one today. Destiny Christian's our number 1 team. Who? That's the former Capital Christian off of Highway 50. The Monterey Trail Mustangs or the Elk Grove Unified are number 2. Folsom 3, Intercom 4, Franklin Wildcats of Elk Grove Unified, Delta League is 5, Sac High, Natomas, Rockland, Sheldon, Vanden, Christian Brothers, Rio Americano, Del Oro, Jesuit, right on down the line. I think we're going to have a fantastic year in basketball. We don't have a clear number 1. I had to, who's our preseason number 1? It doesn't matter what people like to talk about ranking and all that, but we have so much balance, and girls basketball may even be better. And we have small school Colfax. We got the Folsom Bulldogs, the large school powerhouse. We got your alma mater, Kenny. The McClatchy Lions are our number 2 team. Nina Kane was our B player of the year last year. She's going to the Washington Huskies. She's worth watching. 6'1", senior forward who could put the ball on the floor, can post up, run the floor, tireless, relentless work ethic. High school hoops is big, and the seasons are always capped with the section championships at Golden One and the CIF state finals at Golden One. Which is the home of the Kings, as we all know. What a treat for those kids. And kudos to the Kings ownership group, from the Maloofs to Vivek Ranadive now, for always making it a package deal for the CIF. They understand that this is a good deal. And it's good for the kids. You want the wow factor.
Yeah, I love it.
Joe, that was a lot to cover today, man. We appreciate you. Thanks for spending so much time with us and making sure we're caught up on everything going on around
here. I appreciate you guys, man. It's always good. You guys are such a good listen. I always learn something. I always laugh a little bit. And we always talk fashion. Look at there's Damien with a great sweater. Nice. And now, Kenny, are you went from the cardigan to, is that a Star Trek emblem on your green hoodie there?
No. This is
It's a rich person emblem. He doesn't want to say what it is.
It's just
I
a
thought it was Star
Jordan
Trek. I was
hoodie.
thinking, I admire this guy even more.
It's a Jordan brand hoodie, man.
Really rich to afford
No,
that.
this is the logo they have on the Jordan 7s. It's
Go back
nothing
outside
crazy.
and talk to your friends out there who are signing autographs and come back out
Well,
with us.
look, we buried the lead. Like, we really buried the lead because I'm not going to go out and talk to my friends because I'm talking to a Hall of Famer. We haven't talked to him. We talked to a Hall of Famer. Come on, man. Congratulations.
Oh, I appreciate that. That blew me away. That was for the California High School Football Hall of Fame. It's in the Rose Bowl. They have a huge award for that. Or big room. I'm gonna go in about a month. Go down there and take a look. Take my lady Heather with me. We'll sign autographs or fetch autographs. I don't know, but no, that's. I'm deeply appreciative of that because we have great football and great high school sports and great regional sports here forever, and it's an honor and a joy to keep covering it for the Sacramento Bee. It's still my thing. I still love doing it.
We have great high school football, great local football, but not as many of us know about it if it's not for you, man.
That's right. That's right.
Appreciate it.
Joe.
You the man, Joe.
I appreciate you guys. We'll talk soon.
Yes, sir.
You bet. Thanks, Joe. I wonder if Joe was listening when I told everyone I was in Dye, and that's where he was like, "Yeah, it's a good show. There's good laughs in this show."
Come on, man. You made it almost halfway through. More than halfway through.
We're over halfway.
We're gonna Sopranos. This is 3:55. I'm gonna play "Don't Stop Believing" or whatever.
What was it? No, it was when, or was it "Don't Stop Believing"?
It was "Don't."
Oh, I thought it was when the lights go down in the city. No, that's a different.
The Sopranos?
No, that's a different Steve
No,
Perry.
Sopranos was definitely "Don't."
I got
Stop.
knowledge. Tasha also told me she's ready for the next round of Pop Culture Jeopardy. Nobody's beating me.
Okay. All right. Well, we can prepare for this now. We were just doing it on the fly there at Sky River. We could prepare for this, and we can bring.
Maybe we'll have a night.
I'm big into pissing people off lately. We could have. Are you smarter than Kenny?
Maybe we'll have a night.
Are you smarter than Kenny here on D-Lo and KC? We'll come back.
They say this is a big rich town.
This might be the most anticlimactic week ever. D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Bright lights, city lights, I gotta make it. Oh, man. These things are a 10 of 10. Tasha, it's not your fault. I'm just that dude.
Katrina took that all tough because even after the show, she's like, "Yeah, I don't even know what happened." Or I think after she left, after she was talking to you guys.
I'm just him. Who you know, Sean? Who you know? What you talking about? I heard people talking about SC. Now this is like 3 months ago. Oh, they were saying SC, but what you know, Sean? What you know, dog? If SC was really going after Rider Lines and they can't get them, they lose them to Oregon, then Boyd might just have to go. What's my man's name again? What's the coach? What's the coach's name?
Lincoln Riley.
Yeah, Lincoln Riley got to go. Like if you can't get the best quarterback in California to go to your school in the NIL era, just stop, bro. Just stop. Especially when you're not cooking as is. Sean, that's interesting. SC should be able to offer more. SC, like if it comes down to that, like if it's a bidding war, Oregon should not beat. And I know Oregon got a lot of money. They got that Phil Knight money behind them, but they shouldn't beat SC. Well, it depends on what state you're talking about. If you're talking about California, in my opinion, I don't have any knowledge of this necessarily, but in my opinion, if you're talking about California and you're talking about USC wants a player, there should be USC is like a top 4 or top 5 NIL producing college in the country, wouldn't you think?
Jen said, "Go give Kenny a bag of peanut M&Ms."
Shout out, Jen.
She said something. She was like, "Peanut M&Ms," and something. I was like, "What is it?" Peanut. Oh, he likes nuts too.
Whoa!
Shoot.
Whoa!
Oh,
It got flagrant just a second ago.
Lot going on over there at Kim's Snack Shack.
It got flagrant.
We're going to keep that name alive.
Yeah,
forever.
that should be the name. Put a sign up.
Kim's Snack Shack.
Put it on a shirt.
Well,
actually.
not everybody will like it, but we'll love it. And
Put it on a shirt.
We're the only ones that matter.
Quick question.
Yep.
What did you get punched in the face?
Nah, I was just relieving, bro. I'm good. We good.
Do you need to go home, man?
No, not
Someone
at all.
socked him in the face. He had to.
Well,
had to put the what
Jen. It was Jen.
Jen pulled out a knuckle sandwich from the fridge, or what?
Knuckle sandwich. Jesus.
Knuckle sandwich. Why I oughta.
To the moon.
I was having a discussion with Sean Mahler in the chat, and we were talking about Ryder Lyons. He's like, "Yo, I'm hearing Ryder Lyons is going to Oregon, and it could actually happen." I'm not like dispelling that or anything, but my thought was, if Ryder Lyons is the best quarterback in the state of California, and I had heard a couple months ago that at least the prediction was he was going to SC. If Lincoln Riley can't get Ryder Lyons and he's like really trying to get him, he just needs to go. He needs, in the NIL era, if you're SC and you can't keep the number 1 quarterback in the state that you're going after, all right, you're not the guy. You're not the guy. And then Tyler asked the question. He said, because of the NIL era, wouldn't it make it less likely for people to stay in state? And I said, maybe not, but SC is SC. I think SC in the NIL era, you could probably answer this better than I could. Top 5 in the country as far as being able to offer NIL.
Yeah. Maybe
top 3.
Yeah, maybe top 3. They've got crazy money. There's a reason their women's basketball program is number 1. They got crazy. It's USC. Yeah, they got crazy.
I think
money.
Caleb Williams, the reports were, and this was early on in the NIL era, I don't want to, it was like $8 to $10 million.
Yeah, no, I'd be surprised if it was less than that. Arch is 10 plus. I think Arch had a deal that was a singular deal that was 10.
And that's one of the colleges.
He wasn't even playing when he got it.
No, not even playing now.
Yeah, well, that was weird. Yeah, he played well when he did.
Well, Ewers is good. Like Ewers is like one of the best quarterbacks in the country.
Yeah, they're both good.
So it's while Arch probably should be starting. Like you could just throw.
Only one of them's last name is Manning.
Yeah, next year about to be crazy. About to be crazy. But yeah, no, I
especially if they win this year.
They got they play.
I can't remember who it was.
Did they play Ohio State? No, they
no. Ohio State
play
and Tennessee.
They play Clemson in the first round, and then they play Arizona State if they win that.
That's right.
And look, I'm talking about the kids. When I say this, I'm talking about the kids. I'm not talking about the coach. Even though I probably should, but when I say it, it'll be fine that I don't say him. Shout out to Clemson. Turn their season around. They got
big Dabo guy.
Well, no. I said I'm talking about the kids.
Big Dabo.
What did the kids do wrong? What did the kids do wrong?
What are you doing with him?
I like that better than the drop.
What are you doing with him?
I mean, we got to play the drop afterwards for reference. But it
Jesse's
just
way funnier.
But no, hey man, they got embarrassed in week 1, and they bounced back to make the college football playoff. Man, shout out to them young men for and they lost a bad game. They lost to South Carolina the week before too. Shout out to the Gamecocks. They should have made the playoffs. But yeah, man, shout out to those kids and the kids only.
Yeah, right.
The kids
Big Dabo guy over here.
Hell no.
Getting care away.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
Well, tune in last Thursday.
City lights, I gotta make it.
I don't think either of ours changed except maybe your well, little change. Mine didn't. Last week I had the Lions, Eagles, Bills, Chiefs, Vikings as the number 5 team, with the Packers as the first team out. Small change, I guess. Still have the Lions at number 1, Eagles at number 2, Bills at 3, Chiefs at 4, Vikings at 5. Only change was the Steelers at the first team out.
Well, for me, there had to be a little bit of a change because my number 2 team last week was the Buffalo Bills, and the Rams were playing good football. Well coached. Puka and Cooper Kupp were cooking, but you can't lose that game if you're the Bills.
Couldn't move them, no.
You can't lose that game.
I couldn't move them because the Chiefs won on a joint off the upright field goal.
All right, well, they won, though.
They did.
They won.
They did.
So
and I apparently don't respect the Vikings at all.
Well, no, that's not who you don't respect. That's not who you don't respect. Come on, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. Who hates Mike Tomlin now? Me or D'Lo? All right, consistently in my top 5. Consistently, this guy hadn't been able to crack the top 5 in D'Lo's power rankings.
That's not true at all.
I'm just saying, my top 5. The Bills move from 2 to 5 after that loss. The Steelers move up 1. The Eagles stay the same at 3, and the Chiefs are now 2. Lions 1. I had a debate and thought of Eagles at 2, Chiefs at 3, but
I almost thought. I think I just got lazy. I almost switched the Vikings and Bills.
Vikings are my first team out, by the way. They replaced the Packers.
I was trying to convince myself the Vikings could be 3. I think right now I think they're playing good football, man. I don't know. I don't know what you see. I think it's a good football team.
Would you guys pay Sam Darnold $40 million per year to be your starting quarterback? 40 to 50, we'll call it.
If I'm the Vikings?
No, we'll just say you need your team that needs a starting quarterback because he's not going back to Minnesota. Would you be comfortable giving Sam Darnold, let's say, 45 to 50 million?
Well, the problem with that is they have a quarterback.
I don't see
it. With the Vikings?
Yeah,
he's not going back to Minnesota. They've said that.
So you're saying another team.
Free agency. Like, would you pay Sam Darnold?
Man, it depends on the makeup of my team.
I think the Vikings are playing this all wrong, by the way.
You think they should sign him?
Yeah, sign him to like a 3-year deal, and have McCarthy be what Jordan Love was in Green Bay.
That's tough.
It worked.
Oh, you Jordan Love fan now?
Jordan Love, a good quarterback.
Oh,
he's a good quarterback. He always has been.
Okay.
He always has been. It worked. I wouldn't just let him go for McCarthy sight unseen. I know they liked him a lot in training camp.
McCarthy.
Yeah, McCarthy. But I'd see if you could get Sam Darnold because at the same time, who's going to give Sam Darnold a 5-year deal?
Well, see, that's
crazy money. I don't think he's getting that type of money.
Then you get 3 years, 120.
I think Sam Darnold's going to get money. I don't think it's Lamar, Patrick Mahomes. I don't think it's
Tua and Trevor Lawrence are like at 53 per around there. So Darnold probably get less, but I wonder how much less.
So let's do a little.
There's a lot of evidence that says Sam Darnold might be better than Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. Let's do some quick process of elimination. He's not going anywhere in the NFC East or AFC East. Excuse me, AFC East.
Well,
he's not going anywhere there. He ain't going back. He ain't going back to
reunion.
Talking about Las Vegas. You can
They're
run
gonna
through all
dra-
of the divisions.
No, they're going to draft a quarterback. They got the one. They're
So-
drafting their quarterback.
So you got faith in them to not screw up from now to the end of the season? Like, if you can't get Shador or Cam, are you good drafting? Because that's probably
you got Carson.
is
Beck,
that pick
you got
1 and pick 2?
Ewers. Yeah, yeah, I think so. I think the guy from Michigan might be the defensive lineman might be getting some buzz as being a top 3 pick. But just
It
for
just
argument,
depends on who. It just depends on who lands 1 and 2, I guess.
yeah, for argument's sake though, like those are the 1 and the 2. I really don't think they'll get any lower than 2.
Okay.
So
Well, a lot of these teams all have the same record. Like the Raiders mess around and pick up 1 more win, and now they're in a tiebreaker with like 4 other teams if they all lose out.
So here's the thing about that too, though. Like right now, the top 5, and I don't really see it changing. Maybe Tennessee gets in there. Tennessee could get in there, but 5 is the Panthers. I don't think they're drafting a quarterback.
But we don't know. We don't think. We don't
think
know.
so. That would be.
I don't think they should, but
in my opinion, that would be dumb on their part.
I hope they do and trade Bryce Young out of there. Let that kid go play football somewhere.
New England's not drafting a quarterback.
Right.
The Giants might. The Raiders might. Obviously, the Raiders will.
Yeah.
So
I don't think the Giants is a might either.
Right. So there's only right now, as it stands, in that top 5. Oh, I'm sorry, Jacksonville's there too. Jacksonville, would you draft a quarterback? You guys, we had this discussion earlier in the week. I say draft a quarterback and trade Trevor Lawrence.
That's not happening though.
I say no.
So okay, well, there's 3 teams in the top 5 that aren't drafting a quarterback.
Okay.
So you can fall to 5 if you're the Raiders and probably still get your quarterback.
Okay. I also think Sam Darnold might be a guy like a Steeler type guy.
I can see him in New Orleans.
A team that needs to, like, a team that's already kind of.
Is Derek Carr still a thing in New Orleans? Are we done with that after the season?
I think the people are done.
I think that's over.
If he's not the quarterback next year, I guess he's Sam Darnold playing in New Orleans.
So
I don't know if they can afford him.
Well, but we saying that though. I don't think there's a lot of quarterback jobs open. I'm looking at the AFC right now. There looks to be none in the AFC. None outside of the Raiders, who are going to draft one.
Okay. So
Tennessee.
I can see Tennessee.
Why would Tennessee spend that much money with the team that they have on Sam?
Yeah,
Darnold?
see, Tennessee, that'd be terrible for Sam Darnold too. That'd be awful.
At this point, you're probably trying to get a bag though.
Okay, let's try this. What about Pittsburgh?
No,
Russell Wilson's their guy.
Yeah, I think they re-signed.
Because remember, so they're going to sign Russell Wilson to a big deal then.
Yeah, I think he'll. I don't know, big deal, but he'll be their quarterback going forward.
All right. What's Cleveland going to do?
Cleveland might look to sign a quarterback.
Cleveland might be one of those teams too, where that's one of them Sam Darnold things. Don't do that.
But you can't afford that. No, you're still paying Deshaun. Then Sam Darnold's gonna want money.
We got the rest through the draft. I mean, obviously he's not going to the Jets.
Why not?
I don't think he would go back to the Jets.
I don't think he'd go back to the Jets.
I don't think they try to get him, but I also
he's
think
talked about like the Jets. He said like a lot of that was my issue too. Like it wasn't just the
he's
Jets
being a good media
up.
guy. No, it was the Jets. It's the Jets.
The Saints are an option.
Arizona,
The Saints are an option, but that's
Chicago,
that's like one of the only ones in the
There's
NFC.
not very many. Maybe the move is Minnesota.
And I think, and that's where the price comes into play, right? Like, because you say 40, 50 million. I think he may look at some of the options, and Minnesota may tell him, look at some of the options. And I don't know if 40, 50 million is out there.
From what I've read, Minnesota's not even talking contract with him. Like that's not happening. Like they're going their separate ways after this year.
So that Bill Belichick thing is happening.
It's going down, huh?
Yeah, that man's going to go coach North Carolina football.
You get to run your own program. I don't hate it. It's his thing.
Bill
So
is 72. That's a tough gig for
Joe Paterno was like 80,000.
Well, that's different.
Yeah, I understand. A lot of people are looking at it crazy. Like, why would you go to North Carolina? Like, you can, especially with the playoff.
Well, I'd get why you do it if that report was true, that his son is the coach in waiting,
Mhm.
I'd absolutely do it if I knew my son could be the next head coach.
And
or
your
will be
son,
the next
your,
head
your
coach.
son may be the guy that does a lot of the legwork as far as traveling, and you go in as the closer.
That would make 1,000% sense.
Yeah.
You go in, you let him do it because that sets him up for when he takes over the program.
Mhm.
And then when you get those 5 stars,
Mhm.
here comes Big Bill.
Yeah, for the
with a handful
2-3
of jewelry
years or so.
like
Yeah.
the goof off from Notre Dame. What was his name? Charlie. What was the
Charlie Weiss.
Charlie Weiss. He'd sit there. His Notre Dame team would be 0-8, and he'd sit at press conferences with those Patriots rings on, so people wouldn't call him a loser.
Charlie Haas was the Hurricane, right?
Who is Charlie Haas?
That's
Charlie-
the name. That's the name
Charlie
of Punta
Haas.
Meyer. Who's that?
Isn't Charlie Haas a wrestler?
So I'm saying that's the Hurricane, right?
No, that's Hurricane. That's Shane Helms.
Shane Helms.
Charlie Haas was the world's greatest tech with Shelton Benjamin.
Oh, I almost said Charlie Haas
Team
right
Angle.
now.
It was Team Angle.
Man, that's a deep cut.
That is a deep
Everything
cut.
is
He had me
wrestling.
on that one. That was a deep cut. But yeah, man, Big Bill comes in for the like you said, the 4 or 5 stars that they really want. Bill hops on a plane and goes. He gets in hell nowadays. Depending on the situation, he may only need to do a Zoom in certain cases. And when you talk about getting a top quarterback, he's head coach Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Come with me, son. Come to North Carolina. So I get it. I get the move, man. I think North Carolina, and especially in today's playoff format, like you can be in the postseason easier than you could in the BCS era, so to speak. So I
And
get it.
that might not even matter.
True.
Get these kids in here, get them paid.
Mhm.
Some of them will want to graduate or get close to graduating,
Mhm.
and keep it moving.
Yeah.
Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Well,
But-
salute to Bill. That's not what I expected. I absolutely thought Bill was going to be in the NFL next year. But salute.
Is it
Tomorrow they'll spend an hour talking about who the Cowboys head coach is going to be now that Bill Belichick is in.
All eyes on Dion now.
Dion ain't leaving. Dion not leaving. The recruits told me he's not leaving.
Yeah, for sure.
The recruit, and especially he flipped these players. So to get them to leave where they were going to come to Colorado tells me he ain't leaving. I'd be shocked if he was leaving at this point.
It wouldn't be the worst thing a coach has ever done in college football.
Well,
That literally happens every
Yeah.
year. It's fine. It's fine.
I want to ask you guys though about a little bit more about the Viking aspect of it. And Jesse talking about they haven't even they've
yeah.
already let it be known like we're
Vikings
not doing
Radio, ESPN 13.
like is that y'all see that as the right move
For who?
for the Vikings to
I
just
see
be
it
like,
as the right move for Sam.
for no, I'm saying like the Vikings saying like yeah, he's gone.
Oh no, I don't like that. No, I don't like
hate it, to
that.
be
I don't like
honest.
that at all.
I'm not
You
sure.
think you don't hate it?
Yeah.
No, I don't
don't
like
like
that.
it.
I think I'm not trying to be funny. It doesn't work. I'm saying like Sam Darnold works in San Francisco. Sam Darnold works on a team that does I don't know. I don't know if you put him on a bad team with a good coach and he becomes better. You know what I mean? Like I don't think Sam Darnold is the quarterback we saw in New York.
Mhm.
I don't think he's the quarterback we saw in Carolina.
Is he Geno smith?
I think he could be Geno Smith, maybe even a little bit better.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Geno,
Absolutely.
Geno's a good quarterback.
He got his moment.
A playoff type quarterback.
Yep.
So I think Sam Darnold can be that.
But see, the Seahawks weren't a bad football team. Maybe they weren't what they were in the Russell Wilson era.
Mhm.
But that's not a bad. I don't want like Sam Darnold in Tennessee just reeks of disaster to me.
Like Jesse said, that would be going after a bag, but I don't know if you want that.
Hey, and if that's the case, salute.
How good of a quarterback are you really, though? If it's just Sam Darnold goes to Tennessee and he's back to Sam Darnold again, then it's all coaching at that point.
And your teammates and your roster.
Well, yeah, but there's got to be some talent and ability to elevate and all that. Like if
I
you're
don't
just
think-
going and you're a lost cause, then yeah, at that point it's the coaches who elevate.
I have
you.
a lot of questions about Trevor Lawrence, but I don't think Trevor Lawrence is a bad quarterback. I don't think he's the guy that we were told he was for 4 years, but I think a lot of what we're seeing is Jacksonville. I think a lot of what we're seeing, Bryce Young, is Carolina. And that's why I don't trust Tennessee. In that current roster's terrible. I mean, in this scenario, though, they're drafting. So you're not drafting a quarterback, you're drafting players.
Like the running back for
maybe you can get some guys that can help, and Sam Darnold now walks into a better situation.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a decent defense. You got Calvin Ridley as your number one. Probably, I don't know what the offensive line's looking like, but I don't think it's bad. Will Levis just sucks.
Yeah, he is not good.
Damn, Will.
Not gonna say he's good.
Just keeping his credibility.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe that's the spot. Maybe Tennessee is the spot. And if you're Tennessee and you're looking to jumpstart the rebuild, that might be the way to go about it, right? Like, get you a guy like Sam Darnold. Use that draft pick on a offensive lineman or a skill player or something like that. And that may speed up you trying to kind of revamp things by a year or two, as opposed to drafting a rookie quarterback. Could be the case. I saw something yesterday where Trevor Lawrence, quarterback of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Cam Rising, quarterback of the Utah Utes, were in the same graduating high school class. And Rising just got approved for another year of eligibility.
That's a lie. You're making this up. You're making this up.
You
Stop
keep it real,
lying.
bro. We can't keep letting guys play 8 years of college. Like, I'm sorry, the injuries just got to you. Go work in financing or something. It's just not for you, bro. Yeah, like, I can't. Like, you're 30. This is not for you. Give it up.
I saw that
buying everybody beer.
Yeah, like Brandon Whedon, what are you doing here?
So here we go. I'll break it down a little bit. Cartersville High School for Trevor Lawrence, Newberry Park High School for Cam Rising in 2017. Trevor Lawrence has played on Clemson, Jacksonville. Will probably still play for the Jaguars. Rising, University of Texas, Utah. Eligible for another season in college.
Sometimes you got to rip the love of the game from these guys, bro, and save them from themselves.
What was the thing? Oh man, it was in one of the bowl games last year where the kicker or the punter was like 32,
like 90. Yeah,
it's the equivalent to the dude who's still in a frat at 30 years old.
He was 32 with 3 kids. Playing college,
brother. You got grandkids and you're still here.
Bro was an accountant. He was just here playing college football.
Out there talking to coach about your taxes and all that.
That was crazy.
Coach, you putting in on that 401k, dog?
That was crazy, man.
Some pre-tax dollars up, coach. You know, it doesn't really fit into this conversation because really we just went off on a thing about Sam Darnold. But how many years Matt Stafford got left?
Man, it feels like,
I mean, he's
a couple.
I don't want to take away, but Matt Stafford's playing really, really well right now. 4 straight games, no interceptions, 10 touchdowns, 3-1 record in that group.
I give him 2 more, 3 at most.
Yeah.
He's still playing good ball.
He's playing good ball. He's just an older quarterback.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Older and injuries starting to pile up a little bit.
He's a lot better than Rodgers.
Yeah, he is.
Well, that's a shoot.
He didn't tear an Achilles, though.
But
not defending Rodgers, but both of those quarterbacks have not looked good.
For sure. But you know, you could go down like when you get to like it could change real quick. Does Los Angeles need to prepare for that?
Yeah, I think they should be drafting a quarterback.
Like now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they do have Jimmy G. Maybe that's the quarterback.
Who's Jimmy G? I only know one Jimmy G. I know you ain't talking about that guy.
Yeah. He's the quarterback.
That's a true statement.
I get. Well, I mean, it's okay.
The same way Nathan Peterman is a quarterback.
You're not lying. But all right.
Jimmy G's a quarterback the same way Uncle Rico is.
No, I'm being silly. They should draft. Now it doesn't have to be in the first round, but you should be looking maybe in that third, fourth round, drafting a quarterback if you're the Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah, with McVay, you'll still get some good stuff with Stafford.
And you got Puka around there, Cooper Kupp. We'll see what happens, but Tutu Atwell is a good wide receiver too. So you know, and then Cooper Kupp will be there for a couple years. So you got Coop, Atwell, and Puka. You've got players around.
Kyron Williams,
and again, Matt Stafford's playing terrific. It was just asking, just asking.
You're just preparing for down the road.
D'Lo taking part of ageism.
No, I wasn't going to say it.
Somebody get Robert Dunder in here.
So old people have as much rights as young people?
Yes.
We'll come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. We'll talk some Kings basketball. I want to ask you a 49ers question.
Okay.
Well, we can save it. We can save it for tomorrow. We'll shift to Kings because 49ers, they play tomorrow. I'd argue they play in the biggest game of the season to date.
It is.
So we'll talk about it. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Redacted. I'm pretty sure Stetson Bennett's one of those guys who's already like 28 too.
At least he ended up going to the NFL.
Yeah. Over exaggerate. I think he's like 25, 26.
Rising is just, no, I'm going to be here. And you know what? You know what, though? I don't know if this is the case for Rising or not, but I know Armando Bacot, everybody was always like making jokes about him being in North Carolina for how long. It's like, man, the last 2 years there, I made $2 million. Made $2 million a year. Why go to the NBA and probably not make it? You know, I probably got to go G League or overseas when I have this eligibility. And I'm making $2 million.
I doubt Cam Rising's making that much.
No, he ain't making that much.
Cam Rising's paying to play at this point.
No, I don't think Robert Dunder killed himself because Robert Dunder was he came to the meeting, right? It was the other guy killed himself.
Ed Truck got ran over, right?
Ed Truck got decapitated.
Decapitated, yeah, it was a whole thing.
His decapa was detated
at a funeral for a bird.
I'm pretty sure none of that's true. Oh, damn it. You're not true. That's a good call, Tony.
There's a show on Players TV that what's my man's name? Oh my goodness. I'm not drawing PJ Tucker. I was calling him Rob Tucker in my head. PJ Tucker has called Sneaker Lounge, where basically sit down and he talks to people about shoes and stuff. And this episode that's on right now, Nick DePaula is on it. Our guy Nick DePaula. He got crazy shoes, man. He just pulled out like these rookie year Kobe Adidas. They need to come back out with those. Those look fire.
I'm not a shoe guy, obviously. I just buy one pair of course. Is there like a point where you have shoes just like you can't wear them all? I'm sure. Like you go years without wearing them. Like you should have them just because like you have them now, like just to display, I guess. Like those Nick DePaula and PJ Tucker guys.
Yeah, and you don't even display them because they stay in your closet. It's just you have them, you just like them.
I gotcha.
Because there's some that like I'm going through right now. Like, man, I should probably get rid of these, but I don't want to.
Yeah, because imagine like Nick DePaul, like Peaches, like, yeah, I got these sneakers from so and so year or whatever.
Yeah, those you probably hang on to. But I think last time we talked to Nick, he was talking about like, yeah, I just gave away a good amount. You know, I just got rid of a good amount. So sometimes you do purge out of some shoes, but.
Creed, pound for pound, might be the best character on The Office.
How long was Creed on the show?
Pretty much the entire, yeah.
Maybe he wasn't in season 1. I can't remember.
When did they fire?
No,
the
yeah,
guy?
Devin. Yeah,
Devin.
He was in the Devin, but that was season 2. The Devin episode was season 2.
Oh yeah, it was season.
It's funny that Michael runs into Devin in the episode where he goes to New York. He runs into him on the street. Did you pick up on that was Devin?
I don't think I remember.
Yeah, I think it's when he, remember when it's the one, I think it's where he has the meeting and I think it's the one where he goes to, I got to go to give me a New York slice.
Yeah.
And he's walking around New York showing the camera, but he gets lost. The guy he runs into is Devin.
I don't think I ever noticed. I really paid attention to that. Wow.
Does Devin know do they recognize each other?
Oh, absolutely. I think he chases.
Oh.
I can't remember if that's a deleted, like a super fans or a regular.
Is that season 7?
No, that's like season 3 or 2.
I'm all over the place.
Maybe
though.
3. Maybe season 3.
Robert California, JT Lowe brings him up. That's the worst character in all of The Office. He was just kind of there for a season. He was kind of weird too.
So I don't know. Charles Minor kind of sucked.
Do
you know who Charles Minor is? You're going to be stunned to hear this.
No.
Idris Elba.
Oh, I've seen like little clips of him on The Office. He was a recurring.
Yes, I am aware of the effect I have on women. That's his best line the whole time he's
a
there.
recurring character though.
He is for like 4 or 5 episodes when Michael forms the Michael Scott Paper Company.
Shut up, Michael Scott. Is this true? Is this just a shoot or what's going on here? You said Creed went to Sac State, part of the Sac State Drama Club.
Oh yeah, that's a shoot, Casey.
I don't know. I don't even know what Creed looks like.
So you know the song that he's singing during one of that karaoke episode where they have the 2 Christmas parties.
Yeah.
That's his song.
Yeah.
That's his song.
Well,
That's like really his song. No, he was
too?
in a band. That's like as a
I think I saw one time he's promoting like on his Twitter or something like that, like his music. Not that, but yeah.
That's his actual song. I was like, they're singing like Little Drummer Boy and like I think a John Mayer song. I was like, what is this record Creed singing? And I looked it up and it's his song. Like when he talks about I was in a group back in the 60s, like that's his shoot. Like everything he says about his backstory is like real.
And he portrays it on the show.
Yeah,
his character says it on the show.
It's terrific.
That's crazy.
It's absolutely terrific. Isn't his real name Creed Bratton?
That's what I'm saying. Like some of the characters, like this show's wild. I can Casey
Creed
watch it.
Creed is his real name is Creed Bratton.
So they just took these are real life characters.
He's just a person. and the name of the name of the group is the Grassroots. That was the name of the group in the show.
It's the real life character.
Amazing.
You ever see the auditions for that show?
Yeah.
Like Seth Rogen was a part of that and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know? I haven't even seen a commercial for this. I didn't know what was going on, but when I went to see Moana, I step out of the theater and they have a movie called Y2K produced by, I think, Seth Rogen and Jonah Hill.
Okay.
Or maybe it's just maybe it's just one of the two.
And it's called Y2K.
Yeah, like it's supposed to be like the New Year's Eve.
I instinctively wanted to say Y2J.
It's like supposed to be the setting is the New Year's Eve 1999. And I peeked in. I told the family. I said, Hey, you guys go ahead without me real quick. I'm gonna see what this is about real quick. And I sit there for about 3 minutes to just try and get a feel for what the movie is. But it looks to be like it might be like Superbad was or something like that. But I'm interested. I'm gonna watch it. Can't wait till it comes on TV.
I don't remember Y2K from the stories I hear. It was a moment.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it
was anticlimactic, but
Well, yeah,
it was
but
a
like
moment.
people were like getting
Oh,
ready,
no,
like
yeah,
they were
yeah.
like getting prepared.
I thought it was over.
I mean, it's a trailer. It's gotta be clean, right? It's a trailer.
It's Jonah Hill. And who else did you say it was?
Well, I don't know if it's both of them. I said Seth Rogen, but I
Oh.
don't know if it's both of them.
We got
Well,
a dumb bun, whatever, bro.
Let's find it. Well, can't be any worse than what happened yesterday.
Any lucky lady gonna get the midnight kiss?
Just talk to her, dude.
What's up, Laura? We're actually going to this New Year's thing. It's going to be a total shit show.
No, yeah, all right.
See ya.
Didn't work. I hit the dump. We're good. I turned off the pot. That's just what it is. We're good. No stress.
Oh, that's terrific. How long into the trailer did this? Is like that? We got 18 seconds into the trailer.
Prepared. I was like, if he cusses, I'm gonna turn off the pot over there and hit the dump.
It's the De'Aaron Fox cuss game all over again. 0 days without shenanigans. 0 days. 0 days without nonsense.
Man. But yeah, I didn't even know. I had never seen a commercial for that movie. Didn't even know existed. And I was like, oh, what is this?
As far as we know, it still doesn't exist because we can't watch it.
Did it even get like on the radio? Did that preview even start?
It actually didn't.
You might have got 5 seconds at most.
Oh man.
Yeah, for the radio. Someone cussed again.
Wasn't me this time. We went to faulty audio. That's all it was. We went to faulty audio.
That's all it was.
FCC probably watches us like Dana White with the legal streamers.
We got him. We got him.
They're watching his house right now. As soon as he hits go,
I got
him.
I got a pretty good feeling nobody's paying attention to us.
Is the FCC even real?
It's debatable. We don't really need to find out. Did I tell? Oh, of course you know.
What?
Do you know what old Aaron's thought happened on Friday?
No.
Old Aaron was the tribal chief was freaking out because he thought we played the wrong version of Boys in the Hood.
Yeah, I was so confused. I was like, no, they were all fine.
I was like,
think that.
Okay, so here's the best part about this. First of all, I don't know that anyone in this building knows this, especially Aaron, the tribal chief. I'm a goddamn professional and have done this 20 years. 1, 2. I found this out later. That was the first time he had ever heard Boys in the Hood.
Oh, so he didn't even know.
And he was trying to figure out whether it was the clean version or the bad version, and he had never heard the record before.
Makes sense. Because he came up to me after the show when I was putting things away. He's like, yeah, just next time make sure they're grabbing the radio edits, this, and that. And I just thought he was telling us to grab it from like a different system or something. So I'm telling Dan, like, yeah, I thought we did, but I don't know. It was what Aaron said.
We were good. We were good. Apparently he went to Complex too.
Come on, man.
Shout out.
Come on.
Shout out Matt George. Matt George said on the radio, you hit play. We literally heard half a second, and that was it.
Well, the dumb button works then.
Oh, Matt. I even had a worse moment than you did, Matt, yesterday. Oh man, Matt George back with us tomorrow.
Shout out Matt George leading the radio crew.
Oh man.
Big ups to him. Always.
Him and the Delivery Joe, I think, out there.
Shout out Delivery Joe.
Shout out to all the delivery drivers. Hey, this is your time, guys. This is your time of year.
It's when you cook.
You are everyone's best friend or worst enemy for the next handful of weeks. So we rock with you, man.
Absolutely. Always.
Also, thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, be safe out there, too.
Y'all hang in there.
Do delivery people still get chased by dogs and all that?
Well, Mitch did.
Maybe. Yeah, poor Mitch.
Mitch was coming in every week with a dog story.
Yeah, every single, maybe that's a New York thing. I don't know.
Mitch was straight out of 1985 with getting chased by dogs.
And then didn't he go work at a little dog place for a little bit after his retirement? Kind of bringing it full circle for Mitch.
Mitch. That's right. Mitch was like Pops and Friday. Bit my ass, son. Like, all right, Mitch. Relax, man.
Good time.
Sorry, guys. One more day till the Kings play.
Kings play tomorrow.
Play the Pelicans tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to I'm looking forward to both games tonight. Our schedule might allow us to watch a good chunk of both of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll get to watch but pretty much all of Golden State and Houston, but
and this is a good thing. I'm not like talking crazy about him or nothing like that. Apparently Houston's like wants them and the fans to go all out for this game tonight, like having this atmosphere.
What, run that again?
The stadium ops people in the front office and people on the fan base want this to be like playoffs like atmosphere.
Oh, okay.
Which is dope.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. I would expect the same thing, expected the same thing last year when the Kings are in it. But like I say that all that to say, like it should look good on TV. Like it should look intense on TV because they really want this to be a big deal. So
I think that's a team that needs to make a move for Jimmy Butler.
Houston.
Yeah. I think if you make that move, I could see them making it out the West. And I'm kind of bought in on them now as a team. Like, I don't know if they're better than Thunder at this point, but I think Jimmy Butler definitely takes them over the top.
Yeah, I think I'm in on them as a team too. I think I'm in on them as a serious playoff contender. I'm trying to figure out who like really Jimmy Butler moves the needle for. Maybe it is Houston. Feels like who Jimmy feels like he fits is Ime.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like they might cuss each other out 4 or 5 times, but that could be a partnership that works.
I'm stuck on the thought process of Houston needing to make a move.
Mm-hmm.
I understand it's a dangerous game to play when you're like, no, this is just the beginning of their window or anything else like that. But I kind of feel like I feel like somebody better than Jimmy Butler might become available in the next 24 months.
24 months?
Yeah.
I feel like Jimmy's perfect just because like you got the young guys there now and all that. And Jimmy's just that vet who has a lot of ability left still now. If you trade for Jimmy, like I see the vision as far as like going to the next level. Like I see it happening. Like you almost know like, okay, this takes us over the top right here.
But I guess that's where I'm stuck. Does this take him over the top?
I think if you had
Jimmy, over
yeah,
the top of what?
You can get it to the finals.
Okay.
Because literally, there's no one solidified in that second spot.
I'm with
after
you.
the
Yeah,
Thunder.
I'm with you. We went over the conference. I'm not gonna fight you on that.
Keep Jimmy around for 2 years or 2-3 years at max.
Hell, there's Kenny's 24 months right there. If you do that.
I'm looking and maybe there isn't anybody.
You sound like people talking about the 2031 draft pick.
I don't think Jimmy's gonna be someone you have to give up like a massive amount for either.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm looking at, and maybe there isn't anybody better because I'm looking at just like pending free agents, like who might be traded in the next 2 to 3 years or something like that, within the next year or two, I should say. And Jimmy's up there on that list. I'm looking at somebody like Anthony Davis on that list. I don't think Giannis ain't going nowhere. Jokic or hell, I don't know. Maybe you do hold out for that pipe dream.
Giannis?
Yeah.
I feel like Giannis is something you got to know now.
Like, yeah, I think that's pretty risky. I mean, unless you feel like because I think we read something from Raphael Stone a couple yesterday or the day before or whatever, where we read it. I don't know when the quote was that they're not interested in changing their roster this year. Now, again, that could change. Jimmy Butler being available, that could change. Giannis Antetokounmpo being available, that could change. Your mind can change on that.
Right.
But if you're confident enough in your roster, like I'm fine. Like if you that's I think what this all boils down to. If you're confident enough in your roster, let it go. It's whatever. But if you think like Jesse does, hey, this Jimmy thing might get us over the top like right now. Yeah, I think you make the move.
Shout out to this oldie but goodie. The implications of the Rock's landing Suns picks. Houston wants to trade for Kevin Durant, and that now becomes far easier if they can return the Suns picks that they gave up in the Durant deal to the Nets.
That's still there too.
Shout out Woj.
That's still there. That's still there.
Tweeted that and then left it out there. Never
came back. Retired.
The other one, and I'm just we're having a basketball discussion, and I'm just talking about it. And this might be the one. You see what's going on out here in Sacramento. And you got De'Aaron Fox sitting there.
I didn't want to bring it up.
And if I'm from Houston, I'm like, bring him home.
If the Kings don't make the playoffs, I'm talking about from the Rockets side. If the Kings don't make the playoffs, I'm really looking at it.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't know how feasible it is.
Whoa. If the Kings don't make the playoffs, you're looking at it from whose perspective?
Houston's. I think there's something to be had.
Yeah, if the Kings don't make the playoffs, then everybody's going to be
I was going to say that took absolutely no balls at all. Should the Kings look at it?
I'm always trying to make the best
I'm not going to make you be the first one to say it. Yes, the Kings should absolutely look at it.
Probably.
We're trading De'Aaron Fox.
Probably,
Two straight wins, 280 points, 81 point in victories. We're talking about trading De'Aaron Fox.
They probably should, but I wouldn't want to. I'll tell you that right now. I wouldn't want to. But the whole thing about it, the context of it all, James, as well as James Ham joins us from the Insiders and the Kings Beat, is Jesse. Tell me what you think. Do you think that's worth waiting for?
Yes, because I think there's a not clear path, obviously, but I could see the vision for it. Like if Fox is missing out on All NBA, missing out on money because this team's not working, they're not making playoffs. Yeah, I could see like Houston waiting a year for that.
And that's probably, KC over here talking about 2 years away. That's a couple months away.
Yeah, that's And when I said 24, I said within 24 months.
So that's not what any of us heard. So, James, the whole context of this is we were talking about the Rockets and Jimmy Butler. And what acquiring Jimmy Butler puts the Rockets in a different position, a different tier, like right now this year. And then it evolved into Giannis being available. And then, of course, it led to the De'Aaron Fox.
Because I said, I don't know if Houston would want to or should do that, because I think with all the assets they have, they might be playing for a bigger move than Jimmy Butler. There's a bigger player that they can get outside of Jimmy Butler just this year.
No, I would agree with you there. If I'm the Rockets, I'm waiting. Jimmy Butler, 5 years ago, yeah, but Jimmy Butler, like 35, I'm not giving up all my assets, especially, they have so many good young players and players that you can see where they project like 2-3 years from now when they're all grown up and they become legitimate, like veteran NBA players. Mm-hmm. So I'm waiting for the big swing then, because if you're trying to rush into something now, it's going to be too costly. Whatever you're going to give up, especially young players like the players they have, they don't make that much money. None of them are on their true big NBA contract. I think Green is up to like $30 million a year, or he signed a 3-year extension. Yeah, but his extension, I don't even think kicks in until next year. Yeah. And so
this year,
so you're going to have to give up some of your veterans in order to make the money work for a guy like Jimmy Butler. But then on top of that, they're going to want like 2 or 3 of these young guys. And it would be the same thing for the Kings. The Kings would look at that team and say, okay, if you ever do get to the point where you are trading De'Aaron Fox, that's probably the team I'm calling first. It's Houston. Mm-hmm. Because I think you can get, at that point, you're looking at 2 or 3 of their young guys that, all of which you could get, kind of pick and choose, like who's going to play different positions and stuff to make up for the loss. But I'm not to that point with Fox, and I hope Fox and that group isn't to the point where they're ready to, tell the Kings that it's game over.
Certainly not a conversation today.
No. And when we bring this up, my perspective is Houston. not Sacramento. Like, I don't think Sacramento's thinking about that at all. That's not the case. And my outlook is Houston. You know what's crazy about them? And I know maybe I've hyped it up a lot over the last 2 weeks or so. Man, they might be able to do both. They might be able to trade for Jimmy Butler now and still have people available for a bigger trade. Like, they could trade for Jimmy Butler right now and give up like Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet, maybe one of the young guys and some draft picks and get Jimmy Butler. And then if De'Aaron or Giannis comes along, they could tell that team, hey, you can get Jalen Green, Reed Shepherd, this player, and another couple picks and get that guy. Like, they got enough assets to maybe get the now trade and the down the road trade.
Sure does feel like they built a team. You know, I'm not breaking that team up. I want to see who they are. And I think we've seen it from, what is it, Raphael Stone today. Like, he has no interest in breaking up the Rockets, and this is a team he intends on playing with for the rest of the year, most likely. And, you know, that can change, and that can just be, you know, management speak. But for me, like, why would you mess with something that sure does look like it's on the right path? There's going to be a point where you know that you need something more to get you to a different level. But when you're the Rockets and you have so many young players that haven't even approached their ceiling, like it's very difficult to get a bunch of young players to reach their ceiling together. But it sure does look like they have a bunch of young players who are growing at the same time. And man, I don't know what Jalen Green's ceiling is. I think there's still a lot more. You know, you talk about Shepherd. Shepherd hasn't even played enough games or enough time to really, you know, gauge who he is. But you already have like Thompson and Jabari Smith Jr., Tari Eason, all of these other guys, Alperen Şengün, they're already showing signs of, like, you know, a vision of who they can be. And that vision is a really, really good NBA player. And, you know, I don't know if you're going to get, you know, 2 All-Stars, 3 All-Stars out of that group, but you certainly are at least going to get, you know, 1 for sure. I mean, there's no way that all of those players are going to cap out like below All-Star level.
Hammer, it's been it's nice to go into this little mini break or whatever that the Kings had, you know, with not only a couple of wins, but playing really well for the first time this year, hitting shots at a clip we haven't seen. Kevin Huerter doing what he's doing, Malik Monk being in the starting lineup. We could burn this whole damn house to the ground if they lose on Thursday, can't we? Because this isn't last year's Pelicans team. This isn't even the Pelicans all without Zion. This is a decimated basketball team that is dealing with injury after injury after injury. And I think they're at 5 wins here at this point, 20-some-odd games into the season. It feels like we could crumple all of this up and throw it away if something goes bad tomorrow night.
Yeah, it really does feel like this is a team that you should beat by 25, and if not more. This team is in shambles as far as injuries and everything else. And even, you know, they were a bad mix coming into the season. You could tell that this wasn't like going to be a great team for them, and that they might have some problems. You know, when you lose Valanciunas and you don't really replace him, they do have some nice pieces. And again, this feels like a team. I don't know. I always think of like the Orlando Magic team that with Aaron Gordon that should have been parted out like 3 years earlier than it was. But that Pelicans team, like, I don't know what you're building around, and I don't know who you're building around. And like, if I'm them, I would take a step back and, you know, really center all of my attention around a guy like Trey Murphy, and then see what I can get for most of the other pieces. And what they can't do is they can't make more mistakes like what they did before, where they traded away. What's the guard they traded to Atlanta? That's just Dyson Daniels, who's just spectacular. Like, talk about, how did you not know that that's who you had in your own house? Like, so you can make mistakes here and there, but you can't make a mistake like that where you're trading, you know, an all NBA defender for DeJounte Murray. Like, I don't care what you think of DeJounte. That just wasn't a move that you should have done.
Yeah, I look at this Pelicans game, and you should win the game. This is Yeah, I want them to win by 25 too. I feel what you're saying, but this is a just win the damn game. Just win. You know what I mean? Because you can't.
Well,
don't wanna
those
lose
games
it.
they're gonna start slow. After they had this much time off, they're gonna start slow there in the first quarter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a slow start.
Really a
Very slow
built-in
start.
loss. I mean,
I mean, you should have such a chip on your shoulder to play this team. I mean, they beat you
for
6
real.
times, and you didn't even make it to the playoffs. I mean, they knocked you out of the play-in, but they beat you 5 other times in the regular season. Like, this is first of all, that never happens. It's unprecedented because you don't play teams 5 times in the league. It was a scheduling anomaly because of the in-season tournament. But man, if this team you don't owe this team something, then what are you doing? I mean, this team just thumped you last season.
But I was gonna also say, like, you can lose this game and win 5 in a row. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to put too much on this game. It's just it's one that you need, you want to win. You've got something good kind of brewing yourself. Like, I don't care if you're playing the Pelicans or the Warriors, you got an opportunity to win 4 of your last 5. So for that alone, for what the 2024, 2025 Kings are trying to do, not worried about what happened last year, like, you've got an opportunity for that. But it is a game that, while there, some PTSD involved in it, like, you just want to win the game no matter who you're playing, like, because you have an opportunity to turn your season around right now with what you were able to do last week.
Yeah, I mean, this. I guess we can start lumping this in with some of those other games, but I don't. I'm hoping that they sort of take care of business like they did against Utah.
Yeah.
Like if they're going to walk in and not handle their business like they didn't against the Blazers, the Hawks, or the Nets, or just keep naming that team already. This, like you said, this is a 5-win team. If you can't win this game, like what game can you win? This isn't a good team. It's a team that's totally decimated by injuries. It's a team that you should have like a giant chip on your shoulder against. There should be no extra motivation needed for this win. And to be honest with you, this is a game that, like, if you don't, like, you're in that other category where you need to start looking at who's going and who's not staying. You need to start parting out a team that can't win against a team like this, this deep into the season. We're not talking about, the first 10 games or 15 games of the season. We're almost a third of the way, more than a quarter of the way through the season. Like, if you can't take a game like this serious when you've had all this time off and you're healthy and they're not, I mean, I don't know what to say about you as a team.
I don't think it's about taking the game seriously. I think it's about executing, right? It's like I don't think teams often take the floor and don't take the game seriously. I think that's something sometimes we lean on as a crutch, or sometimes you can visually see them like they're not locked into this game. But I don't think that's been the case with the Kings very often this year. Even when they came back from that break that everyone so desperately needed, they just looked flat, poor, and had no ability to execute. Like, it didn't look like they weren't trying. It's like what they need to do is come out and execute. And Kenny said this, Hammer, after the Utah game. It sucks that the break hit now.
Yeah.
Like, they're shooting the lights out. Kevin Huerter's playing great. Keegan Murray had a nice little game. The balls got pop or energy or whatever term you like to use, and here's 4 days off. Like, no one wants that.
No, but I mean, like, look, you also have a whole bunch of things that you want to put into your defensive schemes, your offensive schemes. Mike Brown talked about getting in the gym and getting more shots up. You just got an opportunity. But I would also say, what is the NBA doing here? Because I just think it's the most irresponsible thing ever. Look at how many injuries across the league happened in the first 25 games of this season. And there's no way that the schedule had nothing to do with that. I mean, some of the Kings injuries, straight up, like low back injuries for Sabonis and for DeMar DeRozan, that sort of looked like overuse. And you can put some of the blame on Mike Brown, but for playing these guys too many minutes. But Mike Brown didn't have the first 15 games over 26 days, and to me that's like, why all of a sudden do you have 2 games over 11 days? That doesn't make any sense. The schedule we saw through the first 15 games of the season was very specifically because of the end season tournament. So you got to figure out if you need to bump the season up a week, whatever it is. You can't make the players play every other day or 4 out of 5 games or 3 games and 4 nights, like perpetually through the first 30 games of the season. Not if you want good basketball at Christmas, and not if you want good basketball at the end of the season when these guys are going to be totally worn out.
I didn't even think about it that way. I mean, yeah, these guys, they gotta be ready coming out of this little break to in the Kings case, hit the ground running, because they got some games to make up. They got some wins to make up, and they have already kind of dug themselves a hole where, I don't want to say there's no room for error, but pretty close to it. Like, you've got to establish yourself. You did some work last week to get yourself to a point where you're 1 game under 500. You're 2 games back of the 6th seed. So you did some work. Now you have to capitalize on that work. And you've got to, when we come back, and we'll talk to you on Friday, but when we talk to you next Friday, we should be talking about, oh man, look at the Kings, half game out of 6 or something like that. Two games over 500. Like, you've got to take advantage of what you started to do and building yourself back up.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle and I kind of went through this earlier, and if you take just 3 games right now, 3 games, and put them in the win column, the Kings jump up to 15-9, and they're between the Dallas Mavericks and Golden State Warriors at like the 5 seed, and so I mean that's all we're talking about, and I think we can look at so many games this season already that they should have been able to figure out. And, I think the discussion Kyle and I were having were predicated upon, like, what do you do with your draft picks at this point? Like, if you're Monty McNair, are you, like, going to mortgage your future to try to save a team that's 12-13? Or are you a team that's going to, tell your players, like, look, I would love to go out and make a trade where I give up 2 first-round picks and we bring in a really nice player or 2. I would love to do that, but you're not even at 500, and you're a team that, like, you're underperforming. There's no question about that. Like, the last 5 games, we can say, oh yeah, they look great, but they're 3-2 over that stretch. Before that, they underperformed. And so if you're management, you got to look at this in a couple of different ways, like trading away draft picks when you don't know what you have, when you don't know if this group is going to be good. That's really, really tough. And I know everybody out there like, oh, go get me a Cam Johnson, go get me, whatever player, a Kyle Kuzma or whatever it is. Those are all going to cost assets, and you have matching salary that you can work with. What you don't have is just straight up assets. And if you're going to put assets on the line, this team has got to be good 3 years from now. If not, that draft pick is a top 10 draft pick and you just gave it up. And so,
well, we already know what a disaster that 2031 pick swap is.
Yeah.
My goodness.
My point, though, like, this team needs to right now, they need to earn the right for you to make that trade. They need to show you that they're a team that, yeah, hey, we're a good enough team that we need to be fortified, not a team that needs to be torn down a bit. And that's kind of where I'm at, because once you start digging into the treasure trove, whatever you got left of draft picks, man, it better be worth it, because if not, DeMar DeRozan 2 years with a 3rd-year player, team option, like, are you going to trade your 2027 draft pick when you could walk into that season without DeMar DeRozan, possibly without De'Aaron Fox, with that? I mean, sure, you could say, well, you might be able to trade some of your other draft picks and some of your other players at that point and get some draft picks and rebuild through the draft. But the easiest way to rebuild through the draft, if you're a bad team, is to own your own draft picks and walk into the draft with a top 5 pick, like the Houston Rockets have done a bunch of times in the last 3 years.
Hammer, where is the point where you feel like they've earned that equity, that they've earned that confidence to I don't want to say mortgage the future, but kind of give up some of those future assets? I mean, I know we were talking to Trista and Jason Jones yesterday, and both are like, yeah, it's good that they're playing better, but like I need to see more of it. And I think a lot of Kings fans are like, all right, that was great. You know, if you get the Pelicans, like I think we all believe that they should, given the current situations. You're back at 500, and it's almost like they're great. You've got Denver coming in, or you're going to Denver, whichever it is, and the slate's wiped clean. Now, what is this team made of? Like, what is the point where we're at? Like, yeah, this okay. We're starting to see what we wanted to see from this team from the beginning.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a specific game over 500 or a consistency that we need, but what we do need to see is them string together where they're at least like pushing for the 6th seed, where they're at least in the conversation for that playoff spot, right? Not a play-in spot, a full-fledged playoff spot. Can you show me that you can get to that point? Because if you can get to that point, hey, I'm in on trading. It's got to be the right deal, and you don't want to give up too much, and you don't want to be desperate in the situation. But a desperate move right now that is the wrong move could have ripple effects for 5 years, 6 years. And that's not something, I'm looking at a team, again, like the Houston Rockets, who have 4 players who are top 5 picks in the draft. And then a bunch of other really good, Tari Eason at 17, Alperen Şengün at like 14, 15, 16. I can't remember exactly where he was drafted, but Thompson and Shepard and Green and they've got Jabari Smith Jr. Those are all top 4 picks in the NBA. And that's, if you're a small market team or a team that has trouble bringing in free agents, that's typically how you build your team. Now, if the Kings are a perennial playoff team and those draft picks are 22, 24, 26, like, who cares? I don't care if you go out and trade those picks. Good for you. That's good. Go get the assets. Go get, go get a player or two here or there that makes sense to make this team better. But I want to know that that's who this team is and where this franchise is and where they're heading. Because if not, like, you could give up way too much to try to dig out of a hole that, if this group of players is just going to dig another hole with a different set of extra pieces, I need to see them show that they need to be fortified.
Which kind of goes to earlier what I was trying to get across when you talk about this game tomorrow. And I'm not trying to be a contrarian or anything, but it's not going to tell us nothing. Like where the Kings are right now, it's not going to tell us nothing. If they win tomorrow by 25 and then they lose 4 or 5, it don't matter.
Well, if they lose, it could tell us something.
If they lose and they go on and win 5 of their next 6,
well, we could do that. We could do that all day long.
But that's why I say it's not a must win. Like there's a bigger range of games that they need to be focused on and upset about as opposed to just tomorrow. You know what I mean? Because if say they lose tomorrow, it's just over. Not saying that.
No,
but people are talking about must win. You got to win.
What I'm saying, everyone what it does though is it resets everyone's thinking. Like if come on, man, we're talking about this from a fan perspective. That's what we're doing right here. We're not talking about it from De'Aaron's perspective or Mike's perspective. It's from our perspective. Kings fans you either feel good or you feel okay. Like all right. I like what we're doing. You lose tomorrow, it erases everything, and you start over. Can you win 4 out of the next 5? Absolutely. But you again, you're building confidence. Like you're trying to get to that point again where you're excited. You lose tomorrow, you kind of start all over.
No, and
you beat New Orleans. You beat New Orleans. You lose to Denver. I don't think anyone feels like that's a setback. You had won 3 in a row. You would have won 4 out of 5. And then you lose before the game, and then you lose to Denver. It's like, all right, it's Denver. Worst, it's equal tier. I don't even know what the next game is. Let's get back at it.
Lakers.
There's like 19 games coming up against the Lakers.
Pacers.
That's right.
But no, I understand that. But my whole point is like we're gonna learn about this team over the next 2 weeks. That's all I'm saying. Like it's gonna be a collective of games. And tomorrow, for me personally, tomorrow ain't gonna tell me one thing or the other. Because you beat the hell out of the Pelicans tomorrow. That's no different than you beating the hell out of the Jazz. And I didn't learn much from you. But if you can string together 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks of really good basketball, that's gonna show me a lot more than one game. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, not trying to be a contrarian about it, but just thinking about what they have to be thinking about as a collective.
Well, that's where I'm at too, and that's where I'm saying, like, if you can make this 2-3 weeks and we start looking at this team and going, okay, look, they're climbing the standings, but we still know what they need. And yeah, you might have Trey Lyles on his way back soon, but like, okay, I'm willing to go make an investment on the trade market because you showed me that whatever happened early in the season, you kind of got through and we're on the other side and you're starting to build something. You get to 500, you get to 3 games over 500, you get to 5 games over 500. We start to see some positive momentum in the standings where you're climbing. That's when I'm ready to invest. Today, I have a tough time like digging deep into the draft picks until I know exactly where this team is going. And, you shouldn't be going out and acquiring a player right now to save the season. You should be going out and acquiring a player because that's what you should have done already, that this team needs, and you're looking at it the right way. You're trying to build something.
Let's come back. We'll talk more with our insider from the Insiders, James Ham with D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
See, Belichick is officially going to North Carolina.
Yeah, I did see that.
$10 million a year.
I didn't even realize that when I saw it. That was Damien.
What's going on, everybody?
I'm pretty sure that was Dame.
What are you watching?
In starting 5. I can't play that part. But this is Jesse. You probably listen to us more. This was Damien, right? Not this. The next voice.
That would be one of the best seasons. Somebody not making All-Star team.
Is that Damien?
Sounds like him.
I don't know.
I don't know. One more time, guys.
Sounds like him a little bit.
That would be one of the best seasons. Somebody not making All-Star team.
No. And the thing that threw it off was the person that talks afterwards. It sounds like a different show, like a different podcast.
That would be one of the best seasons. Somebody not making All-Star team. Like he's doing that on a real.
Nah, that's not him because that's Chris Haynes right there. That's not Damien.
All right, I'm just gonna pull this up. RP, Herder, Carter, and 2 second-round picks. That might work. And that would be a tough. I mean, like from a talent and asset standpoint, that would be a tough trade to do. But I also think it would be, something mutually beneficial potentially for both teams. As far as the Herder, Carter, and 2 seconds, Lyles and Colby, and 2 seconds for Jonas. They're probably going to get more for Jonas. I think they can get a late first-round pick for Jonas. Jonas Valanciunas. But that's just my own thought. I didn't hate when they went out and signed Jonas Valanciunas, the Wizards, because it's a reasonable deal and you can easily see where they can flip him for assets at some point.
Dame, this isn't you, is it? I'm not going to play it on the air because he curses at the end. Oh, no. Not this, the second place. That's not you. Yeah, I didn't think so. Our guy, Devin, was like, I didn't know you guys were in starting 5. I said, were?
I think Matt George, Kevin John is, but no D'Lo and KC.
Man, Valanciunas is still putting up the same numbers he always does. Yeah.
Win or go home is a crazy way of phrasing it. Didn't Trae Young come out at the Garden for WWE?
Yes.
Pause?
Well, no, it's not a pause. It was just, didn't Trae Young come out at the Garden?
I didn't hear that
in my
report.
head, I knew what I was saying.
Bernard King.
Yeah, RP. I don't hate the idea of training for Jonas Valanciunas. 3-year, $30 million deal. I think you can get value back out of him if you needed to trade him again.
We're back, Hammer.
All right.
Shout out to my man, Greg, Map Training. I'm very fearful. I was just telling our friend, I'm very fearful. I've slipped into that. I'll get my eating right on January.
Oh man, we going all the way to January 1st?
No, like because you know it's James's punk ass who he's like, I refilled the Fortress of Snackitude, and it's like
we got little bites.
You know, I'm a little
go crazy.
I'm a little parched. I mean, see what James did. Did James is frozen?
Yeah, I didn't even notice.
James is frozen.
That's a crazy freeze.
Oh, Hammer. There he is. James
I'm back.
Out. See, that's what James gets for buying those damn little bites that like I've eaten now 2 days in a row. I don't have no business eating those. Come back, not hungry whatsoever. But Jen has refilled the Kim Snack Shack.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, there's some M&Ms. Oh, look, there's peanut ones. I've never tried these. Let me try these peanut butter ones. And now I'm like, dude, you're out of control. Clean it up.
The peanut butter ones are the best.
That was after picking up like my second DMC roll in the last like 5 days at McCooney's last night.
This guy's cooking right now.
Yes, it's all bad.
Well,
it is all bad.
You know,
the Fortress of Snackitude is looking pretty full right now.
Yeah, it looks great right now. Yeah. You could just fill that thing with those little muffins, and there doesn't need to be anything else in there.
There's some Ferrero Rochers in there. Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
Is that
what
the
is
gold
that?
thing?
Yeah, it's a chocolate.
I have
covered
one
with
right next to me, but I don't know what it is.
hazelnut hiding inside. Oh, it's so good.
Oh, you love? Well, this is gonna. Well,
Well, yeah, come on.
I ain't gonna.
Wait, what were you gonna say?
Well, that he loves hazelnut. Well, you can't ask me to throw the flag.
You can do whatever I want. I can beat the players in this league. It's a
That's
15
right.
yard penalty.
That's right.
Oh man.
Jesse does what he wants.
Hey, that reminds me, guys. Usually we just talk about beam money, but I'm going NBA Cup money tonight.
Let's
on
go.
Prize Picks,
Let's
man.
go.
You
Okay.
know what I mean? You go on Prize Picks and you select that lineup that you have for the day, and I've got mine. I'm gonna tell you what mine is. It's an NBA Cup special. I went Steph Curry, 25 points. I went more. Karl Anthony Towns, points, rebounds, assists, 42. Give me more. Cat's balling right now on the low. Trae Young.
I don't think it's on the low. It's pretty loud.
It's very true. It was loud in Toronto the other night. Trae Young, 11.5 assists. Give me more. And Jalen Green, 19.5 points. Give me more. It's not beam money, but it's Cash Caraway doing his thing. Go to Prize Picks, put in the promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly after your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM. And during Pickmas,
Before you read the disclaimer, go ahead. That's exactly what I was going to say.
they got Pickmas going on right now.
Yep.
Where they look, they had it where you can get up to 200 times your money, right?
Yep.
Prize Picks said
That was after being up from 100 times your money.
exactly. Prize Picks said, nah, that's not enough. They now have it where you can win up to $1,000 times your money. I didn't stutter. 1,000 times your money on Prize Picks. Somebody can get paid off Prize Picks. So go ahead. Like I said, go put that promo code KIFM in there. Get your first lineup out there. Get you $50 instantly. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details.
Hammer, did you hear Domas's reaction to Malik Monk finally starting? I kind of ruined the tease there where he was like, yeah, it's about time.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Do you think a lot of guys feel like that?
I
Or
don't
maybe
know.
Domas was just being funny.
Yeah, I think maybe he was just being funny. I don't know, because like, look, that is one of those deals where if you say that loudly and in the wrong tone, it really does feel like you're calling out your coach. You're calling out a whole lot of other things.
Well, he called out his GM.
He sure did.
He said, oh, here's another one we won't get.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little too honest there on occasion. Yeah. But like, look, I get it, especially for Domas. His connection with Monk in the offense is amazing, and I think he wants to play with Monk every minute he's on the court. And that's not that he doesn't want to play with De'Aaron. It's just that Monk has a weird connection with him. He's one of the best pick and roll passers in the game, and he has the ability to hit him on that pocket pass on the roll to the basket like nobody else. So to me, that's not surprising that he's excited about that. But at the same time, like, you have to understand that like team construction is complicated, and I don't blame anyone for the way that this thing has played out over the last 2 years. And I don't also want to make some rash judgment after 5 games where, they've looked great, but they're 3-2. Like, they put up a bunch of points, they're scoring, their offensive ratings higher, their assist numbers are skyrocketing, all that stuff. But okay, that's fine. But you're 3-2. So show me that that this thing has legs long term, that everyone can learn how to play together, that De'Aaron Fox is able to crank back up to where he was, instead of steadily seeing his points per game decline over the last week and a half, 2 weeks. This thing it's complicated. There's so many angles to it, and they're still searching for all the right fits and the right pieces. But yeah, I do like watching it. It's fun basketball, and I get why Mike waited, and I also get why he hit the button when he did. And I also know that this is probably going to be the lineup that they have for a long time, until either someone's traded or someone retires from the game or something like that. This is a very, very exciting brand of basketball. But exciting needs to equate to the almighty W.
Retirement talk going on in the Kings locker room right now.
Well, I mean, like, hey, Malik Monk is under contract for 3 more years, and DeMar DeRozan's only under contract for 2 after this year. Like, yeah.
Hey, James, I want to ask you something that we had talked about earlier, about just kind of the Kings front office, team building, things of that nature. There was a list in the Art and the Athletic about the top 10 front office in the NBA, and I think it was voted on by different NBA executives. As you can expect, the Kings weren't in the top 10. They didn't even receive any votes. But I don't think the Kings have done a bad job in recent history with the front office. In one aspect, you've got a guy, Monty McNair, who won the executive of the year, the GM of the year, whatever it was, 2 years ago, just 2 years ago. And I think they've drafted well. They've signed some good free agents. They've made trades. In your opinion, what goes into making a good front office in this game? Because I think the Kings are average to good right now, leaning more towards good, but it doesn't seem like they get that type of recognition. But what do you think about just front office in general? It doesn't even have to be the Kings.
Yeah. So when you're looking at the way that this poll was specifically built, right, the GM poll, and it was our friend that we're not supposed to name, but Sam Amick, that was part of this. They went out, they talked to 40 different executives in the NBA. They asked them for their top 5. So 19 teams received a vote, including the Washington Wizards. So you got me there.
Somebody put the Wizards in the top 5.
Yeah.
That's
Come on.
embarrassing. Take their vote
Yeah,
away.
yeah, that's not okay. But unless you work for the Wizards, you're like, hey, let's get our name in there, I guess. But if this poll was done last year, if it was done the year before, Monty McNair would have been in the top 5 2 years ago. And so, like, I don't know. Like, overall, what does it take? How do you like build something? Again, I firmly believe that when you see the Miami Heat in that, I get it. The Miami Heat have perpetually built a winner, and whether they're a championship contender or a team that gets to the finals or a team that just makes the playoffs, they always seem to find somebody, and they would be in my top 5 for sure. And like, we can go through the list of all of the GMs in the league, and you're going to have some that pop up into the top 5 because they've had a good stretch. And then some GMs that, like for me right now, Houston Rockets, like Raphael
You got
Stone?
it, Raphael Stone. Yeah.
Yeah, like he deserves to be in the top 5. Like what he's done, how he's created not just assets, but player assets. Like, he's working both angles right now, right? And I think that to me is one of the problems that the Kings have, and what would limit them in any of these. It's that their long-term and short-term assets. Sure, you have some draft picks you can trade, and you got, 1 or 2 young players. You got one player specifically in Keegan Murray that has value. We don't know about Devin Carter. Most of their other first-round picks from the Monty McNair era are gone. Davion Mitchell, Tyrese Halliburton, they've been used to go get other players or dump salary. And so it's tough because, again, I don't think the Kings have like really good assets at all right now. I think they've got good players, and they could part out those players and go get, if they wanted to reboot and start over, and get first-round picks, they could probably go do that. They could probably get young players for De'Aaron Fox and Adonis Sabonis, and they could go get draft picks for a guy like Malik Monk. But I don't think that their overall asset package is really good if you're looking and comparing him to like Sam Presti's Oklahoma City Thunder. Like, the Thunder have so many draft picks. I don't particularly love what the Thunder have as far as like player assets to go trade. If you're going to get past Shea and Williams, now Jalen Williams, now it's like, okay, you get to Chet. Like, what else do they have that you go, oh my gosh, that's going to get you so much on the open market? They've got good players.
That's
that
two.
face you make when you freeze for the second time in an hour.
In an hour. That's 2 in a 10-minute time period.
That's what got me too, was the face expression. That was
well, I just loved it too,
so
because
perturbed.
it sounds like he's trashing Oklahoma City. No, Oklahoma City has good players. And then just freezes.
Looking perturbed.
Always remember that the only person who's not laughing about this is the man who is shaking his head.
Yeah, the head shake always when he comes back is the best.
Always the one who does not find this funny. The rest of us do. James does not.
I switched to my other Wi-Fi. I've had enough. Yeah.
It could be. I mean, we've got about 10 minutes left. It could be a historic 3 freeze day.
Oh no, that's a TKO. I don't come back after that.
TKO.
James just walks away. Oh, the hell with it. Did you see Courtney Cronin trying to do that Chicago interview where the feedback was really bad?
No.
So she's on camera and like, oh, it's bad. They're trying to fix it. She goes, F this, and just gets up and leaves.
Yeah.
I think Awful Announcing has the clip. It's pretty funny.
There's nothing worse than feedback when you're doing a live hit. When you can hear the reverb in your ears, it's like someone's just smacking you. Like, it's horrible.
Shout out Sac State. We did everything we could to make those announcements, and we would make the announcement into the microphone, and 5 seconds later, the rest of the stadium would hear what we were talking about. That was a bit jarring. You brought up Houston. Houston got 2 more votes than Philadelphia, and the same amount that Indiana has. And in Houston, like Indiana, apparently no one cares that they're struggling this year, and I still think they'll turn it around to a certain degree. Indiana's made their move. Like they don't have other moves to make. Like
Right.
they made their move, and that was the Siakam move. A good one, but that's the move. Houston appears to be a really good basketball team with nothing but flexibility ahead of them should they choose to exercise it. Speaking of, I think Shams just tweeted a few moments ago that Phoenix has been added to the list of teams that interest Jimmy Butler. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I don't know how.
But
I don't know what's going on there. There was also
what's my man's name again? The
Who?
owner?
Oh,
what's his name again? 'Cause no, he's gone.
No.
The new
It's,
guy, the partier.
Yeah,
He's probably like, let's do it. Give me Jimmy Butler.
I said, sir, you don't have
can't-
anybody
you
else.
can't do
to
that.
Trade.
Take my money. Just give it to Jimmy.
Matt
But-
Ishbia. One of the Heat beat writers too, Barry Jackson Miami Herald said that the Suns can't do that deal unless they're sending Booker, Bill, or Durant somewhere.
Yeah, it's not possible.
Yeah.
And Brad has to agree to it. And they're not trading Booker, and they're certainly not trading KD.
There was a story out today, or no, not a story. Rumors of people talking about Booker's play this year and Budenholzer's philosophy not meshing up this year. I don't think anything happens.
No,
because-
sorry, Mike Budenholzer. 'Cause I don't think you're winning that one.
Well, that'd be what. Well, it's not gonna. Nothing's gonna happen.
No,
Nobody's going
no,
anywhere.
no.
But if say it did, like be 3 coaches in 3 years.
Yeah. And how many coaches would
Actually,
Booker
4
have
in
had?
4 years.
Monty?
Because you got to get a new one.
Oh, yeah.
Not great.
On Kevin Durant, and that's
They
kind of
really do. That's
unacceptable.
crazy.
Like
That's
they've got
crazy.
top tier talent, and they can't do anything when Kevin Durant isn't there.
That's crazy.
No, he's really good, and he means a lot to them.
That's a hell of a take from James Ham right there. Kevin Durant, he's really good.
Put it on a shirt.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Hammer, hopefully the Sacramento Kings are as well. We saw the hot shooting carry over from night to night, but Mike was adamant this isn't, and I think it was after the Utah game. It might have been the very uncomfortable press conference that no one remembers anything that happened around this because they all remember the clip that went viral. But he was talking about, he was adamant, this is about more than making shots. He was talking about the way that the ball was moving and the way that those shots were coming. That type of play is like, you could replicate that, right? Like, I mean, makes and misses, you're crossing your fingers, whether they're open, wide open, or contested. But the way you get those looks, that's the most repeatable thing that the Kings could try to do tomorrow night, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like realistically, if you just take away the 6 threes that Doug McDermott made in the last 9 minutes of the game, the Kings still would have hit 16 threes. They still would have been really, really good. And we're not. I don't think anyone is asking for the Kings to hit 20 plus threes a game. But you did get to see where Mike Brown's offense and like what they've been trying to do. When guys do hit shots, it makes a ton of sense. Like the brand of basketball is fun. The ball hopping from one player to the next. When you have 39 assists and 7 turnovers, it means that everyone was cooking. Like you don't get 39 assists unless guys are hitting shots. And so look, I think that this thing, maybe it just like for whatever reason it lost its way and it's figuring itself out like along the way. But I would also point out that Mike keeps worrying about his defense, and one of the best ways to have a good defense is to score the basketball and to go back and set your defense and, give yourself an opportunity to not be in transition and not even like true transition, but also, like just getting back in time to set up a little bit. And then all of a sudden the other team starts moving the ball really quick and you're just a little half step behind because you're still in moving back into the defensive position. And then next thing you know, the ball is moving around and you're chasing and you're a step behind and you give up a wide open shot. Like that's where making baskets matters. You just get that extra second or two while the ball goes through the basket, gets inbounds, and you're already back and waiting. So good offense like begets good defense, and then the same thing. You get out on in transition, play defense, get rebounds, and move the ball up and get your own transition bucket. So I think that they're starting to figure things out, and I just hope we can still say that like next week. Like, well, I guess next week we'll only see him twice. But the week after that, we need to see this play out for longer than just a couple of days.
Do you think the other addition and the other change, the starting lineup being, Malik Monk being the starting shooting guard, do you think they're going to maintain being the top team or a top 5 offensive team like they have been since he's been in the lineup? You think that's just a small sample size or something that might be there to stay?
Oh, no, I think it's there to stay. I mean, because they were already like a top 6, top 8 before Malik stepped in the starting lineup, and that's without them hitting shots. If they hit shots, they're going to be a top 2, top 1, top 2, top 3 offense in the league. I mean, because the 140 points, that's not an anomaly. Boy, I can't talk today. They're going to be able to score points like that anytime that they want, anytime that they're focused and moving ball and sharing. They're going to be able to get to that number, and maybe not 140 every night, but 130, 125. That's not going to be hard for this team to get to every single night.
Man, and I know it's simplistic, Hammer, but it sure feels like Kevin Huerter might play the biggest role in all of this. I mean, he can score 16, they look like $1 million. He can score 28 and they look like $1 million. It just feels like if he's hitting shots, and I don't know if it's the defense, if he becomes a bigger threat, I don't know what it is, but I think the number was 10 points. They're like 10-2 if he scores more than 10, which is insane to me. Like it's not 20, it's 10.
It's crazy how much one player can mean to a team, at both good and bad. And I think that's the biggest thing. Like the team they've got to figure out ways to manufacture points when Kevin isn't hitting. And the reason why we're talking about Kevin hitting this number and not Keegan Murray is because Keegan isn't doing. I mean, you can go back and look at all the times that he doesn't hit shots at all, and the Kings can't win those games either for the most part. I would say this too: the Kings started the game the other night 1 of 8 from 3. Kevin Huerter came in, started lacing shots, and next thing you know, everybody's hitting shots. There seems to be a problem with this team where when things are going good, everyone's in on the fun, and when things are going bad, everyone's in on the bad. And again, rewind a couple of games ago when they lost to Memphis, and Huerter, Murray, and Fox combined to go 1 of 20 from 3. Like, it doesn't make sense that one night everyone can hit shots and 2 nights later no one can hit shots, but you're doing it as a collective. If you can stagger who's missing shots, you're going to find a lot more wins hiding as well.
All right. Well, great news. No basketball tonight.
No Kings basketball.
Well, no Kings basketball. Yeah. Well,
NBA Cup, baby, let's go.
There's a couple of games we could lock into.
Yeah.
NBA Cup. I'm ready.
Hawks Knicks coming up. I like the Warriors Rockets though. I'm all about that.
Who wins tonight, guys? I say Knicks and Rockets.
I'm going Knicks Warriors.
I'm going Knicks Rockets. Yeah. That Knicks team.
Sure would be a shame if I was wrong though, wouldn't it?
Karl Anthony Towns is tied for second in the NBA in most rebounds with Domantas Sabonis.
He's played really well.
Domas is second. Oh, Jokic is first. Jokic is like crazy right now. He's at like 13 per game or something.
Yeah, I think he's first. I just saw the stat earlier.
Giannis MVP though.
It's
He's
early.
not. Yeah, I agree with you. He's not.
It's early.
Man, okay. And tomorrow we will finally get ready for Kings basketball. This one in New Orleans. So we'll get you ready for that. We'll be a little more focused tomorrow. No talk of rats or death.
Yeah,
probably. Well, unless of course I'm not
Ice
here.
Cube and Ice Tea. Well, yeah,
that was a good.
Yeah, hopefully you're here.
Well, okay. So if I don't make it, then I violated the agreement of dying on the air. So my apologies to the Chatty House.
Don't be selfish.
Sky River Casino. I apologize to everybody if something falls tonight and this is the end. Just know that I loved you all, and hopefully we will all be back here beginning at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Knicks.
Here, click. It's not working.
All righty, friends.
All right, Hammer. We're gonna go talk
Yeah.
about music. We'll see you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Chatty House. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate you as always. Also, just in case, goodbye.